So hey guys, how you all? Today we are going to see, what if Harry Potter was raised by Albus and Voldemort for Triwizard Tournament? If you are new here, subscribe either, I will take your magic. Also, as you know, I do not own this story. If you want to see original creator, then go to space into Milky Way. LOL, joking, you can find it in description. Harry cheered with the rest of the school as Cedric Diggory was chosen as the Hogwarts champion. He hoped there would be nothing more after a small speech from Professor Dumbledore, for today had been a very strange day. It was not just the 24 visiting students, 12 from each school with 6 males and females, that were wandering around the castle trying to find their way around, in preparation for them to attend classes at Hogwarts for the rest of the school year. No, what was strange was as he, Hermione, and Ron had come down for breakfast, he had almost walked through the Bloody Baron, only for the Slytherin ghost to stop just in time and offer an apology. This weirded Harry out, for apart from Peeves the Bloody Baron, talked to no one, let alone apologize for almost walking through something that none of the other Hogwarts ghosts seemed to mind and never apologize for. Not even the jolly Hufflepuff ghost, the Fat Friar. Also, for some reason, thought the day when he walked past any Hogwarts portraits, Harry could swear he saw some cloaked figure following him. Yet, when he asked his friends about the figure, they both said they had not seen it. Harry even asked one of the portraits he had passed a couple of times about the figure, but the inhabitants had been confused, stating they had not had such a visitor in their portrait. It made no sense. Harry was sure he had seen someone in a dark cloak with their hood up following him from place to place, which got even stranger as he got ready in Gryffindor Tower before the feast where the champions were to be announced. Harry had used the bathroom since Hagrid's hut did not have a loo, and he never liked using an outhouse. As he washed his hands, he glanced up at the mirror and saw the strange cloaked figure at the very edge of the mirror. Harry had quickly wiped his head around, but he was alone in the bathroom. To be honest, he was quickly leaving behind, being wearied out, and moving towards being generally freaked out. Now I know all you will do your part in showing your support of our 3 champions, Professor Dumbledore said, only for everyone in the hall to become distracted as the goblet of fire started sending up sparks again as it had before picking the Triwizard champion. With a burst of flame, a scorched bit of parchment shot from the cup, and then things got really strange. Suddenly the parchment stopped moving, hanging in midair. Harry turned to ask Ron or Hermione about what they thought was going on, only to see them looking intently at the parchment. While they looked shocked, neither of them looked confused at the parchment hanging in midair, and after a moment, he realized that they and everyone else in the hall did not seem to be moving at all. What is going on? Harry asked in a loud voice, hoping that someone else was not affected by whatever seemed to be happening and answer him. He did get an answer as he felt someone take hold of his shoulder. Harry barely had time to look over and see the dark cloaked figure that had been following him in the magical portraits and the mirror before it spoke. Come along, Harry. It is time to go. Before Harry could ask anything, the pair vanished from the Great Hall. As Harry left the hall, time resumed its normal progression with Professor Dumbledore, shooting his hand out and catching the parchment. Reading it, Albus could not help but let the ghost of a smirk played across his mouth, seeing that, like he had predicted, Riddle had one of his people at Hogwarts forcing Harry to take part in the tournament, most likely to get his body back, so he could resume his campaign to take control. Schooling his voice into a harsher tone than normal, Albus called out, Harry Potter. Harry Potter, up here if you please. Having assumed something like this was going to happen, Albus had taken note of where Harry had been sitting, so turned his gaze towards the weapon he created to use against Riddle, only to find the boy missing and those who had been sitting around him staring mystified at his now vacant seat. Come now, Harry, this is not the time for games. Get up here now, Albus bellowed, no longer having to pretend to be mad anymore. When the boy still did not appear, Albus turned to Minerva. Find him and bring him to my office. I need to talk to the other champions. Yes, sir, Minerva said as she got up and made her way to where the boy's friends were, sitting at the Gryffindor table, looking utterly mystified, though Albus noticed a hint of anger in the youngest Weasley male's face. Albus sent one last look at the spot as he joined his fellow academy heads, Bagman and Crouch, to talk to the other champions, not only about what had just happened, but what they were going to have to deal with for the tournament. Albus had faith his right-hand woman would do as he tasked her, but as he arrived at his office after the meeting with the champions, which took longer than he planned due to Igor and Olympia getting on his case for Harry being chosen as a fourth champion. Yet when he entered his office, he found neither the boy nor Minerva. What he found was the exploded remains of one of the machines he used to track people. The explosion was so large it seemed to have destroyed the other machines on the table where it had been sitting. As one of the machines on the table was linked to Harry, Albus cast a spell to repair all the machines so he could find out where the boy was. Yet while the other tracking machines fixed themselves at his command, Harry's remained a broken wreck. Albus found he could bring the pieces together, but for some reason, they would not return to their prior state. It was almost like he was trying to press a negative and positive magnetic pole to a similar charge. Harry looked around rather confused about what had just happened. One moment, he was in the Great Hall, and everything except for him seemed to have been frozen. Then the cloaked man had taken hold of his arm, and he had been transported here, wherever here was. It looked like a room, but no walls were holding up a ceiling in which panes of glass showed scenes of the cosmos, which made the enchanted ceiling in the Great Hall look like it was a simple stage show. Harry and the cloaked man, at least he assumed it was a man, who had brought him here, were not alone, for in the middle of the room, there was a large table where 6 people were sitting. "Come along, Harry," the cloaked figure said, guiding Harry towards the table and to the 7th seat around the table. Harry stood back, thinking it belonged to the hooded figure who had brought him here. The man just pulled it out and gestured for Harry to sit down. "Hello, young Harrison." A woman in a bright robe that seemed to shift from pure white to all the colors of the rainbow and beyond said. "Where am I?" Harry asked as the hooded figure pushed his chair in and stood behind him. "Now, that is a little hard to explain," a second woman said, wearing what looked like a cloak made of spider webs with knitting needles in her hair. "Don't even bother. I doubt the whelp would understand anyway." A man said, who Harry saw had a bare torso apart from a leather strap connected to a scabbard he wore attached to his back. "He will in time," the first woman said in a tone of admonishment towards the man. "Harrison, a dark and ancient ritual has taken place, forcing you into a position long before you would be ready for it." "What position?" Harry asked. "Why, the position of death, of course," the woman said. "Death?" Harry asked. "Yes, the being who was tasked to shepherd those souls to the nether realms," a second man said, wearing a pure white robe with an hourglass floating in the air beside him. "I get it," Harry said in understanding. "I ate some food from the visiting students' homelands and got sick. I am hallucinating." "This is real, whelp," the bare-chested man barked, baiting a first into the table. "Calm down, Ares," the woman in the color-shifting robe said. "He is right, Harrison. This is real. You should have only been able to reach this place and take your role as death after you died yourself, but things have changed." "What changed?" Harry asked. "Your name coming out of the goblet of fire," the woman in the spiderweb cloak said. "I had not made plans for that at all, meaning someone is interfering with my work." Harry stared in amazement as the woman, seeming to be so overcome with emotion, shifted her body from a matronly woman that reminded him of Professor Sprout to an old crone, and finally a young woman that looked like she could be a model. That in of itself is disturbing enough, but the actions of your name coming out the goblet shifted the cosmic balance. "How?" Harry asked. "By placing you in mortal danger, they activated the old ritual, which I mentioned earlier," the multicolored robe wearer said. "But I have been in mortal danger before," Harry countered. "You are correct, Harrison," the woman admitted. "But the other times, except for your first meeting with the mortal known as Tom Marveler Riddle, you chose to enter the danger yourself. By forcing you to enter a dangerous situation, which could lead to your death, the ritual activated." "But why?" Harry asked. "Your family is the descendants of a death who chose to have children after he took his position," the man with the hourglass said. "Your ancestor watched over his kids, and when they were of age gave them 3 treasures that should never have been removed from the Netherlands. These gifts created a bond between death and his children, altering the selection of death from its previous method to what it is now. It used to be that a person became death by killing death. But thanks to your ancestor, your family line becomes the next death when they die." "I still don't understand," Harry said. "So death is a person or job, whatever. He had 3 kids, and his kids are all in line to become death when they die, except for me, due to whatever this ritual is that forced me to take it now." "Well, no, not all 3 of your ancestors' kids were in line to become death," the man with the hourglass said. "A previous holder of my post, Time, worked it out with fate," he said, nodding to the woman with the spiderweb cloak. so that whichever of Death's children lived the longest would take control of the post. Your family line actually comes from the youngest of the 3 children, but it was not his youth that caused him to live the longest. Death's oldest child had been given a treasure from Ares' domain in the form of a wand that could never be defeated in battle. The eldest child killed several of his rivals before boasting in a pub, leading someone to kill him as he slept and take the wand, Time explained. Death's middle child received a treasure that had been created by the offices of Death and Time during a collaborative effort. The treasure allowed the middle child to summon forth souls from the Nether realms, even those who had not chosen to become ghosts. The middle child brought back someone he loved, but due to the nature of the treasure, he could not do much with his old love, leading him to take his own life, Time said. Your ancestor was given a cutting from Death's cloak, which Death had expanded, so it too could be used as a cloak. This cutting gave Death's youngest child the ability to become invisible to the inhabitants of the mortal realm. The invisibility cloak, Harry said in understanding. You are correct, the still unnamed woman said. Your possession of it, as well as your contact with the other treasures, caused the ritual to come about. But I have not come in contact with the other treasures, Harry protested. You have, young man. The last male at the table said, leaning forward, letting Harry see he was wearing a blood-red suit. Not in the normal sense, mind you, but you are connected with the treasures given to your ancestors' older siblings. Ares' wand was used by its false owner to place numerous spells and enchantments on you as a baby. As the false owner cast the spells, you had reached for it and touched it, thus claiming it as your birthright intended. While the last treasure is bound to you due to the attack by Tom Riddle when you were a baby. While he had not intended it, he left a part of his soul in your body, as well as losing his role as leader of his family. The last woman at the table explained, dressed in a simple white smock that seemed more radiant than the multicolored cloak of the other named woman. This proved to be a double connection, for Tom Riddle was the descendant of the middle child, but in his ignorance, Tom left a part of his soul connected to the second treasure. The part of his soul in you and the treasure let you claim ownership of it, even though you have never seen or touched it. So, because I formed a connection to these treasures and am a descendant of Death, means I became Death, just cause my name came out of the goblet? Harry asked once more for clarification. Unfortunately, yes, the multicolor robe wearer said. The magic of the goblet in the mortal realm forged a magically binding contract that would have forced you to compete in the tournament, which would have started a chain reaction that lead to your death. Not necessarily during the tournament itself, but a death long before your natural time. The woman said, Do I have to still compete? Harry asked, making everyone at the table let out a laugh. No, Ares barked. Though it could be seen as you running from battle, your life now has a higher purpose. Indeed, the man in the blood-red suit said. The good thing is that due to the unusual way that you have taken your role, you can do something that none of your predecessors had been able to do. What? Harry asked. Reclaim the 3 treasures for one? The woman in the white smock said. But also fix some issues that someone has caused in my tapestry. Fate said, sending a glare at the man in the suit. It was not me this time, Lachesis. The man said, holding up his hands in surrender. Sorry, force of habit. The woman said before turning back to Harry. The 2 who illegally hold the other treasures at this moment have messed with my tapestry, making some live longer than I had planned for them, while killing others before their thread is cut by Atropos. At this, fate changes form for an instant, showing off the old crone again, making Harry believe that the different aspects of the woman he had seen had different names, and she was sharing them with him. But since you have become Death in the way that you do, it caused a shift to my tapestry that will let you fix what those 2 have done to it. How? Harry asked, confused. Why? By taking their souls, of course, the multicolored robe wearer said. Both Albus, Dumbledore, and Tom Riddle have placed enchantments on both their followers and enemies alike to extend or shorten their lives. Your breaking free will allow you to bypass these enchantments and bring about their deaths, as fate originally had planned for them. I don't want to kill anyone, Harry protested. You are not killing them, Harrison. You are just guiding them to their next place of existence, the woman said. If it helps, think of yourself as a taxi driver, just handling fares as people go to either the realm of light, darkness, or purgatory. As the woman talked, the woman in the smock bowed when she mentioned light, while the man in the suit nodded at darkness. Or even better, a way to get revenge on what the 2 men had done to you, Ares said. So, I can just kill Voldemort? Harry asked. Not until his chosen time, Fate said, glaring at Ares, who did not look at all disturbed. At the start, you would only be allowed to take the souls of those both men had enchanted to live longer than they should have. And not all of them. For while you hold the position of death, you have servants known as reapers who take care of the more mundane deaths that occur, otherwise you would never have any downtime. You would be called to deal with the deaths of people whose souls are in balance, that they could go to my realm or the realm of light without an issue, the suited man explained. That is what would normally happen, but due to the nature of those Albus and Tom, enchanted, no matter their alignment, you would have to collect their souls yourself. The woman in the smock said. Why can't he do it? Harry gestured to the hooded man still standing behind him. I am no longer death, Harry, the man said. I will stay with you only long enough to train you a little and maybe help you find your steed, but after that, I am going to finally join your mother in the realm of light. Dad? Harry asked. Lady Magic and the others did say that our family has held the post since the youngest son died, James Potter said, lowering his hood to smile down at his son before patting his shoulder. A small cough led father and son to look back at the others. Sorry to ruin the moment, Tom said, making several around the table smirk a little. But there is the issue of the steed that we need to discuss as well. Why? James asked. Due to how your son came into the post, he cannot claim the pale horse in the normal way, Time said. Why not? James said, balling his fist. I believe Time is referring to the enchantments that had been placed on your son by Albus, Lady Magic said. What did he place on me? Harry asked, confused about why Professor Dumbledore would want to put any spells on him. He had spells to reduce your intelligence in class, blocked several magical abilities. But the one that concerns you claiming your steed is that he placed blocks on bonds you may form unless he approved of him. And while becoming death cleansed you of all these enchantments, the block placed on your bonds prevented you from getting a familiar which would be able to shift into your steed when you need it. So he will not have a steed? James asked. There is a way, the suited man said, snapping his fingers. At the snap, a burst of flame appeared and an old man stepped out. Asmodeus, I believe I read in some of your old reports that you had come across a way for Ares or Death to claim a steed when their ability to form a bond with a familiar had been blocked while they were mortal. I have such knowledge, my lord, the old man said. Then share it with us, the suited man ordered. During my time, there was an old workaround where the person who claimed the role of Ares, or Wars as I knew it, had been unable to forge a bond with their familiar in life. So, working with nature, fate, death, in time, they found that any bond that had been in place could be shifted to form the steed. Thus, War, who had a life debt bond with another, was able to call upon the bond to shift the mortal into his red war mount, Asmodeus explained. But I have no such bonds in place, Harry protested. Actually, in Great Britain, you have all the population who had been alive at the time of Tom Riddle's attack on you as a baby for defeating him, Lady Magic said. So, I just randomly choose someone to become my steed? Do I need one? Harry asked. You do, Ares said. My office and yours have always been associated with having steeds in both the mortal realm and the nether realm since our jobs began. We require our steeds to travel to where we are needed in a hurry. What about using the Flu network, operating, or just using a broomstick? Harry asked. Sometimes a death that you need to attend to is in hard-to-reach locations such as those lost at sea, or inclines to inhospitable to normal modes of travel besides your steed, Lady Magic said. Fine, so I just have to pick someone at random? Harry asked. He does have a point, Fate said. If he chooses a mount that way, he could create further tangles to my tapestry. There might be another, James said. Yes, the woman in the white smock prompted. When Harry was a baby, Lily and I found that his magic was compatible with another child, so we set up a marriage contract between them with the child's family, James explained. What is the child's name? Fate asked, spreading her hands as what looked like a spiderweb stretched between her fingers. Blaze Zabini, James said. Harry was about to ask his father about the contract, considering it was with another male, but got distracted by Fate, who began to wiggle her fingers, causing the spiderweb to shift about, as if she was looking at a computer screen in her hands made of web. The connection is strong enough, and his thread is woven quite closely to Harrison's, Fate said, looking up from her web. It might work. Fate and Steed. Chapter summary. Harry, James, and Fate head back to Hogwarts to see if Blaze will become Harry's pale horse. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry was reluctant to ask one of his classmates to become his steed. Especially a Slytherin boy, he had not interacted with that much while attending Hogwarts. And the only thing you knew about them was that they were part of Malfoy's gang, though they did not tease or bully other students. Does it have to be Blaise? What about Hedwig? Couldn't she be made into my steed? Harry asked. First off, a being to take over as your pale horse of office has to have a full familiar bond with you, or better. Fate said, and due to the enchantments on you that Albus Dumbledore placed after James took over the role of Death, you have no better bond than with Blaise Zabinett. Also, the creature you call Hedwig already has a familiar bond with someone else, James said. She does who? Harry asked, confused about how someone could have a familiar bond with his owl. She is my familiar, James admitted as with a whistle summed Hedwig to him. After taking over as Death, I tasked her to look after you when you started to attend Hogwarts. You hardly used her, so that when I needed her to be my pale horse for a job, you did not even notice. This did cause some of your letters to Sirius this last summer to take longer than normal. Still, it also prevented anyone from tracking his location from her, James said, patting Hedwig, who gave a happy hoot before shitting form into a red falcon. But Blaise is a living person who would want to become the horse of someone they barely know and possibly hate? Harry asked. He does not hate. Time started only to be cut off. Not now time, he does not know about it yet, James said. About what? Harry asked. We will discuss it later, Fate said. Anyway, we have to go to Hogwarts, in any case, to retire the cloak, so we might as well ask Blaise's thoughts on all this rather than you deciding for him. Harry did have to admit she made a point about having hated when decisions about his life were made by someone else, and he was just meant to follow through with their choice. Fine, let's just get this over with, Harry said. How do we leave? He asked, seeing no door in the room they were in. You and I shall ride, Shamrock, who you call Hedwig, James said, patting the falcon, which shifted form once again, this time into a winged horse. Shamrock, it is not even green, Harry said, rolling his eyes at his dad. Don't get him started. All but time said as James stuck out his tongue at them. James showed Harry how to mount Hedwig's new form. Harry refused to call it Shamrock, as his father settled him behind him. To the fourth-year dorm's Gryffindor Tower, James said, as the winged horse flapped its wings, taking off, and flew into the skylight, showing the cosmos. Rather than hit a pane of glass, Harry, Hedwig, and James arrived in Hogwarts Tower. I'm surprised no one is here yet, Harry said. The passage of time works differently between the Netherlands and the Mortal One, James said. So it has been a day and a half since you were last in the castle. Just grab the cloak, and we can start looking for Blaise. So, would I just press it into your cloak since it is really a scrap cut from it? Harry asked. Actually, no. The pieces have been apart for so long, Death Cloak has returned to its normal state. We are just removing it from the mortal realm to prevent it from causing any issues later on, Fate said as Harry opened his trunk and pulled out the cloak. Well, that is one treasure returned, James said as he took the cloak from Harry. James then pulled off the black cloak he was wearing and wrapped it over Harry as he took his family's old cloak and put it back on. As James put the cloak on, the door opened with a bang as Ron, Seamus, and Dean entered the room. I am telling you, it is all some elaborate prank, Ron was telling the others. Just you wait. After everyone has stopped looking for him, Harry will show up acting all high and mighty, boasting about getting past the age line. Can they not see us? Harry asked. Not unless you take off the cloak or you come to collect them, James said, making sure Harry kept his cloak on. So what does everyone think happened to me? Harry asked. No one knows. This morning at breakfast, Albus Dumbledore organized a search party to find you, Fate said. Obliviously, they could not find you, James said with a smirk. That was one of the reasons we had time make our return later than when we took you away, so that it would be easier to get to Blaise without doing it in the Great Hall. That plus time put you in a time bubble before we brought you in, Fate said, shocking Harry as she appeared as a giant spider before shifting into human form. He did what now? Harry asked. He put you in a time bubble. You might have noticed that when your father collected you earlier, everything and one was frozen in time. This was done so that before we brought you in as a way to fudge your age a little, Fate explained. Why? Harry asked. While you have been gained the post of death, we have found that while some posts such as time, it is all right for a person of someone even as young as 7 can pull it off. To handle what one has to experience as death, they require some maturity. So you were aged up to 25. While this has not affected your mental abilities, your maturity and magical abilities were able to settle into place. The same thing will happen to Blaise if he agrees to join you. But I thought you all said, such as the case of the ability to form a bond, it would not happen since I became death? Harry asked. Hence why time fudged the rules as he put the time bubble up just at the moment before the ritual took place, Fate said. But how could he have known it was going to happen? Harry asked. Well, each of our numbers has special little quirks, and one of time is that they live their life backward after taking the position. So the next time you see him, you must bid him farewell. James explained as a chime sounded from somewhere on his person. I guess I should have seen this coming. What coming? Harry asked. Well, with bringing you in, I have a backlog. James answered with a small shrug of his shoulders as if it was nothing. So, we're going to start training now? Harry asked. No, you need to get a steed first, James said, getting back on Hedwig. Fate will fill you in as you search for him. We shall see each other again, Harry, James said as the winged horse flew right out of the wall and into the night. Well, I guess it is just you and me, Harry, Fate said, placing a hand on his back and guiding him past Ron and the others to leave the tower. I guess I should give you a proper introduction. I am Fate, and it is my job to maintain the tapestry, she said. You mentioned that at the meeting. What is it? Harry said, feeling a little strange as they walked through the back of the fat lady's portrait rather than opening it to leave the tower. The tapestry is life, boy, Fate said, changing into the old crone again. All that lives, or has lived, is part of it. Our job is to add to it. I thought death would take from it, Harry asked, confused. Use your head, boy, the crone said, glaring at him. Calm down, Atropus, Fate said, shifting form again. Sorry, what? Harry asked, utterly confused. As your dad said just a bit ago, each of our jobs to maintain the cosmic balance has some quirks in it. Besides being able to become a spider of any size, Fate is made up of 3, she said. Oh, so you have multiple personalities, Harry said. Not quite, it is more than fate. It is 3 people sharing the same body, Fate said. Harry instantly was put on edge as he drew his wand and aimed it at her. Put that away, boy, the crone said, reappearing. It is all right, Harry, the normal person of Fate said, changing back. Last time I came across someone with more than one person sharing a single body, it was Voldemort, Harry said, not lowering his wand. But Tom was more of a parasite to Quirrell. We share the body in a symbiotic relationship, Fate said. There are 3 of us. I am Lachesis, and it is my responsibility to weave the threads of people's fates into the tapestry. Atropus measures and cuts the threads, which is a signal for you as death to collect their souls. And finally, there is Clotho, who spins the threads, thus giving people life. Fate said, shifting form into the younger woman who looked like she could be a model or movie star with short blonde hair and vivid green eyes. Now, while we do have some help in maintaining the tapestry, only the 3 of us aspects of fate can really affect it. And as such, with the 3 of us sharing this body, one of us has full control at any given time, while one is sleeping, for lack of a better term, and the other is just there in the back of our mind. When I control the body as I do now, Clotho is usually sleeping while Atropus is getting ready for her shift to be in control. Lachesis explained. Also, unlike that full time, your spell would not affect us. Just as if we were to cast a spell, it would barely affect you, Atropus said. Nor can you take our lives, at least while we hold the position of fate. So how does fate get new people in its job? Harry asked. It is done by choice, Lachesis said. One of our aspects decides to leave, so they find a replacement to take over for them. I myself held the position of Clotho in my youth, before leaving to get married and have some kids. Coming back as I am now, when an event happened that required all 3 aspects to get changed at the same time. This way at least one of us knew what we were doing. Barely, Atropus said. Now listen, boy, for most cases there is a probationary period. Not sure if it applies to you due to your special case, but anyway, when we first started, due to having only a little idea of how to do our job, we made a mistake that led to cutting the wrong end of a thread and 13 newborns dying. That is why you will be meeting with all of us Immortals so they can help you better understand your job. Now, we may not understand fully what you do, but once you master the role of death, you will have full control of it. We have heard of a story from Nox that spoke of a death in an alternate reality asterisk in which, to win a battle against Satan, decided to stop collecting souls so no one would die. That does not seem too bad, Harry said. Don't be daft, boy, death is needed, and not just to keep you in position, Atropus said. Think of the countless people laying in a hospital or somewhere else which are in too much pain to live anymore, or the soldiers fighting a war that gets shot or blow to bits. You want them to live in agony. All right, I take your point, Harry said. Good. Atropus nodded before letting Lachesis take over again. Now where would Blaze be, Harry? Lachesis asked. Don't you know? Isn't that in your tapestry? Harry asked. It is not that specific, she answered, Also, while I weave everyone's threads into the tapestry, to allow free will the only parts that are truly fixed are certain events, such as life, marriage, the appearance of children, death, and the like. Also, even if it showed specifics, it would only be a person's life, not where they were when it happens. I see, Harry said, though only understanding a bit of what she was saying. I guess since Blaze is a Slytherin, he would be near the dungeons. Lead the way then, Harry, Lachesis said. After going down a couple of floors, Harry asked, "So what about my thread? Now that I have become death?" Well, as soon as a mortal takes office, their thread is obscured even from us, Lachesis said. Would there be a way to see what my thread was meant to go through if the ritual had not come about? Harry asked. No, Atropos said simply, though we could look in on your friends to see if they interacted with your thread before the ritual came about. Lachesis said, spreading her hands to bring forth her tapestry viewer. Who would you like to look up? Mind you, we can't see that far into the future that is time's domain. Thinking about what Ron had said in the dorms about Harry making a big show of disappearing and then boasting about beating the age line, which had not sounded much like his friend Harry, asked her to look into Ron. Ron Weasley's thread started to move away from where your thread used to be, Lachesis said, shifting her pinky to touch a bit of the tapestry. It seems he would have let his jealousy of your fame and fortune create a wedge between you, not only for having to take part in the tournament, but later on in life as well. And if your thread had not connected to a member of his family in a marriage or birth of a child, his thread would not be connected to you at all. Harry was left a little speechless at what she just told him. He had noticed a small flash of jealousy in his friend's eyes when if they went over the topic of money, and sometimes how people treated Harry, but he would have never guessed it would lead to their friendship to possibly end. Not to interrupt, Clotho said, taking over Fate's body. But if what those boys said in the tower is true and everyone is looking for you, would Blaze still be in the dungeons? Good point, Harry said. Maybe we should ask someone? Lachesis said, returning to take control. But who? Wearing this cloak, you said, I was undetectable to any I have not come to collect, and it would raise too many questions of my identity due to my new age. Harry asked. Well, when you master your job, you will be able to shift your form to any age you prefer, Atropos said. Unlike us, since Clotho always has to be young, Lachesis middle-aged, and Atropos elderly. Cool. But that does not really help me ask someone where I can find Blaze, Harry said. He is looking for Harry Potter in the third-floor trophy room. A voice answered, making Harry stop as he looked in shock at Peeves. Peeves, you can see me? Harry asked. Of course, Lord Thanatos. Peeves said, giving Harry a bow while acting well normal, which freaked him out a little. Did we forget to mention that as death, you not only collect souls of those that have died, but can call upon the help of those spirits that remain as ghosts? Lachesis asked. You forgot it, Harry said in an almost deadpan voice. Rather than think about his new ability with Ghost, Harry headed to the third-floor trophy room to find Blaze. Blaze's POV. I can't believe they canceled classes just so we can find Potter, Draco was saying as he and Blaze searched the trophy room for the third time. I mean, he somehow gets past the age line, and rather than getting arrested or even expelled, they are letting him compete. As if he needed another reason to increase his already big head. Blaze gave a non-committal grunt as he fought the urge to punch Draco in the gut. For someone who watched Harry, so much the blonde tended to either gloss over a lot of things or ignore them if they did not fit with his ideal of what Harry was like in his mind. Blaze, however, saw it. He saw it all. He saw Harry barely eating any food for the first few days of the school year each year. He saw Harry's too small frame and glasses that did not fit his face that well, as if they had been purchased or gotten without Harry being involved and just given to him. And based on how many times Blaze saw Harry squinting at the board during classes, he did not think the pair of glasses were even in the right perception. During their second year, during the whole Valentine's Day fiasco, Blaze had seen that when Harry's bag had been ripped open and his books had spilled out, the brunette was missing numerous books for their classes. It was not even that Harry had not been carrying them due to not having the class the books were for. After that, Blaze had started to pay attention to what books and materials Harry had brought out for their classes after that, and Harry had never pulled out any secondary reference books for their classes. Blaze had noticed that Harry never prepared his ingredients correctly in potions. Yet even getting them wrong and Blaze's fellow Slytherins trying to sabotage Harry's work by tossing stuff into his cauldron, Harry still managed to brew close to their assigned positions. Blaze had seen that of the two people Harry regularly hung out with, Ron was more interested in Harry due to his fame, fortune, and how people treated him as Harry's friend. Wow, Hermione did not seem to care about fame and fortune. Blaise had noticed that if Harry performed better than her in class, she would glare at him for a bit when he was not looking. And besides always interrupting classes with questions, Blaise had noticed that the Muggle-born girl would hit people who sat around her. He had been forced to not interview when he saw her smack Harry a couple of times after Harry had gotten a higher grade than her in a class last year. Blaise had also seen the girl pull Harry's homework to her, while Harry had gone to get a book while they were working in the library and change Harry's answers on his homework, so he got them wrong. So far, the only people that Harry hung out with, not that there were that many, which Blaise could see as good friends to Harry, were the Gryffindor Quidditch team and Neville Longbottom. Though sometimes that had not been true, such as in their first year after Draco. Harry, Neville, and Granger had gotten attention all on the same night. Many had turned against Harry, as if just because he was the boy who lived meant he should not be able to make a mistake or control it when a teacher took 50 points apiece from him and 2 other students. But at least they stayed on Harry's side during second year and the Chamber of Secrets mess. That had been the only time Blaise had gotten involved, as he had used some wards his mother had taught him and placed them on Harry's bed after seeing a 6th-year Hufflepuff send a curse at Harry when most of the school thought he was the heir of Slytherin. Other than that, Blaise refused to get involved until Harry brought up their marriage contract himself. Blaise was prepared to wait, for at least he had gotten no indication of Harry's UAL preferences. Blaise suddenly became aware that Draco was no longer talking, and since his friend had done nothing but complain during their search for Harry, it was strange. Turning to look, Blaise saw that Draco was almost 2 meters behind him with his leg raised into the air, not moving. "Draco, you okay?" "He is fine," an unfamiliar voice said as Blaise turned to see a woman standing next to a man dressed in a black robe. "What did you do to him?" Blaise asked, pulling out his wand and pointing it at the pair. "Nothing," the woman said. "I just asked for some help from a friend of mine, so we could have a little chat." "About what?" Blaise asked, not lowering his wand. "Harry Potter," the woman said. "What about him? Are you the ones that took him from the Great Hall last night?" "You saw Harry leave?" the man asked. "He did not leave, he just vanished, as if he was a flame of a candle being blown out," Blaise said. For some reason, this caused the woman to snicker a little. "What is so funny?" Later, the woman said as she pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed at her eyes, which looked like it was made of the same web-like material as her robes. "What do you want with Harry?" Blaise asked. The man licked his lips before saying, "Harry needs your help." "What does he need?" Blaise asked, lowering his wand. "Now, this might sound strange, but, well, you see, how do I put this?" The man asked, looking to his companion. "What do you know of the Potter family?" the woman asked. "Quite a bit. My mom made me learn after she and Harry's parents set up a marriage contract between us when we were babies," Blaise answered. "Do you know any old, powerful secrets about the family?" the woman asked. Blaise knew he should not answer, but for some reason could not help himself. "I do. I know that the Potter line is said to be connected to Gryffindor." "What about the family of Peverell?" the woman asked. "Oh, yeah, though that is even further back," Blaise said, once more unable to stop himself from answering the question. "What do you know of the Peverell family?" the woman asked. "I know they are the basis of the old child tale, the tale of 3 brothers," Blaise answered. "Good," the woman said. "This will save us some time." Once more the woman laughed a little. Now in the tale, the Peverells got their gifts from Death. But the truth is, Death was the father of the 3 brothers, handing each of his kids a treasure. Due to this, he changed the rules on the selection of how Death was chosen. The youngest of the children, when he did, took over the role of Death from his father. Now, this is how it was meant to be, but when Harry was entered into the tournament, he was placed in the role of Death, the woman said. "So, he does not have to compete?" Blaise asked, having feared for Harry since Dumbles had called his name, and not just because Harry had vanished. "He does not, nor does he have to fear his magic being taken from him if he does not do so," the woman said, making the man let out a sigh that sounded like he was relieved. "Did we forget to mention that?" she asked, turning to her companion. "Yes, once again you forgot it," the man said, sounding a little annoyed. "Sorry, we had other things on our minds," the woman said. "So Harry is dead then?" Blaise asked, butting into their conversation, just so it would end. "No, for only a mortal can claim the office of Death. And while Harry's descendants of the Peverell line are usually given a choice to see if they wish to become Death or just move on, Harry had no such choice," the woman said, making the man rub his nose in exasperation. The movement shifted the man's bangs, letting Blaise see the famous lightning bolt scar. "Harry," he asked. "Hey." The now adult Harry said, giving Blaze a small wave. What would you need my help with? Blaze asked. Well, death is required to have a steed, Harry said. Yes, the pale horse, Blaze said. Sure. But it seems that the steed is meant to be the familiar of the person who became death. But I had enchantments on me, preventing most bonds of magical nature to develop. The only two bonds that I possess have been to the majority of Great Britain in the form of a life debt due to stopping Riddle as a baby. And ours, Blaze finished. Precisely, Harry said. Now a new coworker of mine told me that the bond between us could allow you to become my steed. Harry said, blushing a deep crimson. I have learned that a steed can change form, so you would be able to be a human when I'm well. Blaze, seeing Harry was feeling rather too embarrassed to finish, asked, Do you need the steed to do the job of death? He does, the woman said. Then I accept the job to help you out, Blaze said without hesitation, having known he was destined to be with Harry since birth. He did not really care what form he was in, he would help Harry if he ever needed it. Very good, the woman said suddenly behind Blaze and gave him a small push, sending him at Harry. Harry used the reflexes he had gained from Quidditch to catch Blaze as the dark-skinned Italian boy felt a wave of magic wash over him. When the wave passed, Blaze found himself looking down at the now head-shorter Harry. Is that all? Harry asked, looking around Blaze's muscular form at Fate. No, that was just Time's contribution to make sure you were both around the same age, Lachesis explained. To finish the ritual and claim Blaze as your pale horse, you have to kiss him and mark him with your magic. Blushing deeply, Harry stood on his tiptoes and kissed Blaze, feeling the other's arms wrap around him. Harry let his magic flow into the kiss as he claimed Blaze as his steed. While Blaze did not immediately change form, Harry did feel Blaze's tongue run against his lips, seeking entrance into Harry's mouth, which he allowed. Blaze soon took control of the kiss as he pressed Harry into his muscular form. It seemed that while Harry was now death with Blaze as his pale horse, if they were to be in a romantic relationship, while they were both human, Harry would be the bottom to Blaze's top. Atropus let out a cough to get the pair to stop kissing. Good, now that that is taken care of, you can start with your first job, Atropus said as she had Harry break contact with Blaze, who suddenly found himself shifting into the form of a muggle car, a black Impala. Fate opened the door to the passenger side and had Harry sit behind the wheel. As soon as both were inside, Fate taped the dashboard, filling Blaze's mind with a destination and how to get there. As the new death and his pale horse left Hogwarts, Time resumed in the mortal realm, letting Draco notice Blaze's absence and go rushing to inform Professor Snape. Chapter and notes. Asterisk reference to the final book in the Incarnations of Immortality, in which to repair the multiverse an agent was sent to make the reality the same as what happened in the rest of the series. Nox makes a change, but still ends up with similar results, so the characters that are the incarnations are the same from the book series with the exception of death, hence it is a further changed reality from the book series. Also, due to the Elder Wand being from War/Ares Arsenal, they want Harry trained a little more before he goes after it, hence why they are leaving now and not going to get it from Dumbledore. Time and soul corruption. Chapter summary. Harry, Blaze, Time, and James tackle Harry's first reaping. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Harry felt a little strange riding in the car that was Blaze as it zoomed to his first job of collecting someone's soul. Lachesis, sitting beside him, did not seem that concerned as she held out her hands, making her mini tapestry appear, and began to weave threads together. How did I do this? Blaze's voice asked, coming from the Impala's radio. As Harry's pale horse, you can shift into any form that can help him reach his destination. I assume you became a car, so Harry and I would not have to ride together on the back of a horse or other creature. Lachesis said, a small smile playing across her lips while she continued to work on the tapestry. But I don't know anything about cars. How am I able to make this work as one? Blaze's voice asked. It is the special ability of a steed. You will be able to take on any form and use it as easily as you can your normal human form, Lachesis said. A bonus is no matter your form, you can reach any part of the world you need to in a matter of moments. Fate was correct, for Blaze was slowing down. As to Harry's bewilderment, he parked on the street in front of number 4, Privat Drive. My uncle's house? Harry asked, turning to Fate. Yep, but I have played my part. It is for someone else to help you here, Lachesis said as she shifted into her spider form and climbed into the sky and vanished. That was strange, Blaze said, shifting back into his human form as Harry exited the car. Just wait until you meet the rest of my new coworkers, Harry said with a small laugh, not sure what to do now that it was just him and Blaze standing unseen in front of the Dursleys' house. Oh yeah, Fate said, coming back down and talking as a spider. Don't forget my message about time from earlier, before she was gone again. Time? Blaze asked. Yeah, I am now Death, working with Fate, Time, Ares, and 3 others who did not introduce themselves, Harry said, giving an awkward cough/laugh at how strange his life had become, which made his time at Hogwarts seem normal in comparison. I wonder why I felt the need to come to your uncle's house, Blaze said, taking in the 2-story muggle home. Ares did mention revenge. Maybe this is the start of it, Harry said almost hopefully. Revenge? Blaze asked. I lived here, Harry said, being grateful for that fact at least of becoming Death, in that he would not have to return to this place ever again. But you called it your uncle's house. Not your house, or even home? Blaze said, a little confused. While I live here while not at Hogwarts, I am not really welcome here, Harry said with a small shrug. And it is that reason for why we are here, Time said suddenly, they're making Blaze jump in surprise. What the? Blaze asked, taking in Time with his pure white cloak and the floating hourglass. Time, Harry said, giving the man a slight bow of his head. Harrison, Time said with an answering bow. I am sorry to say this will be our last job together, Harry said. I shall miss you, my old friend, Time said, confusing Blaze, who was looking between the pair as Time pulled Harry into a hug and patted his back. Blaze's confusion grew as another person joined them outside the Muggle house. So this is Lily's bitch of a sister and husband's place? Yep, Harry said, stepping away from Time, letting the newcomer greet the man, saying something about knowing they would work well together. What is going on? Blaze asked in a whisper to Harry. According to Fate, the person who holds the office of Time actually lives backward, Harry explained. So, our first job together from my point of view is his last. And who is the other guy? Blaze asked. My dad and previous holder of the post of Death, Harry said. Of course he is, Blaze said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I find it is just easier to go with the flow, Harry said before turning the Time to ask. So what are we doing here? We are dealing with a tangle that Albus Dumbledore has created in Fate's tapestry, Time answered. Kay, not to be rude, but why are you the one I am working with to do this rather than her? Harry asked. Besides helping to train you in your job, I am to show you what has been done here, Time said, taking hold of his hourglass and holding it up. James reached out and grabbed the white cloak, indicating to Harry and Blaze they should do the same. I assume that you have been made aware that Riddle accidentally left a piece of his soul in you when he attacked you as a baby? Yes, Mother Magic told him when he assumed his post, James said as the group started to move backward in Time. Good, so I don't have to get that into it, Time said. Now this secondary soul attached to you released dark and dangerous energy into the environment. While you were immune to it, others were not, Time said. So my friends have whatever the Dursleys have? Harry asked. There is no reason to fear in a magical rich environment the energy is suppressed. It is only in a no-mage environment where the energy is harmful. Having lived with it in such an environment, your aunt, uncle, and cousin should have died years ago, but Time said, bringing their time trip to a stop. The group of 4 witnessed Albus Dumbledore approaching the house in what appeared to be the dead of night, as he pulled out a wand and cast a spell on the place. Albus comes to this place once a year as you grew up to cast a spell to make sure the Dursleys did not die, thus creating a tangle in Fate's tapestry as he prolonged their lives at the expense of a woman named Arabella Figg's magic. Wait, Mrs. Figg can use magic? Harry asked in shock. Not since Albus started enchanting her, so she thought she was a squib and uses her blocked magic to prolong the Dursleys' lives, Time said, taking them on another trip to the past. When they arrived at their destination, the group watched Albus use his wand to place enchantments on Mrs. Figg. If Harry had not been aware of her identity, he never would have guessed it for the Fig. Dumbledore placed the spells on looked to be about 30 years old. Time showed them what happened to Fig as Dumbledore cast the spell on the Dursleys year after year. With each spell cast, Fig seemed to grow older and more haggard. So, I am to collect the Dursleys' souls and Mrs. Figg's? Harry asked. No, Time said. In fact, when you collect the Dursleys' souls, it will break the spells that Albus has on Mrs. Figg, returning her to normal and fixing the tangle in the tapestry. So what do I do? Harry asked, cracking his knuckles in the revenge Ares promised him. Follow me, James said, walking up the path to the front door. Having grown used to it after looking for Blaze at Hogwarts, Harry did not bat an eye as his father walked through the door, as if it was not even there. Harry followed him only to collide with his father's back right inside the house. "Everything okay, Dad?" Harry asked. "Take a deep breath and try to unfocus your eyes a little," James said through clenched teeth. Doing as he was instructed, Harry let out a gasp of surprise, seeing a black miasma seeming to fill the room. "What you are seeing is a representation of their souls. Take note," James said, biting out each word through his teeth in anger, "that there appears to be very little, if any, light patches. And this is due to their souls getting corrupted by the bit of Voldemort's soul that was in me?" Harry asked. "I would love to say that is the case, but tuna fish, your mum's name for her sister, was always a nasty piece of work. Your mum told me stories of their youth when tuna fish pushed your mum down the stairs and even held her head under the water to drown her. Lily was only alive thanks to her growing magical abilities come out to protect her," James said as Harry saw the miasma reacting to his words to show the scenes in question. Neither action surprised Harry that much, having experienced similar things before he had received his Hogwarts letter. What did surprise him was that some of the scenes of his mother and Aunt Tuna Fish, he rather liked the name for her, seemed to be at a time when Lily should have been old enough to attend Hogwarts. Didn't the Ministry get involved when Mum's magic protected her? And what about their parents? Harry asked his dad. "As far as your mum told me, she had only received a letter from the Ministry after she graduated Hogwarts to confirm her posting in the Department of Mysteries," James said. "Well, that is a load of shit," Harry growled. "They sent me a letter for improper use of magic when a house elf used magic here." At Harry's words, the miasma showed the scene as well as the after effects, which had the Dursleys locking him in his bedroom. "Bastards." James said. He made a motion with his dominant hand as if to waft some of the miasmas into his face. "We shall start with the miasma," James said as he as Harry joined him in wafting the miasma, which began to form into a small orb in the air before them as they collected it. "While this is not part of their souls collecting, it will prevent evil souls from coming back as spirits and ghosts." "I did not think Muggles could come back as a ghost," Harry said. "Normally they cannot, but if their miasma is not collected by us or one of our reapers, they can become an evil spirit like the Muggles think all ghosts are like and depict in their movies and TV shows like Supernatural," James explained. "How do you know about stuff like that?" Harry asked. "In Death Manor, in which you will spend your free time, there is a magical television which has news reports based on what you are doing. I found that if I changed the channel, I could also see Muggle shows and movies that deal with death," James said with a small shrug. It took Harry and his father nearly half an hour just to clean up the miasma on the ground floor. Harry found that as he gathered the dark essence that had leaked from his aunt, uncle, and cousin souls, he experienced memories of what had been done to him that had corrupted them. "As you master your abilities, you will be able to block out the memories," his father said, looking so angry Harry was not sure if he was blocking out the memories of Harry's childhood himself. Two areas had the highest concentration of miasma on the ground floor: the kitchen where Harry had spent time cooking for the Dursleys and his old cupboard under the stairs. As James and Harry were working on clearing the miasma, Blaze was outside with Time, who explained that while Blaze had become the Pale Horse, he could not help Harry in his job other than transporting him to each reaping. "Now, while it may seem strange due to how your bond has shifted from a compatible magic-based marriage contract bond to an immortal familiar bond, you can still be together," Time explained. "When you are in Harrison's Manor in the Netherrealms, you can be a normal couple and do whatever you wish to do in your free time. However, if you two ever wish to have kids, you will need to talk with Fate, Light, and Mother Magic to get approval for it." "Why?" Blaze asked. "Well, it is due to one of Harrison's ancestors who had children while he held the role of Death, which got Harrison into this in the first place. So to make sure that your actions do not change the role of Death even further, precautions must be taken," Time explained. "I will keep that in mind," Blaze said. After 5 minutes of just standing there, Blaze asked, "So since you live backwards, do you also sort of see alternate realities, such as if Harry's name had not come out of the Goblet of Fire?" "I am aware of bits and pieces of stuff, though it is hard to see when it comes to beings like us," Time said. "I just want to check on a couple of people Harry hung out with at Hogwarts to see how they would treat him if he had not become Death," Blaze said. "One Hermione Granger and Ronald Weasley." Time asked with a small quirk of his eyebrows at Blaze. "I ask you to look into them in your past my future." Blaze asked. "No, Harrison will," Time said. "So what do or did you see of them and how they treated Harry?" "Man, using the proper tense while talking with you is going to give me a headache," Blaze said, making Time chuckle a little. "Let's see what we can find out," Time said, sitting on the lawn of number 4, his white cloak pooling around him, yet staying perfectly clean in the dirt and grass. "Come sit with me," Time said, patting the ground beside him. With a shrug, Blaze sits down before the man who took hold of his hourglass. Placing the hourglass between them, Time tapped the top of it, making an orb appear above it. "Now you must remember these are events which will not happen since Harry has claimed the post of death," Time cautioned. In the orb, a scene started to play where Ron and Hermione worked together to brew a potion, which they started to slip into Harry's food and drink during meals. While he could not tell what the potion was, Blaze knew it could be nothing good for Harry. As if sensing his thoughts, a small caption appeared on the orb when it showed Granger adding some to Harry's food, which listed it as a love potion. This confused Blaze, for it had seemed that Ron and Granger were dating each other by their body language as they brewed the potion. It was hard to tell their full plans, for the orb did not relay any sound from the scenes it was showing. Blaze didn't notice that the scenes showed Harry starting to pay attention to Ron's little sister. Though she was involved with Harry getting dosed, he could not tell. The orb skipped ahead to show Harry and Ginny appearing to start a date. Maybe it was due to Ginny being somewhat of a tomboy, but Harry started to buy her random stuff, by the look of it under Ron's suggestions. It was only after seeing Harry purchase something for the Chudley Cannons, which Blaze knew was Ron's favorite team and Ginny hated, that Blaze wondered if Ron and Hermione were using Harry to buy stuff for them under the guise of getting Ginny gifts. A scene shift in the orb showed that Ron and Hermione were not working alone, but were allied with the headmaster. Somehow, the orb had not shown Voldemort had returned and was once more at war with a large portion of magical Great Britain. The headmaster taking charge had Ron and Hermione switch potions they were giving to Harry, so rather than the love potions, they were dosing Harry with compulsion potions. This gave further proof that Ginny was not involved for the trio, had Harry stopped dating Ginny and just follow their wishes. For Granger and Ron, was making Harry buy them stuff as usual, but when it came to the headmaster, the potion had Harry start to fill out forms to turn over his vaults and seats to the dumbass and his 2 pawns. Able to read the forms, Blaze was confused as to why the control would only happen after Harry had died. In the next scene, the orb shed some light on it, for it seemed that the dumbass had set Harry on the path to face Voldemort. For some reason, the ritual that Harry and Fate had told Blaze about that had led to Harry becoming death did not happen as Harry faced off against the Dark Lord. Blaze saw why as the dumbass showed up during the pair's duel, hitting the Dark Lord with a killing curse from behind before stunning Harry. Dumbass then created a golem that looked exactly like Harry as he used a portkey to send Harry away before spreading the news that Harry and the Dark Lord had killed each other during the duel, letting him sweep in and take control of Harry's vaults and house seats. In the last scene, Blaze at least saw Ron and Granger getting their just desserts, as Dumbass no longer needed their services, cut them off, and left the pair with nothing. And since they, like the rest of magical Britain, believed the lies that Harry was dead, all they could do was slink off and try to live their lives cut off from the power and money that had once had as Harry's controllers. Blaze was half tempted to ask Time to show him what had happened to him in this other timeline, but did not think he would be able to take it, for he had followed his mom's advice in waiting for Harry to approach him about their contract, which would never happen when he had been under love potions heated to Ginny and then turned into a basic slave for Dumbass and his pawns. At least with Harry having become death, this was not going to happen anymore. "Thanks for showing me this," Blaze said, thanking Time, who gave him a nod. "I would show you more, but that is all I could collect when Harrison asked me to check it out for him in my past or future," Time said, getting to his feet. "That was fine. Well, it really wasn't, but at least it will not happen now," Blaze said. Inside number 4, Harry and his father finally finished clearing up the miasma from the entire place. James then lead Harry into Vernon and Petunia Dursley's bedroom, where, thankfully, the pair were just sleeping. "Now, there are 2 ways you can do this, son," James said, also glad not to find his sister-in-law and her wail of a husband only sleeping. "You can simply take their souls, leading to their death and the breaking of the spell Albus has placed on them, or you can make an entrance and do the whole 'I am death and I have come for you' sort of thing James said, making his voice deeper than normal as he spoke his death. Harry was half tempted to announce himself to his aunt and uncle, but did not want to have to listen to them plead for their lives, or worse, try to send him after himself, so they would be spared. Having made his choice, Harry moves to stand between them, and as his father had told him what to do, as they were clearing out the miasma, reaches his hand into their forms and pulls out their souls. Harry saw that both were tattered and barely there, giving credence to the fact that they had lived longer than they were meant to. Knowing where they were going by the amount of black miasma that had been in the house, Harry folded the tattered souls as if they were paper and put them into a bag containing the collected miasma. His father informed him that in normal reaping that was not connected to Dumbledore or Voldemort's, Harry would have to measure how much good and evil were in the soul before he sent it to its proper location. As soon as Harry let go of the bag containing Vernon and Tunafish's souls, and the miasma of the bag dropped and fell through the floor, heading to the evil-controlled area of the Nether Realms. With their souls gone, Harry's aunt and uncle died. When they were discovered a few days later, the Muggles would be ruled that Vernon passed from a heart attack while having no clue as to what happened to his wife. If a magical healer came to check her out, they would see that she had been under enchantments that had suddenly been removed from her system, leading to her death. Having reaped his aunt and uncle, Harry knew they were not done as he and his father left the house and all the memory that it contained behind. Finished? Blaise asked. Not yet, we still have to collect my cousin's soul, Harry said as Blaise shifted into a griffin and allowed Harry to climb onto his back, while James got on a Hedwig, who was in the form of a giant eagle, and Time, who just held his hourglass before himself, which made him float. The trio arrived at Smelting's private-born academy, where Harry was taught how to follow his instincts to find his target, since he had never been there before. Thankfully, there was no miasma to collect as he removed Dudley's soul from his body. It was a little sad for Harry and James to see a soul, so young, being in such bad condition, especially as it was not Dudley's fault, but Dumbledore's. Making up his mind rather than release Dudley's soul, Harry kept it on him, having been told that a soul in perfect balance would go to purgatory, where the person would find a job working for one of the Immortals as support staff until their soul's balance shifted towards either good or evil. Well, it is time for your next stop, Time said as he lifted his hourglass and had Harry and his father follow him. About 10 minutes later, when they arrived at their destination, Harry could feel Blaise uncertainty while seeing his dad had a dark look on his face. It was not until Harry spotted a Demento that Harry realized why. Evidently, Harry's next job was to collect a soul or souls from Azkaban prison. Chapter and notes. Harry's name for Dumbledore and Voldemort, Dumbledore and Voldemorts. Blaise's name for them, Dumbass and the Dark Lord, at least at this time since he still fears Riddle, James, Dumbles and Voldy. The rest of the Immortals, Albus and Tom. As above, so below. Chapter summary. Harry sees hell on Earth within the world's worst magical prison before being shown the real hell in the Netherrealms by Perry, aka Satan. Chapter notes. For those who have never read the Incarnations of Immortality series, Perry, who is the incarnation of evil while having been corrupted to become Satan, is not really a bad guy. He's just a guy trying to do his job of punishing those who have lived sinful lives on Earth, and in fact tried to bring out a change in the system, finding that under the old god, before it becomes the female in the white smock from the first chapter of this story, the punishments did not necessarily fit the crime. I'm just pointing this out to say I'm going to try to stay with his character and not just making Satan a good guy for the hell of it, if you excuse the pun. This is also why, unlike the other Immortals besides Harry, I will be using his name, Perry, during his dialogue to disassociate him with Satan. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Can't one of the Reapers who work for me handle this? Harry asked. I can't really handle Dementors. Blaise thought that was an understatement, recalling the tales from Draco about how Harry had passed out in the mere presence of the Azkaban guards. It has to be you, Time said, which is why I was also tasked to be the one to begin your first reaping here. For there is something that you need to be made aware of. What? Harry asked as James let out a heavy sigh, knowing what was coming, having experienced it himself when he took over as Death from the woman who would take over for Time in a few years. Harry, Blaise, just take hold of Time's cloak again. This is something you both need to see. James directed his son and the young man's basic mate, but made no move to grab the cloak himself, not wanting to see it all again. Doing as directed by his father, Harry grabs on a Time's cloak again as the man lifts his hourglass, changing the color of the sand inside it. Harry felt as if he was using a time turner again, unlike the last time Time had shown us something back at number 4. When the world came back into focus, he saw that Time, Blaze, and he looked like they had all become ghosts. Don't worry, this is just what happens when I go to a point before I was born, and to be honest, we are back before most mortals on this planet have been born. The year is 1343 and is a few years before the appearance of the Black Death. Alright, so why are we here if we can't do anything? Blaze asked. So you will understand, Time said, leading the pair into what looked like a ramshackle hut. But once they crossed the threshold, everything changed as inside, everything took on a cleaner and modern appearance. It was not hard to see why, as Harry and Blaze saw a group of magicals appearing to be in the middle of some sort of ritual. Watch closely as we see the start of one of the biggest mistakes the mortals have ever made, Time said sadly. Blaze, who had taken both ancient runes and arithmancy, was able to determine by the runes in use that the magicals were performing some sort of summoning ritual. With a cheer from the group of magicals, they seemed to pull something off, not that Blaze could see it, at least until Harry took his hand, letting the dark-skinned Italian male gain the ability to see. Reapers, in their foolish quest for power, and a group of magicals tried to bind one of Death's Reapers to them, thinking it would make them immortal, Time said. Blaze and Harry watched the captured Reaper trying to leave the ritual circle as the group began to cast a binding spell on it. The group of magicals either could not hear the Reaper telling them to let it go or were ignoring it. As the binding spell began to take effect, what looked like metal chains shot out of the ground and wrapped themselves around the Reaper's arms and legs, but when one wrapped around the Reaper's neck, there was an explosion of magic unlike Harry or Blaze had ever seen before. While the explosion blasted the group of magicals away, it did not kill them, though Harry expected they would soon wish it had, for where the Reaper had been moments before, the form of a Dementa now floated above the ritual circle. The newly created Dementa left the circle, as if it was not even there, approaching one. Magical and performing the Dementa's kiss, removing the man's soul in a dark reflection of what had been its job as a Reaper. Yet unlike when Harry had taken the souls from the Dursleys, the man had not died, but just sat there staring into space like a mannequin. The others magicals, seeing this, began to freak out, which caused the Dementor to start absorbing their fear as it began to feed off of it, thus making it part of a Dementa's nature. Suddenly, a group of Reapers entered the room. At least that is what Harry and Blaze assumed as they avoided the ritual circle to not get caught by it and tried to call their mutated colleague down. But as soon as one of the Reapers touched the Dementor, they also changed until the entire rescue party of Reapers had been made into further Dementors. With a shift of his hourglass, Tom took them forward in time by a few months or years. It was hard to tell, as they witnessed the beings who held the office of death, fate, time, and Ares enter the room. "We need to stop this," Ares called. At least Harry assumed was Ares due to the presence of the large sword strapped to the man's back. "Don't you think I tried?" Time said, "But I was unable to reverse this. Whatever happened here, the mortals somehow blocked me from interfering, so I can witness it but cannot do anything about it. It is like I have gone past my normal lifespan." "No one is blaming you, Time," Fate said, patting his arm. "We just need to figure out what to do with them. They are messing with my tapestry." Death was not paying attention as he walked cautiously into the group of Dementors, possibly worried about getting made into one of them, as the earlier Reapers had done. Harry grabbed Blaze's hand as the group of maybe 20 Dementors turned towards Death and approached him. Rather than try to turn him, the group of Dementors knelt before Death as they presented the souls they had removed from various people since their creation. Death hesitantly took the souls. Harry saw them breathe out a sigh of relief when they made contact with the Dementors but kept their normal form. That Death found out he still had control of the Dementors but could not change them back into Reapers, so he ordered them to a deserted island off the coast and erected powerful barriers around them. Unfortunately, the newly created Dementors, now being locked up and cut away from the food supply they had discovered, began to die out, Time explained. But as they died out, it was like an evil aura was released, as the Immortals during this time found that at the exact moment the first Dementor died, the first victim died of the Black Plague. As more of the Dementors died, the worse the plague got, until a group of Magicals had tracked the Dementor's prison down, having determined it was the magical source of the plague which was being spread by rats and devastating their world. Fearing what would happen if all the Dementors ended up dying death, and the others lowered the barriers around the remaining Dementors, letting the mortals in. By the time the group reached them, only the original Dementor remained. The mortals studied it to find out more about it while staying far enough away to prevent it from taking their souls. Seeing the Dementor respond to fear, and that if fed a steady diet of fear, the plague started to die out, the mortals set up a small prison on the island, which would later become Azkaban. But as the years pass, Time said, using his hourglass to pass the years quickly for them to see. The group of mortals found out that after taking in a certain amount of fear, the Dementor would undergo meiosis and spit into two Dementors. Fearing another plague, the mortals had to up the number of prisoners around the Dementors, keeping them fed. The mortals did discover two things that helped in the long run. First, they found out that the more Dementors there were, the longer it would take for them to undergo meiosis to increase their numbers. Another way that stopped the spit was when a Dementor sucked the soul out of someone while making it stronger, hence how the original Dementor had survived while the others who had been changed had not. Also increased the time a Dementor would take to perform meiosis. Time explained before bringing them back to the present his lesson for Harry and Blaise finished. Unlike your ability to correct the issues caused by Albus and Tom, there will be nothing you can do for the Dementors except to come here at least once a year to see if they have any souls to give you. Harry was horrified seeing how the Dementors came to be as he curled into Blaise's chest and let the taller male wrap his arms protectively around him as if to protect him from the pain. Well, isn't this a lovely scene? A voice broke in, making Harry look up from Blaise's chest to see Time was gone, and the man in the red suit was now with them. "Hello, Harrison," the man said, holding out his hand to them. "And you must be Blaise." Hello," Harry said, extracting himself from Blaise's arms and making to shake the man's hand, only for his dad to knock his hand down. "While I and the rest of the Immortals are on somewhat good terms with him now, it is best not to shake his hand," James cautioned, throwing a look at the man in the suit. "Why not?" Harry and Blaise asked. "It is down to my role among the Immortals. I keep telling them that I am needed as much as they are, but it took me marrying Orb and almost getting replaced for them to accept me," the man said. "Who are you?" Harry asked. "Harrison. My name is Perry, and I hold the office of evil, and my title is Satan," the man said, causing Harry to back away from him. "Come now, I mean you no harm. As I said, just like you, I am doing a job. And just because my domain is evil does not mean I am a bad man. I was once a priest, if you can believe it, in my mortal life, only for the holder of the evil role, then known as Lucifer, to send one of his demons to corrupt me, which they did, making you a leader of the Inquisition." James shot at the man. "I can admit I have done some wrong in my life, as have all of us," Perry said. "But I take my job seriously to punish those who live bad and evil lives. And even a few centuries ago, tried to get some punishments changed, which people do without thinking about as the times change. I am as necessary to the world as Azkaban is, for without the threat of my domain, there would be more evil people in the world." "Is that why you are the one joining me for the job here?" Harry asked the man. "Somewhat," Perry admitted, "but I am also one of the few that can stand the place due to running hell. Though to be honest, as I always try to be," he said as James gave a snort of disagreement, "I hate this place as much as everyone else. So let's get the job here done as quickly as possible." Perry then turned on his heel and began to lead Harry, Blaise, and James deeper into the prison. Harry kept close to Blaise's hand, tightly holding the taller male's hand, afraid that even as death, the Dementors would still cause him to black out and relive the moments of his parents' deaths. Thankfully, nothing happened apart from the Dementors. They passed, turning to look at him and give him deep bows, which, as they did not speak even in a way that Harry could hear them now, was still a little freaky. Up in the prison's observation room, where the human guards spent their shift to make sure neither the prisoners nor Dementors got out of hand, they made a note of the Dementors' behavior as they bowed low at nothing. As this was a regular occurrence that happened randomly, the guards just made a note of it before putting it out of their minds. "Our first stop is to see the original Dementor," Perry said as he led them through a wall into a dark hidden staircase. "You mean the one Time just showed us is still alive?" Harry asked. "Unfortunately, yes," Perry said as with a snap of his fingers creates a small ball of flame to light their way. Not that any of them have anything to fear about falling or getting hurt due to their jobs as immortals. The other Dementors basically made him their king and leave their tributes of souls with him for you to collect when you come here normally, Perry said, arriving at the bottom of the stairs, which had to be at least 10 stories underground. Once more, there was no door leading them to walk through a wall and into a pitch-black chamber. As soon as they entered the chamber, Perry's fire went out as dark bluish-purple flames burst into existence around the room, showing off the lone occupant. Harry could only gulp as he laid eyes on the original Dementor, which seemed to have grown since its creation, as the thing was nearly 3 times the size of a normal Dementor. But seeing Harry, the giant still bowed as it put one of its rotting hands into its robes and pulled out a handful of souls for Harry to take. Harry gulped as he accepted the souls and moved quickly away, doing nothing more with them besides putting them in a pouch to measure their balance later. As Harry took the souls in the special ward of Azkaban, where those who had received the Dementor's kiss were kept, the prisoners all finally passed away. The guards made another note as they received confirmation that just like all the other times the Dementors bowed for no reason, those who had been kissed finally died. Once they were back in the hidden stairwell, Perry said, "Now that we are done with that, we need to collect some souls from the mortals that Tom has enchanted to extend their lives longer than fate had planned for them." "How many?" Harry asked. "Well, almost every single one of Tom's supporters in here has been enchanted to prolong their lives, but to make it more manageable, we shall only collect as many souls as the Dementors gathered for you," Perry said. Harry quickly dug into his pouch and counted the souls he had been given and found. Besides Dudley's, he had 6 souls in his possession. "I got 6, Harry told the incarnation of evil. "Do you want to spread out the collection or take them from the same ward?" Perry asked. Let's take them from the same area, so as to not create a panic or spread more fear than we need to," Harry said. "I know just the place," Perry said, as to James' absolute shock and horror, the former priest let out a small laugh and skipped for a couple of steps as he led the group into the maximum security ward of Azkaban. The guards were starting to get confused as they witnessed more Dementors bowing at nothing on their magical screens in locations deeper into the prison rather than the outer walls, as was customary when such strange behavior was done by the Dementors. Seeing that a group of Dementors in one of the heaviest guarded areas of the prison had not risen from the strange bow, and in fact moved to the edge of the room, had the leader of the shift send one of his people down to check things out. Francis Hipkin grumped as he put on the special enchanted clothing that would protect him from the effects of the Dementors down in the main prison areas. "Harrison, say hello. Not that they can see us unless you want them to as you reap them, to Tom's most loyal supporters," Perry said, making a wide, all-encompassing gesture with his hands to the men and women locked in their cells around the room. "I get the idea of taking out his largest supporters that are held here, but wouldn't their deaths raise some suspicions?" Harry asked. "Not that it matters to us," Perry said, "but it will not, for people die here all the time, and not just from getting kissed. I can tell you that at this very moment, there are at least 2 of your Reapers collecting souls from the prisoners to send down to my domain. They will just be 6 among the throng of normal deaths that happen here. Also, I have a feeling that from what I know about your old mortal life, 3 of these prisoners would be interesting to you," Perry said, pointing out a pair of brothers and a witch that looked half-crazed. The witch, while wrapped in what looked like a straitjacket, had not taken her eyes off their group since they walked in. Harry could not tell if she could actually see them or had taken note of the place where the Dementors were bowing towards. "And why would they be of interest to me?" Harry asked. "These 3, along with one who has escaped due to a family member, were brought here for the torture of your godmother and her husband, Alice and Frank Longbottom," Perry explained. Both Harry and James's faces grew thunderous. Harry was angry at the group who had put his friend Neville in such a crappy home life, while James was angry at the attack on one of his old partners when he had been an Auror and Lily's instructor when she had joined the Department of Mysteries. Even though he was technically no longer the office holder of death, and he would be unable to take their souls anyway thanks to Voldy's spells on them. James rushed to the cell of Rodolphus Lestrange and tried to collect the man's soul. As he tried to collect the soul, however, he was thrown back and only prevented from being sent out of the room by Hedwig, who shifted form to catch him. James, calm down. You know, only Harrison can collect the souls that Albus and Tom have enchanted," Perry said, shaking his head at Harry's dad, who did not hear a single word, having been knocked out by trying to take Rodolphus' soul. "Come now, Harry, no time like the present," Perry said, making a gesture for Harry to get started. Cracking his knuckles, Harry went over to Rodolphus' cell and reached into the man's chest, extracting the man's soul. Unlike the Dursleys, Rodolphus' soul was not tattered, but it did appear to be patched, as if someone had either put duct tape on it or sewed a few other souls into it. Harry folded it up and placed it into the pouch with the other souls. The man died just as the Azkaban guard rushed into the room to figure out why the Dementors were bowing inside of it. Hearing Rodolphus' death rattle, the man rushed over, giving Harry an odd feeling as the man ran through him, making him wonder if that was what the Hogwarts ghost felt when someone accidentally walked through them. Giving the mortal and Rodolphus no further thought, Harry moved to the next cell and collected Rabaston's soul, just like he had the man's brother. Having both men die right after the other began to worry the guard, who wished he could call it in, but due to the enchantments in the prison, only the main guardhouse had access to such spells. He did turn to where the detection charms were set up and pointed at the two brothers before running a finger across his neck to inform the other guards that the pair were both dead, rather than head to the woman who had attacked Neville's parents. Due to her still somewhat freaking him out as she watched him remove the pair of brother souls, he moved on to a random prisoner on the ward. Perry stopped him, however, as he went to collect their soul. "Not that one, Harrison. They are not one of Tom's supporters," Perry said as he taught Harry to see signs of magic and use it to detect the dark mark on some prisoners' arms. As the marks were where Tom's enchantments were anchored to his supporters, it showed Harry which ones he could take. Moving to a man with a shaggy man of matted brown hair that had the dark mark, Harry removed the soul of Augustus Rookwood, which if his father had been conscious would have approved of, since the man had been a spy in Lily's workplace. Francis Hipkin began to seriously freak out as a third prisoner died in less than 10 minutes, jumping in fright as prisoner Bellatrix Lestrange began to laugh in a way that was madder than usual. The madwoman's cackle seemed to wake up several prisoners on the ward who had been sleeping. Seeing the guard outside the cell of Rookwood and his fellow Death Eater being dead, along with the Lestrange brothers, Brian Travers Asterisk began to yell at the guard who he thought killed his allies. Just to shut the man up, Harry took Travers' soul, making it look like the man died in anger. After Travers, there were only two other Death Eaters in the ward, Bellatrix and a man named Gorstiv, who had been an ally of Igor Karkaroff and had been working to recruit Death Eaters outside of the borders of Great Britain. Gorstiv had no love for either Voldemort or anyone else, being more of a mercenary that had been convicted to join up by his old lover Karkaroff, only to be betrayed by his old lover. His death, when the guards looked into it later after Harry took his soul, was seen as the man just finally letting everything go and using what little magic he could within the walls of Azkaban to stop his own heart. "Coming to take me as well?" Bellatrix cackled as Harry approached her after claiming the souls of the other 5 Death Eaters in the ward. "Yes, for what you have done to people I care about," Harry said, reaching into her body to collect her soul. "Oh, boo-hoo, I tortured the Longbottoms. So you were going to kill me, Potter?" she asked, making him start that she somehow recognized him. "I'm not killing you," he said. "I am just going to take your soul so that you can die. I can't wait to see Cousin Sirius wherever I end up," she said with a manic laugh as Harry gave into his anger and harshly ripped her soul out of her, the force of which brought her to her feet before she collapsed into a heap in front of the bars of her cell. Her final words were seen by the guards as her mind finally snapped. "Can you show me what punishments these monsters will get in your domain?" Harry asked Perry. "You actually want to visit my domain?" Perry asked in surprise. "Is it not allowed?" Harry asked. "Well, it is not that it is not allowed, it is more than most don't bother with it. In fact, the last time someone came down, I sort of took the prisoner, and before that, they made a bet with me to try to stop one of my plans," Perry shared. "Okay, I still want to go. I can come back, right?" Harry asked. "Of course, you can. If I keep you down there, then there would be no more deaths, and that is not something I can allow to happen again," Perry said. "Your steed and father must stay behind, though." "Now wait just one moment," Blaise began. "It is all right, Blaise, I shall be fine. You should use the time I am gone to contact your mother to let her know something, otherwise she might not know what happened with you unless I have to collect her soul," Harry said, smiling at Blaise as he allowed Perry to take his hand and escort him to hell. Arriving in a burst of flame, Harry could not stop himself from looking around to see how the real hell looked compared to what he had heard in the Muggle interpretation of it was. The first thing he noticed was a three-headed dog that made Hagrid's Fluffy look to be a newborn runt of the litter. With Fluffy, Harry had been at chest height with the thing, but this thing, which had to be Cerberus Harry, would be able to walk under its body without even having to crouch down. "Hello, my pet," Perry said, walking forward and greeting Cerberus with some pats and scratches to all three of its large heads. "We have a guest today, my sweet. Say hello to Harrison the New Death," Perry said. At its master's words, Cerberus brought its three heads and giving Harry a sniff before licking him, which caused Harry's feet to actually leave the ground. "Good boy," Perry said as he led Harry under the great beast and down a narrow pathway that ended with a golden door. "You will need the souls you collected for the next part," Perry said as he opened the door to what looked like a courtroom, where Asmodeus sat in judgment for the newly arrived souls. They arrived just in time to witness Vernon and Petunia getting theirs. "I sentence you to relive everything you had ever done to Harrison James Potter, your son Dudley Chad Dursley, and every other person you have ever mistreated until you work off the debt on evil on your souls," Asmodeus said, banging his gavel on his desk. A pair of demon bailiffs pulled the pair away to their punishments. "Working off a debt?" Harry asked Perry. "That is the true purpose here," Perry said. "Hell is meant to be an afterlife prison where the souls that end up here suffer through punishments to make up for all the evil they did on Earth, under the old incarnation of good. However, the punishments took forever to work off, while thanks to the change their debt is starting to get repaid. Granted, it will still take some of the inhabitants who come down here a century to work off their debt, but it is better than never-ending punishments," Perry explained. As some of the souls that the Dementos could have collected might be in balance, Perry had them wait for later, so as to not have them be in hell when they did not need to be. Perry had Harry pass over the souls of the sixth Death Eater over for judgment, knowing that Harry would want to see a full arrangement being done to help him better understand what he was sending the soul he would send to hell. Went through Perry moved Bellatrix Lestrange to the top of the docket so they could see Asmodeus do his job. Standing to the side of a former incarnation of evil's bench, Harry and Perry watched as Asmodeus used magic to make Bellatrix's soul take on the form of her physical body. As Bellatrix got her body back, a scroll of parchment containing all of her sins appeared before Asmodeus, letting him look over everything she had done so he could give her the proper punishment. Harry had to admire the old man as he spent a lot of time going over the list of sins Bellatrix committed, longer than necessary, letting the woman stew for a bit. Harry knew this was true, for after a while the man's eyes stopped moving, which Harry took as the man finished reading the document. "You are quite a mad little one, aren't you?" Asmodeus asked. "I'll blow it out your ass," Bellatrix said. "Yes, how quaint," Asmodeus said, not sounding amused or put off by her comments, as if he was used to hearing such things. "You should have appeared before me over 10 years ago, after the prison riot, if not for Tom Riddle. His name is Lord Voldemort," Bellatrix screamed at him. "That is neither here nor there," Asmodeus said. "But as such, your prolonged life added more sins to your already long list of charges. I, therefore, sentence you to pay back your debt in a term lasting no less than 3 centuries. Your starting punishment shall be to experience the Kirkardus curse you cast on Alice and Frank Longbottom until such a time that you experience some form of remorse over your actions," Asmodeus said, passing his judgment on the woman. Perry had Harry leave the other Death Eater souls so they could follow Bellatrix as she was given her punishment. Following the demons dragging Bellatrix through an obsidian door on the side of the room, Harry had expected cells like what had held the prisoners up in Azkaban. Instead, he laid eyes on a scene of people working barren fields separated by lakes of lava. Those are sinners who overindulged in life and did not give to those truly needed it, being punished by finding themselves destitute and having to work hard for their meals, Perry explained. "The dead still eat?" Harry asked. "In a way, the meals are actually time off from their work. These souls are actually close to earning their freedom to head up to purgatory or heaven at the tail end of their sentences," Perry explained. "Before the replacement of the old incarnation of good actually had a fake heaven over there," Perry said, pointing to an area of land that was roped off from everything else around it. "Nowadays, I use it as a way to allow those who have reached the end of their sentence to get used to not being punished before moving up. Now our more recent arrivals are housed here," Perry said, leading Harry into a corridor where they were able to see Bellatrix and the demon guards a fair distance away. Harry took. In the portraits lining the corridor's walls, each filled with a person's face superimposed over some sort of scene. A sinner will experience their first stage of punishment here, as they are forced to relive painful events of their own or their victims' lives. For example, this is a bus driver who, thanks to drinking and driving, killed himself and a busload of kids. Asmodeus gave him the punishment to experience the pain he had caused to the kids he killed, as well as any issues they might have been living through at the time of their death. Sound rather harsh, Harry said. In a way it is, but he did deserve it for killing 24 nearly innocent lives due to his actions. He was also one of the first people the incarnation of good helped before she took over her role, Harry said, smiling a little in pride of his stepdaughter, who had been the daughter of his second wife, before the two women joined the ranks of the Immortals. Reaching the end of the constantly expanding corridor, Harry saw his aunt and uncle already put in their portraits and dealing with their punishments. Is there a way to see what they're dealing with? Harry asked. Just touch the portrait, Perry instructed. Wanted to see what his relative was dealing with. Harry placed his palm on the portrait, showing Vernon Dursley's face. Harry's mind was suddenly filled with the memory of the first time he had to cook for the Dursleys by himself. But he also felt as if he was watching the scene take place, seeing two versions of his uncle, one sitting impatiently at the table waiting for his food, and the other struggling to make it. After about 10 minutes, Tuna Fish left her seat and, taking a skillet, started to use it to smack Vernon, who was trying to cook, hampering his progress. Not wanting to hear Vernon complain about what he was experiencing, Harry withdrew his hand and touched Tuna Fish's portrait. Harry found her having to live through the haircuts she had given him over the years before she would be locked into the cupboard under the stairs by another version of herself. Out of curiosity, after pulling himself out of his aunt's portrait, he touched Bellatrix's portrait only to quickly remove his hand, having experienced and witnessed Bellatrix relieving the attack on a pair of magicals, one of which looked like an older form of Neville, though with different colored hair and eyes. He was there long enough to hear Bellatrix crying out, begging for the attack to end. It seemed that the woman could dish it out, but could not take the pain of the Cruciatus curse being used on her. Not very pleasant, is it? Perry asked. How long will it last? Harry asked. As Asmodeus said, she will be forced to experience one part of her punishment until she feels genuine remorse for her action regarding the event, Perry said. Perry took great pride in showing parts of his operation to Harry before they need the tour in the closed-off area full of souls about to head up towards purgatory or heaven. Perry then directed Harry to guide the souls upward, which would also allow Harry to drop off Dudley's soul in purgatory for the beings who ran the area to find a job suitable to him. Chapter in notes. Asterisk, as Travers is only given a single name in the books with no indication of it being his first or second name, I gave him a first name. Death is no holiday. Chapter summary. James takes Harry and Blaise on some normal reaping jobs that do not concern Dumbledore or Voldy shorts. Chapter notes. Trigger warning: as this chapter is about Harry learning to do his job as Death, there will be several scenes that might be a little uncomfortable for some readers. It is nothing too graphic, but it is still people dying. Also, since no one mentioned Bellatrix's statement of seeing Sirius again, this is because the Azkaban guards, to keep it quiet that Sirius had successfully escaped, had shared with the prisoners that he had just died, so others would not experience the hope of escaping themselves. Hogwarts. Albus was getting frustrated. First, Harry vanishes without a trace from the packed Great Hall and could not be found. Then Severus informs him that one of his snakes, the heir of the current Italian Minister of Magic, Blaise Zabini, had also vanished. Since no one had been able to find either teen, and even the most powerful spell and tracking potion had failed to find them, Albus had tried to call Fawkes to find the pair. Albus knew that the Phoenix would be able to find them, but the bird was not answering his summons for some reason. He could not even complain about it to anyone, since even his most trusted allies believed that Fawkes was his familiar and not just some Phoenix that had showed up at Hogwarts nearly 40 years ago and had taken up roost in the headmaster's office. As Albus tried to think of a summoning charm or spell that he had not tried yet, a tone sounded from the magic inbox connected to the two other posts he held. Going over to it, he breathes a small sigh of relief that the inbox that had been activated was the Wisingamot one, not the one connected to the ICW. At least he would not have to deal with Madame Zabini yet, but the Ministry might still get on his case for losing the boy who lived. Albus was therefore surprised to see the notice had nothing to do with his missing weapon. Rather, it was from Azkaban, with the news that 6 high-security prisoners, All Death Eaters had died within 10 minutes of each other. While a small part of Albus was glad that 6 of Voldemort's inner circle were dead, it did raise the problem of reducing the man's forces, which could make the coming war that much shorter. That would be a shame, for if the war was not long and bloody, he would not gain as much fame for bringing Voldemort down in the end, as well as Potter in case the boy killed Voldemort. After all, Potter would never have learned of any spell that could end Voldemort at Hogwarts, so he must have fallen to using dark magic to do it, and could become another threat to everyone in England's safety. That was, of course, if Albus could find the damn brat. Normal POV. Harry let the souls that had earned their way out of hell guide him up to purgatory. Harry had told him that his first stop should be a building known as the Central Hub, which would sort the souls he brought up from hell, as well as help repair Dudley's soul. The Central Hub was deserved to him as a 2-story building that looked like a city hall and should be easy to tell from the headquarters/homes of the Immortals, which were located in Purgatory. Harry had assumed that the difference between the Central Hub and the dwellings of the Immortals would be one of the looks, but as he arrived in Purgatory, he saw that a 2-story building made it the smallest building. Harry saw that Purgatory sort of looked like a cul-de-sac with what he assumed were the homes of all the Immortals laid out in a circle with the Central Hub situated, well in the center of them all. The homes all seemed to be designed on the offices of the Immortals. Having come from hell, Harry was closest to the home for the incarnation of evil and looked like a scene from hell, with a small moat of lava around a building that looked evil in colors of red and black. Harry assumed his new home was a 3-story Gothic manor in mostly black color with several headstones in the front yard, and a front door that looked like the top of a coffin. Harry planned to check it out after he meet with someone in the Central Hub. Entering the building, he saw a front desk manned by a young woman with short black hair and blue eyes. "Hello, you must be the new Death I have been hearing about," the woman said. Yes, I have come with some souls who have earned their way out of hell, as well as one I would like to be healed if that is at all possible," Harry said. "Sure thing, dear," the woman said. "Head to that corridor and take the 3rd door on the left to the Department of Soul Placement, the 6th door on the right soul maintenance." "Thanks," Harry said. "Sure thing, darling," she said with a small wink as he headed down the corridor she had indicated. Harry decided to start with soul maintenance, since he was not sure if souls decayed, especially with the condition Dudley's soul was in. Entering the 6th door on the right, Harry found himself in a cross between what looked like an auto mechanic shop and a hospital room. "Yes," a dark-skinned man asked, standing up from his place beside a bed occupied by a non-human form soul. I was wondering if you could repair a soul that I have collected," Harry said. "Let me see it," the man said in a slow voice indicating an empty bed. Harry removed Dudley's soul from his pack and placed it on the bed. "What happened to it?" "Immortal used some magic to keep the person this soul belonged to alive longer than he should have," Harry said. "Why was he not collected sooner?" the man asked. "The other Immortals told me that only I would be able to do it after I took over the post of Death," Harry explained. "The soul belongs to my cousin, which, thanks to what had happened to me in my life, I caused—" "What did time call it? Soul corruption?" the man asked. "That was it," Harry said. "I see," the man said, pulling out what looked like a magnifying glass and beginning to examine Dudley's soul. "I should be able to fix this, however. This soul belongs in hell for the sins he has committed. I sort of expected that, but I did not want to send him there. Is there anything I can do to let him stay?" Harry asked. "As Death," the man said, standing up again and looking right at Harry. "You can take him as part of your staff. Not a Reaper, but someone who works in your manor. I will find something for him to do," Harry said. "How long will it take to repair the damages done to his soul?" "Anywhere from a month to 7 years," the man said with a shrug. "Take as much time as you need," Harry said. "I always do," the man said, bending back down and starting to work, paying Harry no more mind. Leaving the man to it, Harry left the room and headed to the Department of Soul Placement. That one was a quick stop, since all they had Harry do was pass over the souls to find out if they had worked off enough of their debts to go to heaven or still have to work a little longer in purgatory. Having no other business in the building, Harry left the Central Hub and planned to check out Death's manor, only to find his dad and Blaze waiting for him on the steps of the building. "I sort of expected you to come here at some point," James said in greeting. "Now, stand still." "What? Why?" Harry asked. "Blaze told me after taking the souls of the Death Eaters, you journeyed with Satan to hell?" James asked in an accusatory tone. "Yeah, I wanted to see Bellatrix and the others got properly punished," Harry said. "Be that as it may, Shamrock," James said as the red falcon took off from his shoulder and changed shape into a familiar form. Fox, Harry asked. You don't think I only had Shamrock look after you as Hedwig, did you? Or that Dumbles had sent him to your aid when you were facing off against the Basilisk in your second year? James asked. I had Shamrock shift into his normal form, so he could also keep an eye on Dumbles for me. Anyway, I'm just going to have him look for any surprises Satan might have given you during your trip. I will then have him teach Blaze how to look for them as well, just in case you visit hell again. Harry skipped over the fact that both birds that have helped him at Hogwarts were evidently the same bird and sent by his father. He asked, what is the big deal? Perry seems to be a nice guy. For being Satan? The big deal is he wants to take control of all the souls that exist and will do anything to achieve that goal. When I just started out as Death, the office holder of time was tricked by Satan, allowing him to hold the hourglass. Satan slipped a demon onto the bottom of it, which during a trip through time, she accidentally unleashed, which altered time and led to Satan achieving victory and the new incarnation of good never taking office. It was only by great skill and luck that Time was able to fix things, but doing so forced her into a coma for at least a week of her own time stream. James explained. Find no gifts from Perry, Harry said. Good, James said with a nod of approval as his familiar gave a sound of good cheer. And Shamrock found nothing on you this time. So let's get to work. James pulled what looked like a wristwatch off of his right hand and presented it to Harry. This will allow you to know the time, and once it is pressed in a blaze, we'll let him know where a job is to take place, James said as Harry strapped the watch on. Thankfully, due to how you gained the job of Death, I can help you for a while as you do your normal job while also cleaning up the mess in the tapestry. Hopefully, I can help you not make the same mistakes I did when I first started. What mistakes? Harry asked. I will either share them when you are faced with the same situation or after a while as we travel, James said as Blaze, learning the demonic locator spell from Hedwig, shifts into the black 1967 Impala again as father and son climb inside. Now just press the watch to any part of Blaze, and he will be able to zone in on Soul we need to go collect, James instructed. Harry angled his hand so that the watch touched the steering wheel as the car starts moving. This shall not take long, James said, sitting back in his seat with his familiar riding on his right shoulder. If you look at the watch, you will see a line on it, which is neither the minute, hour, or second hand. This line is counting down until the person whose soul you are meant to collect dies. I urge you, don't miss that time ever. With Blaze's help, it should be no problem, but if you get distracted and don't collect the soul, it will be a signal for your Reapers to stop collecting souls and to stop people dying until you collect it. Plus, the being who was meant to die will have to live in the pain that caused them to be on our list. I will try to be on time, Harry said. Is that all the information we are given? Just a line to when to collect a soul? Yes, you will have to make your best judgment in who you think will die, but hopefully the identity of the Reap will be clear to you, James said. They rode in silence for a bit before Blaze's voice came over the radio. So why is your familiar named Shamrock when it is red? Long story short, I bonded with Shamrock the day I first laid eyes on Lily and knew we were destined together. As Shamrock had red plumage that was the same color as Lee hair, and its eye were the same shade of green the first saw it as my lucky day, so I called him Shamrock, James explained. Man, that is cheesy, Blaze's voice said with a small chuckle. Oh, and how did you feel the first time you laid eyes on my son? James asked. Harry guessed that he was not asked due to being under enchantments when he first saw Blaze. Well, just like my mom said when she told me of our contract before I headed to Hogwarts for the first time, Harry was going to be with me. And when he was, everything would be perfect, Blaze said as Harry found his seat, being to warm up a little and vibrate, as if Blaze was both embarrassed by his confession, but also caressing parts of Harry's body that he could touch in his current form. And if perchance you bonded with a familiar on that day that had the same features as my son, James prompted. I would have named him Raven, even if he was not a raven, Blaze admitted. Sounds a little cheesy to me, James teased as Blaze came to a stop. At first, Harry thought it was due to Blaze getting mad at his father, before he sensed a soul that would soon need to be collected. Stepping out of the Impala Blaze, Harry walked towards where his new senses were leading him, followed by his father, as Shamrock and Blaze stayed behind. Walking through the door to a small apartment in a tower block, Harry walked down the hall to a scene that turned his stomach. In a bedroom, a man was pressing a pillow over the face of a baby crying, and since he and his dad were there, succeeded in killing it. Harry felt anger grow inside him as he reached to claim the soul of the man rather than the baby. "No, Harry," his dad said, grabbing Harry's arm. "We came only for the soul of the baby. You cannot take a soul that we were not sent to collect." "Why not? He is killing the baby," Harry asked, trying to break his hand free of his father's grip. "Well, for one thing, if you kill the man, the baby will die anyway, since there is no one else living here. Two, it will mess with the tapestry, and fate will lay into you like no one's business. And finally, while it is hard, we must remain as neutral as we can be when collecting souls." "That sucks," Harry said. "Tell me about it," James said in an understanding tone. "When I first started, I was sent to collect the soul of a man drowning at sea after a portkey malfunctioned. I acted in a way I saw best, so rather than taking his soul, I rescued him and took him to shore. But as Atropus had already cut his thread, he soon became despondent and even started to act as if Demena had kissed him. I had to go back and collect his soul, lest more issues crop up. So while we may not like it, you need to collect only the baby's soul, not the man's. I thought I was only in charge of collecting souls that were in balance between good and evil," Harry said as he took the baby's soul, letting it finally die. "We are," James said, seeing the line on Harry's watch reach the point that the soul needed to be collected right when Harry took it, which James saw as a sign that his conversation with Harry had been meant to happen. "Take the baby's soul and these," James said, passing over a pair of stones. "The onyx will glow brighter with each sin a soul has, while the ruby will sparkle for each good deed to their name. Just run them over the baby's soul one at a time." Harry did as he was instructed, running the stones one after another over the baby's soul, finding that in the end the child was in perfect balance by how bright both the stones were. "It looks like they are perfectly matched in brightness," Harry said. "This allows you to choose if you should go to heaven, hell, or even purgatory," James said. "How can I decide that just by how bright they are?" Harry asked. "Close your eyes and press both stones to your head. This will let you see an overview of what sins and goodness have been tallied," James said with a sad smile, guessing the reason for the baby to have any sin in it. Feeling a little foolish, Harry holds both stones to his head, at the same time pressing them into his flesh. He saw that the goodness in the child came from the fact that all babies were born innocent and good, while the child's sin came from the fact that through no fault of the baby when it was born, its mother had died. While being intentional, its birth leading to its bearer's death gave it a sin. Harry suddenly became aware of the fact that if the baby had been allowed to live, this first sin would be washed away in just under a year, at the very least, 5 at the most. Yet the baby's father, acting out of grief for his wife, had taken his frustrations out on the baby, so he killed it before the first sin had been cleaned from its soul. "I would love to say it gets easier as time goes on, but I would be lying," James said as he placed a hand over Harry's shoulders, who was crying a little as he pulled the 2 stones away. "So what do I do with the soul?" Harry asked. "If it goes to heaven or hell, Blaze will have something in a pouch or glove box, depending on his form. But as the soul is a baby and is in perfect balance, it will have to be handed over to the soul placement in purgatory," James said as Harry slipped the baby's soul into his pack and the pair headed back to their steeds. This time, Shamrock shifted form, becoming a 1959 Cadillac Series 6200 coupe, so that Blaze could pull Harry onto his lap and comfort him after his first real reap. While wanting to give his son some time, James still had lessons to teach him about being deaf, as Blaze will know where to go for your next collection, and there is a little time as he takes you to the reap. You can spend the time determining where a soul you collected should go, James said, and as if to prove it was possible, took both hands off the wheel and tilted his chair back to take a small nap, giving Harry and Blaze some privacy. "It was that bad?" Blaze asked, since he had seen the tears in Harry's eyes that had been missing from the first 2 reapings. "I had to collect the soul of a baby whose father killed just cause when the baby was born it lead to its mother's death," Harry said, curling up in Blaze's lap, letting his partner's strength help him regain his own. "Ouch," Blaze said, having nothing else he could think of to say. "Yeah," Harry said, tucking his head under Blaze's chin as the dark-skinned male wrapped his arms protectively around the new death. This was one of the reasons Blaze loved Harry. Despite all the power Harry now had, he still cared so much. Shamrock soon reached the destination for Harry's next reap, honking its horn a little to wake James up. This time the location was in a large church in a metropolitan area of New York State in the U.S. Walking through the church, Harry's senses lead him to a priest sitting alone in a dark room. Finding it strange that a priest of all people would be considered a soul in balance, and hoping it would explain things so he would not have to put the stones to his head again, Harry made his presence known to the man. "Is there a problem, Father?" Harry asked, slipping his robe off his head so the man could detect him. "Who's there?" the priest asked. "Just a friend," Harry said, thinking he could get more info about the man if he did not say he was deaf and was there to collect his soul. "A friend? What a joke!" The man scoffed as he ripped off his collar. "But of course, that's what creation is, a giant joke." "Come now, surely it is not all a joke," Harry protested. "Not a joke. Just look at the state of our world. School and workplace shootings are happening more often. The Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. The high level of LGBT plus discrimination is on the rise. Russia invades Ukraine. Where is God or goodness in this world? It is enough for men to lose faith in humanity," the man said, putting his head into his hands and silently sobbing. "Father, what have you done?" Harry asked. "I know it is a sin, but I just could not take it anymore," the man said as he tosses something at Harry. Using his Quidditch skills, Harry catches the item and finds it to be an empty sleeping pill bottle. Harry suddenly understood how the man was now in balance. It was due to taking his own life, which had added sin to the man. "Sleep now, Father," Harry said as he gently pulled out the man's soul, letting the priest die. As they traveled to their next job, Harry measured the priest's soul and found that the light in the ruby outshined the onyx. Harry then attached the soul to a small balloon he had found in the glove compartment and sent the man's soul up to heaven. The next stop was in the middle of what appeared to be a deserted field. It took Harry and James almost to the destined time before they found the next being they were to collect a soul from. Harry gazed down in horror at the form of a house elf that looked sickly and malnourished. "What happened to it?" Harry asked. "This Harry is a free house elf. Without ties to a magical being, a house elf will wither and die, for they can only gain sustenance through the magic that others give off. Being freed, they lose access to our excess magic and just die," James said, having known the signs of a dead free elf even before he had become death and had to collect the poor thing's souls. "What the?" Harry asked as he went to collect the soul, only for the house elf to turn into balls of light and float away. A house elf does not go to heaven or hell. Instead, it is instantly reborn somewhere in the world in a never-ending cycle of birth, death, rebirth as they take care of humans and other beings, James said, having also been startled the first time he reaped a house elf, leading him to ask Fate about it. On Harry's fourth reap, he and his father found a reaper waiting at the location. While looking like a normal person, Harry had been easily able to identify the person as a reaper. "Why am I here if a reaper is already here?" Harry asked in a whisper to his dad. "Ask them," James said. "Why am I here?" Harry asked, raising his voice so the reaper could hear him. "The soul I came to collect was a magical who is not ready to move on," the reaper said. "So?" Harry asked. Harry, not wanting to move on as a magical allows them to become a ghost, James informed his son. "Okay," Harry said, still confused about why he was there. "Only you can allow a magical to become a ghost, Lord Thanatos," the reaper said. "Ah, I guess if that is their wish, I approve." "Wait, if they did not become a ghost, would they be going up or down?" "Down, Lord Thanatos," the reaper said. Harry contemplated this, not wanting to let someone destined to go to hell remain on Earth, even as a ghost, not sure what would happen. He looked to his dad for advice, but James was keeping his face as passive as possible to let Harry make his own choice. Find out the reason they wish to become a ghost and what they plan to do if being allowed to become one. If it is not too dangerous or harmful to anyone, they have my approval. If you think they are lying or fear they could end up doing more harm as a ghost, you have my permission to send them down," Harry said. "Thanks, Lord Thanatos," the reaper said with a slight bow, and went to go interview their reap. The fifth reap lead to a muggle prison where a falsely accused woman was being set to death for a crime she had not committed. Recalling his father's advice during the baby's soul collection, Harry did not get involved as the woman received a lethal injection. Measuring her soul, Harry found that while she was not guilty of the crime that sent her to death row, killing her sister and boyfriend when she found them together, the woman had other smaller sins which had put her in balance. According to measurements taken, it was her false imprisonment and death that were the main reason she had some goodness attached to her soul. Harry ended up sending the woman's soul down to hell after seeing the onyx, was a little lighter than the ruby. Sending the soul to hell used what looked like a pneumatic tube case to send the soul down. On his sixth reaping, Harry and his father entered a hospital to find a person being operated on. Harry, who could not stand the sight of blood, looked away until he heard the medical machine attached to the person start to flatline. Harry just looked over to make sure he was taking the right soul as he removed it from the man. Surprisingly, the man's soul came out. It was in the man's form already. "Where am I?" the soul asked, startling Harry even further. Well, you are dead, and I am collecting your soul to send to either heaven or hell," Harry said. "I can't be dead," the man protested. "Not yet. I am sorry," Harry said, though not sure what he should do, for it would be strange to try to put the man into his pouch or use the stones to see where the man went. Suddenly, the soul of the man jerked back into his body as the machine started to read him as being alive again. "Wait, what?" Harry asked. "Look at your watch. If it is nearly the time to collect a soul, you just took it too early. However, if there is a lot of time left, this was not a reaping, but a near-death experience," James explained. "It is a near-death experience," Harry said, seeing that the line, which had been minutes away the last time he looked, now had him with over a half hour before his next job. "All right, let's say we take a break, and I show you around your new home," James said as the pair left the operation room. "Sounds like a good... Wait, I can read that," Harry said, who had walked past a sign written in Japanese and found he could read it as if it were English. He had been mostly following his senses to the man rather than reading the signage when he and his father had come in. "Of course, you can read it," James said with a small chuckle. "Did you think that death only dealt with people in England? All the Immortals can understand all languages spoken, written, and otherwise on this planet, so we can do our jobs properly," James explained. While the outside of Death Manor looked creepy, the inside was perfectly normal, featuring modern magical and muggle equipment. Not to mention fully staffed with humans, goblin, and even house elves to take care of its upkeep. As the current holder of Death, Harry was given the master bedroom, and Blaze was given a smaller room nearby until he and Harry got to know each other a little better. The tour ended in the living room, where James showed the pair their new magical TV set, which showed news stories of whatever Harry was doing or any show from around the world that contained death. As time worked differently in the Nether Realms compared to Earth, the trio sat down to watch an episode of a show called Dead Like Me when the doorbell chime went off. A few moments later, the head butler, Wadsworth, came in, followed by Ares. "I thought I would find you lollygaggers here," the man said. "As if you don't watch your own set when you can," James shot back, producing a tiny flush of red in the man's cheeks. "Anyway, it is our time to work together now, whelp. Come," the man said as he turned on his heel and left the room. "We better go after him," James said, turning off the TV and getting up. The pale and red steeds ride together. Chapter summary. Ares has Harry and Blaze join him on a mission to reduce Voldemort's army. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After leaving Death's Manor, Ares barked, "Give that little timepiece to James, whelp, so he can take care of Death's normal duties as we do our mission." "It will be all right," James said as he took the watch from his son before whispering, "Ares might be a little rough around the edges and a bit of a blowhard, but he's all right once you get to know him. Come, whelp, we ride," Ares said, giving a sharp whistle and calling forth a red stallion that had 3 sets of legs, 2 in front and 1 in the rear. Isn't there an old tale of war and death riding together as a sign of the end of time?" Harry said as Ares easily jumped onto his horse's back. "Only if we ride with 2 of my men, Famine and Pestilence. Now quit lollygagging and let's go," Ares said as he waited for Harry to get on a Blaze as the male became his pale horse form. "Hiya," Ares cried, spurring his steed on, leaving Blaze to race after them, not knowing where they were going. "What are we doing?" Harry asked as the pair rode out of purgatory into the mortal realm. As Riddle's magic had been protected by his access to one of the treasures, he had been able to create inferi or undead soldiers, Ares explained. Now, normally when someone creates such soldiers, they will end with the death of their creator. But as he created Horcrux, the inferi did not vanish after you vanquished him as a babe. So, just like how I am the only one that can take the souls of the people he and Dumbletwat expanded the lives of, only I can stop these inferi. Harry asked for clarification. "Yes, whelp, you got it. Now don't be an idiot, for despite all your failings, I do like you. No other mortal has done what you managed, and at such a young age." Killing the king of serpents, even if you had some help, is no mean feat. One that most of your kind could not do, Ares said. My kind? Harry asked. Unlike you. I was a simple mortal man with no magical powers until I took my office. Well, simple might be stretching it. I was after all the prince of my country, Ares said. So how did you gain your office? Harry asked, noticing they were racing along a deserted beach towards a large outcropping of rock jutting for a turbulent sea. During my role of prince, I was able to bring out a time of peace, which, unknown to me, removed my predecessor from this post. For Ares or war can only remain in office as long as there are wars to watch over and judge. It was all Satan's plan, me bringing out peace. For barely 2 days had passed before the fighting broke out again, and the Red Sword of War chose me to take over as Ares for the world. Before Harry had assumed the role of death, he would most likely have said something along the lines of wishing the post had remained vacant until the end of time, but he had come to see that like death, such roles were needed. Harry suddenly realized that Ares was talking about some of the wars he had watched over during his time in office, as Blaze and the Red Horse entered a dark cavern. I think my greatest battle to date since I took over this office was when I had been tricked into getting trapped in hell and leading an uprising. It was so glorious. Satan had to kick me out thinking he had won in the long run. Why? Harry asked. While I had been trapped, he had fomented wars all over the world in a plan to achieve his victory. Even I could not stop them all, so I upped the ante by using the red sword on the doomsday clock to bring forth the final war, making him back down, and letting time reset everything to what they had been before I was trapped in hell. Ares said, puffing out his chest in pride. What if you had failed to get him to back down? Harry asked. The world would most likely have ended, though, with more souls, according to your father, being either neutral or light-aligned, so he would have lost in the end, Ares said. At the expense of the world and everyone living on it, Harry pointed out. Satan does not like to fail. I knew he would back down, Ares said. But how could you know that you and the others don't seem to like him that much, which could lead you to over or underestimate him? Harry asked. Lilith told me all about him. When she revealed that Satan had her places in my castle to corrupt me before I took her as my concubine. Ares said as he slid off his red horse, has arrived at a small island in the middle of a cave surrounded by water. Lilith isn't that the name of the first demon Lucifer created in the mortal biblical lore? Harry asked. One and the same, or so she says. Now dismount, we have work to do, Ares ordered. Where are these infra you talked about? Harry asked. They lie below, Ares said, gesturing at the water. With a shrug, Harry walked to the shore of the small island and stepped over the edge and into the water. The moment his foot broke the surface, the water began to churn as twisted shapes began to pull themselves onto the island. And broke. Slimy hands reached for his foot. Since they had reacted to his presence, Harry was not sure if he would be immune to them even as death, so he quickly jerked his foot away. Aha, the battle is joined, Ares said, pulling his sword from the scabbard on his back to show that it was not just a name, but the blade was indeed bright red. Harry suddenly felt rather naked, since he did not have a weapon apart from his wand. Wait a moment. Death was said to have a scythe. Reaching under the black cloak his father had placed on him, when after they collected the invisibility cloak, Harry felt nothing. Taking out the bag he had been putting souls in, he reached inside and thought of needing a weapon, as he had done with the sorting hat before the sword of Gryffindor had appeared. Suddenly Harry's hand found something as he pulled it out. His first thought was, holy shit, for the scythe was larger even in Blaze and topped with a curved blade of some sort of black metal that had to be almost 3 feet long. Despite its size, Harry did not feel any weight as he held it easily in one hand, taking a swipe at the advancing infantry. The infantry, as well as 4 others around it, were cut in two at his clumsy stroke as what looked like white threads came out of their lower bodies. Grab them, Ares ordered as he gleefully fought against his own attackers. Using his free hand, Harry grabbed the strings and was able to determine that they were somehow the representation of the spell that had turned these poor bastards into infantry. Harry's mind was suddenly filled with what he had to do. Taking the threads from the 5 infantry he had cut down, Harry wrapped them around the blade of his scythe. Once they were in place, he spun the weapon, saying words to a ritual he had never known before, just that moment before making a downward stroke, as if to cut an infantry from head to groin. While he had not hit anything with his stroke, as soon as the black metal blade hit the ground at his feet, a wave of magic was unleashed, ending the spell on the inferi. The rotten bodies crumped while their souls left their forms, rushing toward Harry. As soon as the souls touched the scythe, they disappeared, and Harry just knew they had ended up in the Netherrealms, right where they needed to be. "Good show, Harrison," Ares said, having finally dropped the whelp name he had been calling Harry. "Thanks, I guess," Harry said. "Now do a quick soul read to see if you missed any," Ares ordered. "How do I do that?" Harry asked. "Place your weapon on the soil, close your eyes, and see if you can detect any mortal from within this cave that is living. For while the inferi is undead, they are classified as being partially alive." Placing his scythe on the ground so that its blade hung over his head, Harry closed his eyes as he tried to see if there were any souls in the cave. Doing so, Harry realized that due to their positions, he was unable to detect Ares, Blaze, or even the Red Warhorse. He did, however, detect a soul located deep within the lake. "There," Harry said, pointing at where he felt the soul was at. Blaze jumped to it, diving into the water and heading in the direction Harry had pointed. A few moments later, Blaze returned holding a body. Unlike the inferi, this one was neither mangled nor damaged. It looked like a normal person, just a little waterlogged. "Well, that is new," Ares said, looking down at the body as Blaze laid it on the island. "What is?" Harry asked. "This is a normal mortal, not an inferi," Ares said before calling out, "Fate, we need to talk. This is your planned mission with Harrison. Ares, what do you want?" Fate said, appearing as her spider form crawled down from an unseen web. "And it has run into a complication," Ares said. "We were handling a nest of riddles inferi when we discovered this mortal." "I see," Fate said, bringing out her mini tapestry as she looked down at the man laying on the rocky surface. "Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle," she said with a laugh. "What?" both Harry and Ares asked. "This man is still alive and will remain so for nearly another 50 so years," Fate said. "So he is not one of Voldemort's inferi soldiers? Then why is he here?" Harry asked. "This man turned spy against Tom and tried to bring out the man's downfall. He had been trapped trying to grab a container of Tom's soul and ended up being dragged below by the inferi. But it seems that the lake is enchanted so that he would have only been made into an inferi if someone else was dragged below or a certain amount of time had passed," Fate explained. "So I don't have to take his soul?" Harry asked. "You do not. You might want to transfer him somewhere else, though. Since he is unconscious, he might die before he wakes up, which will mess up the tapestry," Fate shared. "But who is he? Where do I take him?" Harry said as she smiled at him. "This is Regulus Black, the younger brother of your mortal godfather," Fate shared. "So I should give him to Sirius to look after?" Harry asked. "But Harry, that man tried to kill you," Blaze protested. "No, he tried to save me from the real person who betrayed my parents, Peter Pettigrew, who had been hiding out as Ron's rat," Harry explained to a shocked Blaze. "Though I guess since Sirius is on the run, he might have trouble looking after Regulus. I would suggest you take Regulus to his brother. That way he can learn that Regulus is alive, where you are in case Albus tries to use him to get at you. But he would also know where. Regulus might be able to get help," she suggested with a smile. How do I track Sirius down?" Harry asked. "Don't be an idiot, whelp," Ares said, sliding back and not using Harry's name again. "Just focus on Regulus's soul and find any soul that has a close family connection to it, as Sirius would have to be as the man's brother." "Oh," Harry said, placing a hand on Regulus' chest as he would to remove a soul. Harry looked for any sense of connection to Sirius coming from the unconscious mortal. He was able to detect two bonds emanating from Regulus' soul, both of which appeared to be quite close to each other. Harry, not knowing if Sirius and Regulus had other siblings, hoped that at least one of the bonds belonged to Sirius. Calling Blaze over, Harry reached out and touched Blaze's flesh, using their connection to transfer the location to him as Blaze shifted into his black Impala form. Harry lifted Regulus off the ground and put the man in the back seat. Rather than get into the passenger seat like the others had done, Ares had returned to riding his horse and ended up following them. Blaze came to a stop in a London street before a line of houses. Harry, sensing the bond was leading to the one marked with the number 13, he removed Regulus from the back seat, letting Blaze return to his normal form. "Since I am carrying a mortal, can others see me?" Harry asked. As long as he remains in contact with you, and you are in Death's cloak, you can decide who sees or doesn't see either of you. Ares answered, walking up the front steps and through the front door as if hoping to finish this fast as possible and get back to whatever he had planned. Walking through the front door of the dirty townhouse Harry carried Regulus, he found himself in a cramped hallway with the sounds of several people shouting at one another nearby. "You should leave like yous did as a kid and broke my mistress' poor heart," a voice cried out. "I'm a member of the Black family. I have every right to be here, you failure of a house elf," Sirius' voice yelled back. "Traitor of my own flesh. Leave here at once," a third voice called louder than the other two. Harry was a little confused, for he could only sense two living beings in this place, besides Regulus. Rounding a corner in the hall, Harry found out why he only detected two living souls, yet heard three voices. Hanging on the wall past Sirius and the oldest house elf Harry had ever seen, there hung a life-size portrait of a woman who was screeching like a banshee as she told off Sirius. Finding the portrait's voice too loud and distracting, Harry walked past his godfather and the elf and touched it. At once the portrait seemed to lose its magic, transforming into a non-moving picture. "What did yous do to creature's mistress?" the elf cried out, glaring at Sirius. "Don't you think if I could do something to the portrait, I would have done it days ago?" Sirius asked with a look that was equal parts confusion and joy on his face. "I was the one who shut her up," Harry said, shifting his grip on Regulus to lower his hood so Sirius and the elf could see him. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Sirius barked, pulling out a wand and aiming it at Harry. "Who are yous? What are you doing in the mistress' house?" the elf asked at the same time. "Hello, Sirius, I brought you a gift," Harry said, laying Regulus on the floor before him. Both human and elf, having been so focused on him, they had missed Regulus, started as they looked down at the unconscious man. "Master Regulus, yous have returned," the elf said, rushing forward and gingerly lifting Regulus's head into his hands. Sirius did send a happy look at his brother, but did not lower his wand from Harry. "Who are you? How did you get in here and with him? Are you the one who had been holding him? Answer me, or I will end you," Sirius said, making Harry take a step back, for Sirius looked more likely to kill someone than even the moments with Peter in the Shrieking Shack. "I'm not sure if you would believe me," Harry began. "I don't care. Answer me now," Sirius ordered, shooting a blast of sparks at Harry, not wanting to do more until he found out more about this dark-cloaked stranger. Harry did not even feel the sparks, as they were shot directly into his chest, wondering what he should do. In the end, he decided honesty was the best philosophy. After all, he had blazed get in contact with his mother when he had taken his trip down to hell. It was the least Harry could do to reveal himself to the closest thing he had to a living parent in the mortal realm. "As well, as I was saying, you might not believe it, but I am Harry," Harry said. "Yeah, and I am the Minister of Magic," Sirius said with an annoyed grunt. "What you read in the paper that my godson is visit me side to pay me a visit. Somehow guessing I was hiding in my old childhood home and now plan to take me in for the reward. I don't think so." Stupefy, not recognizing the spell or the incantation Sirius had just shot at his face, Harry continued. "I really am Harry, Sirius. Thanks to my name coming out of the goblet of fire, it activated a ritual to change me into what I am. What are you?" Sirius caded out, more in shock of Harry, taking a stunner to his face than anything Harry had just said. "Well, Death. It seems that one of my ancestors was Death, and due to misuse of his position, the members of my line become Death when they die. Though that is not what happened to me," Harry answered. "Stay back," Sirius ordered, casting a spell to produce an opaque bubble around himself as he backed away. "I am not lying, Siri," Harry said, using a hand to move his bangs out of the way to show off his famous scar. "I don't know what spell or potion you used to give you that scar, but you cannot be my godson. You are too old," Sirius said, silently casting a wordless spell he and his friends had stolen from Snevilus to hoist someone not affectee. It have no effect on Harry. "That is because time, who is another person in a role like the one I now hold, made me older, so I was mature enough to take people's souls as Death," Harry explained. "Oh, this is getting us nowhere, whelp," Ares said, making himself visible to Sirius, who jumped back in alarm and winced as he smacked into the wall behind him. "Later, when you have fully mastered your ability, you can do this yourself," But to make it easier, I will do it just this once. Harry was about to ask what Ares was talking about before the man pulled out the red sword and held it over Harry's head and changed Harry's appearance to that of his former form. Is that better, Black? Ares asked, returning his sword to its scabbard with practiced ease. All you did was place a glamour on him. I'm not going to fall for such obvious tricks, Sirius said. If that is what you choose to believe, why not put it to the test then? Ares said, walking away from Harry. I shall stand here and allow you to get rid of the glamour. Sirius cracked his knuckles. He was not sure about the strange protections that the person in the black cloak, nor why they were trying to convince him that the person was no protection magic that would prevent an anti-glamour charm from taking effect. As he had learned during his Auror training thus, why he traveled around as Padfoot rather than under a glamour. Yet when Sirius cast the spell to remove the glamour, nothing happened. See that as your godson, Ares said. Prove it, Sirius ordered. How? Harry asked. Tell me something only Harry would know, Sirius said. All right. During your time at Hogwarts, you, my father, mastered the Animagus charm alongside the traitor Pettigrew so that you could spend time with Professor Lupin when he was a werewolf. Your form is that of a large black mastiff, which I mistook as a grim the few times I saw you before we meet face to face in the Shrieking Shack at the end of my 3rd year of classes. During the train ride back home, you sent me an owl to give to my friend Ron as a replacement for his rat, which Pettigrew had been hiding out as. His little sister started calling it Pigwidgeon, leaving Ron no choice but to call it Pig, since it would not answer to anything else. Around my birthday, I wrote you a message telling you that I had a dream involving Voldemort, after which my scar had begun to hurt, Harry said. Do you need any more? What was the name that my friends and I came up with in school, and what did we make? Sirius asked, thought more than a little impressed by what he had just been told. You called yourself the Marauders. My dad was called Prongs due to his form being a stag. Professor Lupin was Moony just cause he is a werewolf, and unlike the rest of you, could only change during a full moon. You chose the name Padfoot while Pettigrew was a rat in Animagus form, and by nature was called Wormtail. The 4 of you worked together to create the Marauders map, which shows the entirety of Hogwarts, secret passages, and all. Though I could never figure out why you only created one map for the 4 of you, Harry answered. It was due to us creating the map during our 5th year and only having time to create one before having our free time to study for the OWLs, Sirius said absent-mindedly. Is that really you? Yes, it is. I'm now death and Dad is around as well, doing a lot of the job as my new co-workers have me correct the damages done to Fate's tapestry from the actions of Voldemort and Dumbledore, Harry said, making Sirius let out a bark-like laugh at the pair of nicknames. Sirius did not even come to Albus's defense, having come to mistrust the man who had let him be sent to Azkaban without a trial and left Harry with Lily's magic-hating family. So how did you find my brother? Sirius asked, looking down at Regulus, who was still being hugged and cried over by the old elf. Ares and I went on a mission to destroy some inferi forces created by Voldemort. After getting rid of them, we found Regulus at the bottom of a lake, somehow still alive, Harry explained. It is all creatures' fault, the old elf cried out. He be leaving Master Regulus and failed his mission to destroy the locket. Locket? What locket? Creature, Sirius said, turning on the elf. Master Regulus be lending creature for super secret and special mission for Dark Lord. During mission, creature find out Dark Lord hid special locket that has something to do with not dying. Creature returned home and told Master Regulus what happened. Master Regulus have creature taken back and get the locket, ordering creature to destroy it, but nothing creature do even dent it, the old elf said, rocking back and forth on the floor, still holding Regulus's head. Not dying, Harry said, turning to Ares. You don't think? We might as well check since we are here. Bring us this locket, Ares ordered creature. No. Until creature destroy it, he shall keep it. We can destroy it, Ares said, drawing his sword and slashing it so fast that he created a sonic boom that destroyed an umbrella stand made from some creature's foot. Sufficiently coward creature popped out of the room to retrieve the locket. Well, what was it what we thought it was? Ares asked once creature had returned holding a green and silver locket with a S on the front of it that looked like a snake. I believe it contains a bit of Voldemort soul, if I am sensing it correctly, Harry said. Well, let's test that out, Ares said, and before Harry could do anything, the bare-chested warrior walked right at him and then into him. It felt different than when Harry had walked through a Hogwarts ghost, or when he had mortals walk through him as death. It was like Ares was becoming part of him. Just a moment. I think I have it. Ah, there it is. Harry heard Ares' voice inside his head before the man left his body again. What was that? Harry asked the man. As a way to see both sides of a conflict, I can enter a person's body and see their mind. Or in this case, remove the bit of Riddle's soul that we suppressed but did not get rid of yet, Ares explained. Now just take the part of his soul from my body and see if it is the same one that is in the locket. It will not hurt you, will it? I mean, by doing this, I will not take your soul as well, right? Harry asked. While you could remove my soul due to our status as immortals, I would go with it and not perish until it was returned to my body. Riddle's soul, on the other hand, will act like any other mortal soul, allowing you to collect it, Ares said. All right then, Harry said with a small wince as he reaches his hand into Ares' body and collected a soul. He could feel two inhabiting Ares' form, one far larger than the other. Thinking the larger one belonged to Ares, Harry focused on removing the smaller one. As Harry had by this point collected numerous souls as death, he was a little startled by how tiny the soul was that he had removed from Ares. If each soul he collected had been a piece of parchment, the bit of Voldemort's soul, which had once been in him, was the bits of paper left over after one ripped out a page from a spiral notebook. This is so small, he said, looking it over while being careful not to drop it. That is due to the fact that to create these Horcruxes, Riddle had to rip his soul in half each time. As one of the last ones he created, there was only about 3% of his soul remaining in his body when he left this in you, thus leaving you both with only 1.5% of Tom Riddle's original soul. Does it match the soul fragment inside that locket? It does, Harry said, and reaches into the locket to extract the bit of soul. While the one that had been in him had been scraps, the soul that had been in the locket was about the size of a sticky note. Bringing the parts of the soul together, Harry saw them combined into one form, still the size of a sticky note, maybe a millimeter bigger. We can use those to find the rest of his soul, can't we? Harry asked. We could, but we must leave the part that is still in his body until his proper time, Ares said, reminding Harry. I know, Harry said, rolling his eyes at Sirius, who looked on in shock at what Harry had just done. You all right, Siri? Harry asked his godfather. We can pull this off. Stopping him, I mean, with powers like yours, our side will triumph, Sirius said, a grin blossoming on his face. Not so fast, Black, Ares said. As immortals, we must remain neutral through any conflicts among your kind. Even I, who is in charge of war, cannot do anything that can change the outcome. Harrison can only remove souls when it is the proper time for them to die, not sooner or for any other reason than fulfilling his job. Fine, geez, Sirius said, having seen the man's red sword and having no desire to go head-to-head with the man, especially if he had the same magical immunity that Harry now had. It was nice seeing you, Siri. Maybe I will stop by with Dad and Blaze when I have the time, Harry said, and so as to not startle Sirius by pulling out his scythe, Harry pulled his hood up, removing himself from mortal view as he and Ares left the house to get Blaze and Ares' war stallion before heading out after other pieces of Voldemort's soul. Once the group was back together, Harry pulled out his scythe and focused on the bit of Voldemort's soul he had thus far collected, looking for the nearest next piece. He felt one a few thousand miles deeper into London and just as far, if not further, underground. Fixing the location in his mind, Harry reaches over and takes Blaze's hand. Blaze shifts into his pale horse form and lets Harry get on him before charging off after the bit of soul Harry had been able to locate. Running through buildings, people, and even solid rock, Blaze comes to a stop outside a large door in a dark cave that makes Harry think they were in Gringotts. Leaving Blaze and Ares' steed behind again, the pair of immortals enter the vault as Harry heads to where he sensed Voldemort's soul was located. Finding it attached to a solid gold chalice with the symbol of Hufflepuff House on it, Harry reaches in and pulls out a bit of soul the size of half a page of paper. Harry got an idea that since he was not to collect Voldemort's soul that was still with the man's body, it would have a soul the same size that had been inside Harry. So after collecting the soul from the golden chalice, leaving it like the locket completely untouched, Harry tried to see if he could not only detect parts of Voldemort's soul, but their sizes as well. Harry was able to detect 4 more pieces of the man's fractured soul, 2 of which appeared to be very small, and close to each other. Deciding that one of those was where Voldemort's consciousness was located, he turned to the larger pair of soul fragments. Picking one of the larger pieces at random, Harry gives its location to Blaze, and they were off again. The location of the soul Harry had found was in a rundown shack with boarded-up windows, a cracked pathway, and an overgrown yard. As Harry and Ares walked up the broken path to the door, Harry felt a surge of power he had not felt before. Entering the shack, Harry found it was much worse inside, with ruins of furniture, a corpse in the corner, shattered dishes, rotten food, and in the very center of the room, what looked like a ring. Harry reaches for it, sensing that the soul fragment is inside of it. As his hand gets close, he feels a small tingle on his flesh, which if he had been mortal would have been a curse that would have killed him in an instant. But as he was death, it did not affect him in the slightest. As he touches the ring, however, Harry makes a sound of surprise as he finds it to contain one of the treasures his ancestor had given one of his sons. Harry removes the soul from the ring as he pulls the stone out of it, leaving just a metal band behind. Harry barely glances at the soul, which was the size of the header at the top of a page, as he pockets the treasure to give to Time, or for when he returns to Death's mansion for safekeeping. As Harry had already detected when the last remaining large piece of soul was located, he passed it on to Blaze, ready to be finished with this bit, and possibly have some downtime at last to get to know Blaze a little better. Harry was therefore shocked to find that the piece of Voldemort's soul he had detected was inside Hogwarts. Following where his senses led him, Harry walked through a stone wall across from a tapestry of a man trying to teach a group of trolls to dance. At least that is what Harry assumed due to the tutus all the trolls were wearing. As he walked through the wall, it was like Hogwarts Castle freaked out as random rooms began to flash around him before he found himself in a room full to the ceiling with no sight of any wall, even through the mounds of junk everywhere. Harry had a feeling that if he had not been able to detect Voldemort's soul, he would never have been able to find it in the room, which might have been the man's plan in the first place. With his senses, it took Harry only 5 minutes to find the piece of soul, which was trapped inside what looked like a circle crown that under some rust might have had the letter P or R engraved on it. As he added the quarter-page soul to the rest, making the party now held almost complete with only maybe what amounted to the bottom 3 lines of the page missing, there was a flash as what looked like a letter appeared before him. With a confused expression, Harry opened the letter and saw that it was written in his own handwriting and contained a very short message. Harry, trust me, go see Time before it is too late. There was no name at the bottom, but unless his dad had the same handwriting Harry had to assume the letter had somehow been sent by himself. And since it had mentioned time, he could only guess that time travel was involved. Can we cut this short? Harry asked. I evidently need to be somewhere. Go ahead, just get on Blaze and have him return you to Purgatory, Ares said, recognizing the type of letter Harry had received. Chapter and notes. * Voldemort's Uncle Morphin, who Tom killed before killing his parents. The death at the time would not have been able to collect the Horcrux due to A. It had been created after Tom killed Morphin, and B. Only Harry can collect them due to his status. Time's warning. Chapter summary. Harry and Blaze go find out why they were summoned to meet with Time. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Arriving back in Purgatory, Harry got off of Blaze so the other could resume human form again. The pair then headed to what they assumed was Time's house, out of the buildings laid out in the circle around the central hub. When they arrived outside of Death's Manor, they tried to guess who the other buildings belonged to. Harry guessed that the building that was a large castle with defense towers and what looked like artillery belonged to Ares, while Blaze assumed a building resembling a large spider web was Fate's domicile. Harry already knew Perry's house, having arrived in front of it when he brought the souls up from hell, so he guessed that a house looking like it was made of clouds belonged to the incarnation of light. Out of the 2 remaining places, neither thought that the building modeled after a large tree with various plants around it belonged to Time, leaving an ultramodern building whose front looked like a grandfather clock. Walking up the path to the house, Harry saw the front door looked like another grandfather clock as he rang the doorbell, which produced the sounds of a clock chiming the hour. A few moments later, a woman answered the door. Thinking he needed to explain his presence, Harry told her about the strange note he had received that seemed to have been sent by himself. I assume that this is your first visit to Time's Manor for you then? She asked. It is, Harry agreed. All right, I shall explain it then. She said, like time, this building experiences the passage of time in reverse to the rest of the universe. This is done, so my boss does not have to waste any of his ability or hamper himself by focusing on changing his time to everyone else's time. Here he could be at home and relax. So you will find that when you leave here, you will find yourself the same amount of time you spend in your own past. We do ask that besides glimpses and letters, you keep your interactions with yourself to a minimum. I get that, Harry said, recalling what Hermione had told him about her use of the time Turner last school year, and how she had been told that if she touched herself, she would be erased from time itself. As if she knew Harry had some dealings with time travel even before he had become death, the woman said, "Yes, I believe you do. Please follow me." The head of Time's household led Harry and Blaise into a comfortable sitting room that had seats of various designs, from wingback chairs, simple folding chairs, love seats, couches, and even a beanbag chair. "Ah, Harrison, what do I owe the pleasure of your and Blaise's surprise visit?" Time said, getting up from his chair, a barcalounger, where he appeared to be doing a crossword puzzle. I revived a note from myself telling me to come to see you before it was too late," Harry said, passing over the note to the man. "This was written on some stationery from my home," Time confirmed as he set down his crossword to examine the letter. "I really wish you had written more on it, though," he said, turning the page over to see if anything was written on the back. "So you don't know what this is about?" Blaise asked as he and Harry took a seat in one of the wingback chairs with Blaise in the seat and Harry on his lap. "I am sorry to say I have no idea, my old friend," Time said. "Is this perchance your first visit from your perspective to my home?" "Yes, it is," Harry answered, curling up in Blaise's lap as he felt his partner's strong arms wrap around his waist. "It could be that you did not want to reveal too much information about whatever we were to talk about. Or it could be that you sent the note to have you come visit me, so you would learn about the special nature of my home before you would need to consult me about something later," Time said. "He came to see me," a voice said as a second Time entered the room. Unlike the Time who was back in his barcalounger, this one looked like he had taken part in a great battle. His white cloak was singed, dirty, frayed, and bloodied while the man walked with a limp. "What the hell happened to us?" the first Time asked. He shall be referred to as Time 1 while the newcomer is Time 2. "I have used some great power to cross our own time stream to deliver a warning," Time 2 said, collapsing into the beanbag chair with a heavy sigh. "And that warning is?" Time 1 asked. "The Triwizard Tournament," Time 2 said. "What about it?" Harry asked. "The chosen champions all die, which inadvertently brings about the end," Time 2 said. "Wait, what?" Blaise asked, confused. "Due to the meddling with the Goblet of Fire, which put Harrison into his role, it locked the tournament and its participants out of all but Harrison's control. Thus, when they die, it causes more issues with Fate's tapestry and created ripples in magical Europe. During the first task in the tournament, champion Cedric Diggory, who unlike the other two champions had not been told what to expect, faces the task without proper preparation. When he is brought in to face the dragon that was in the task, he froze, leading to his death, which causes his father, who worked at the ministry, to raise a fuse. This only gets larger as during the second task, champion Fleur Delacour, while trying to perform the task, ends up with her drowning to rescue her hostage under the lake, adding her mother and father, who were big in the mortal French ministry, to get involved. You would think champion Victor Crumb, being the last participant, would have caused them to just end the tournament, but they had to perform the final task because of the binding magical contract. Since Harrison was not allowed to compete, Tom Riddle, whose plan it was for you to do so, had a member of his supporters cast a curse at champion Victor Crumb, killing him. Even if you collect the souls of Tom Riddle's supporters at Hogwarts, he would send others. You and I tried to take countless souls to prevent this, but Riddle always sent a different Death Eater to kill the boy when we did so. Champion Victor Crumb's death added his family and ministry's support to the cause, which all aimed at Albus Dumbledore. When the three families and their allies in the ministries and ICW tried to bring Albus Dumbledore, and he fought back since he could not use Shamrock to flee from them, causing numerous deaths and injuries, besides running you and your Reapers ragged during the battle. When Albus did end up escaping, still armed with Ares' wand, and thus unable to be defeated by any of the mortals, some within the French and Bulgarian ministries accused the British ministry of harboring or helping Albus. This led to the breaking down of their alliances and the ICW placing heavy sanctions on the British ministry until Albus was found. While not many in the British ministry were supporters of Albus at that moment and were searching for him as much as everyone else in Europe, the heavy sanctions started to erode the trust and belief in foreign governments, causing Britain to close its borders. It was during this time Tom Riddle accepted the fact that you were not around and used someone else in a ritual to bring his body back. Tom used the fact that he did not have to worry about ICW or any outside support coming to Britain's aid, as well as everyone's distraction as they still looked for Albus to make his move. Tom gathered and started to recruit or bewitch others to take over from the Death Eaters you had collected the souls of already. We don't know if he had an inkling something was going on with the spell that expanded his supporter's life was a signal for you to collect the soul, or if it was just plain luck as he did not use that spell on his new supporters. As we could not have you collect the souls without them being under that spell without causing further harm to the tapestry, we could only watch as Tom and his people took over the British ministry, since despite all his flaws Albus was one of the few mortals who could stop it was busy hiding out somewhere. When Albus learned of Tom's return, he gathered the few supporters still loyal to him and marched on the ministry. As neither Albus nor Tom had access to supporters who had the life-expanding spells on them, the battle was fierce until only Albus and Tom were left. Since both men had performed rituals to extend their lives, and had become as close to immortal as they could get, their battle broke the British ministry and spilled out into the no-mage world by the time you could collect their souls. However, it was already too late, for they had been fighting in the no-mage British Parliament room with their battle and deaths, creating so much destruction, the building exploded, wiping out a large portion of the British government, both magical and no-mage. The no-mage believed, thanks to the explosion, that it had been a terrorist action by a foreign government. And since no power could claim it, they believed it had been a group of them as they launched an attack at random. This created a domino effect leading to the final war, which nearly wiped out the planet. It took everyone, light evil, Mother Nature, asterisk fate, Ares, and even your future self, to gather the strength to allow me to break my own timeline and deliver this message. Time 2 said, sounding exhausted. You need to keep them safe in the tournament or else everything will fall, Time 2 said as his eyes closed before he vanished. That is not good, Time 1 said, looking in horror at where his other self had been. Well, it did not sound like it, Blaze chimed in. No, you don't understand, since he came from what is your future that should be my past, but I don't recall this meeting at all, nor the events in which he spoke, Time said, taking hold of his hourglass and vanishing for a few moments. When he reappeared, he was out of breath as he struggled to say in a shocked voice, "It is blocked from me. I can't go back along my timeline to see what he was talking about. At least in this reality. So, does that mean we prevent it thanks to his warning?" Harry asked, leaning forward and causing one of Blaze's hands to shift, so it was now on his chest rather than his stomach. That or the damage to Fate's tapestry is so extensive it places everything in a time lock, Time said. So, I just need to make sure they all survive the tournament so the world will not end? How the hell do I do that? Harry asked. Let's see if there is another version of you that managed it, Time said, holding out his hourglass and gazing deeply into the falling sand, his eyes unfocused. Not wanting to distract Time, Harry waited until the man looked away from the hourglass to ask, "You can do that? Look into alternate timelines?" Oh, yes, Time can see alternate timelines for all the immortals beside themselves. I can also check to see how our friends and family get on after we take over our post, Time explained. So, is there a timeline where I was forced to compete in the tournament so I can know how I being involved prevented their deaths? Harry asked. Let's see, Time said, gazing into the hourglass again for a moment before he created a viewing orb above it. In the orb, it showed a version of Harry telling Cedric about the dragons, so the Hufflepuff champion was prepared for them during the first task. During the second task, it showed Harry did not fully understand the rules and rescuing what looked like Fleur's sister, which prevented the girl from trying to go into the lake again and drowning, as Time 2 had told them happened. Harry taking part in the tournament did prevent Voldemort's supporter, who turned out to be someone using Polyjuice Potion to masquerade as Mad-Eye, from killing Crumb in anger. Though the imposter Mad-Eye did cast an imperious curse on Crumb and sent him after Fleur and Cedric before the alternate Harry and Cedric stunned the enchanted Crumb. However, in the end, Cedric still died as he and alternate Harry touched the Triwizard Cup, sending them to a graveyard where Wormtail killed Cedric. Wormtail then performed a ritual to resurrect Voldemort, which Albus had used to convince Cedric's dad not to look too deeply into how Cedric had died. So all I have to do is somehow share with Cedric what the first task is, convince Fleur her sister is not in any danger, and put some words around Crumb so the Death Eaters cannot reach him? Harry asked. Or find out how to change your form so you look like your former self and compete in the tournament, Blaise offered as a sort of joke. That could work, Time said. How? I still have to collect souls. It is not like I can let Dad take over his death again while I attend Hogwarts, just so I can take part in the tournament, Harry said. There is no reason for you to go that far, Time admitted. All you need to do is show up for each task, and when asked, tell them that due to your age you used a portkey to leave the castle, so you could train for a tournament which was set up for older students. Maybe send someone a letter on that, so that they can prepare the fourth dragon for you, and set up a hostage as well. We can see if there is a way to convince a mortal owl to collect letters for you and put them in a post box, Time said. Harry almost said he was sure he could use Hedwig for that before recalling Time had not yet met his dad, or the bird in the post of death, and his steed respectively. Wouldn't Harry taking place in the tournament be considered cheating since he has the power of his office? Blaise asked, worried that if Harry took part in the tournament, he would have to take off Death's cloak, costing him his invulnerability. He just has to compete, not win it, Time said. Though Harry might want to take the cup alone so Cedric or one of the others do not die. Also, if we work it out correctly and he has gathered all parts of Tom Riddle's soul, he could collect the last bit inside the graveyard. That could work, Harry said, thinking more of collecting Voldemort's soul in the graveyard than the rest of the plan. Good, you just need to find a bird and get one of your reapers to collect the balanced souls for you and pass them on so you can measure them when you're not taking part in the tournament task, Time said. Harry thought his father could handle it, but did not mention it to Time, since James had introduced himself to Time during their trip to collect the Dursleys' souls. Before I leave to go find a bird, Harry said, do you think you can tell me about my friends' lives now that I have become Death? Sure, do you want me to look up? Time asked, making Blaise's heart drop, recalling what he had seen in Time's hourglass as Harry and his father were in number 4 Privet Drive. Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, the twins Fred and George Weasley. Oh, we might as well make it the entire Weasley family, Harry said, shocking Blaise a little. Sure, just give me a couple of moments, Time said, returning his gaze to the hourglass once again. Knowing what Harry was about to learn, Blaise wrapped his arms tighter around the other male and began to nuzzle Harry's neck. Blaise, Harry said with a small tone of admonishment in his voice. While he is distracted, Time is right there. I know I just wanted to make you happy for a bit after what we just learned, Blaise lied. Harry just let out a chuckle as he patted Blaise's cheek before turning back to Time. Enough. I don't want to see any more, Harry cried out, seeing what Ron and Hermione had planned for him and how Dumbledore had joined in. Harry could not handle it if Neville or the other Weasleys were just using him as well. When he had become Death, he had been a little on the fence over having to take souls that Dumbledore had enchanted, thinking they were all good people like Mrs. Fig, who had not deserved to have her magic stolen by that man. But now he feared that some of them might just be as bad as Dumbledore, so would be up for collecting their souls and sending them down to Perry. Chapter Endnotes. * Lady Magic. Harry sees the same scenes that Blaise saw back in Chapter 3, which is why I skipped his reaction to them rather than rewrite or just copy and paste them to get Harry's reactions. Also, I added this plot idea in so that Harry is forced to return to Hogwarts rather than just be Death all the time or study under the other Immortals. Lady Magic in Balance. Chapter Summary. Harry meets with Lady Magic / Mother Earth as he puts some plans in order and returns to Hogwarts once again. Leaving Time's house, Harry had already developed a plan on how to handle participating in the Triwizard, so as to save the 3 champions. First stop, Gringotts. As his dad had pointed out, he and Blaise had a marriage contract set up between them. And with Hagrid telling him on his first trip to Diagon Alley that everything of importance was in the bank, it seemed like a good place to start. Trusting the bond he was developing with Blaise, Harry had the other transform into any form he wanted to so they could travel from Purgatory back to the mortal realm. As soon as Harry was on him, Blaise knew where the other wanted to go, if not what he had in mind. Knowing Harry would need to see a goblin account manager, Blaise headed to the one who managed the Zabini family accounts. Arriving as R.A. Sickle was going over some paperwork, shifting back into his human form, After Harry slid off his back, Blaze told him, Harry, this is my family's account manager, Sickle. Due to our contract, he should be able to get you in contact with your account manager if you need him to. Good, Harry said, keeping his hood up so that R.A. Sickle was unaware of their presence in his office. Can you go get your mom for me? I think she can help with what I have planned. I would also like to meet her. Sure thing, Harry, Blaze said, leaning down and kissing his cheek before transforming into a winged horse and giving Harry a lick before he flew off to get his mom and hope she was not too busy with work to come along. Harry rolled his eyes as he wiped the side of his face where Blaze had licked him before he pulled his hood down. He had expected R.A. Sickle to start, which he did, but he had also thought that the goblin would start demanding to know how and why he was there. Harry was therefore shocked when, after R.A. Sickle had jumped in shock at his appearance, the goblin said in a slightly higher-pitched voice than the other goblins Harry had dealt with, Lord Death, what do I owe the pleasure? You recognize me as Death? Harry asked in surprise. I take it you are new to your office. R.A. Sickle said, his voice returning to the normal rough tones of an average goblin. Yes, Harry answered. Most creatures apart from humans can recognize death to a certain degree. Goblin and house elves a little more than most due to our connections to deep special branches of magic. Now, as I asked before, what do I owe the pleasure? R.A. Sickle asked. Time informed me that to prevent the end, I need to keep the 3 champions chosen to take part in the Triwizard Tournament, Harry said. I see, and since you are the missing Potter heir, it will not raise any suspicions when you need to act in this realm, R.A. Sickle said. Yes. Wait, how did you know I am Harry Potter? Harry asked. R.A. Sickle just arched an eyebrow at him, as if he was a little slow. I'll be a pretty bad account manager if I cannot recognize the possible mate of one of my client's family. Also, I am surprised they made you Death at such a young age. At that statement, Harry recalled Ares putting an enchantment on him back when they had dropped off Regulus, so that he looked like what he had been before taking over the role of Death. Harry had completely forgotten about it, and he decided not to mention it to R.A. Sickle just in case the goblin could end the enchantment. After all, he would have to remain looking like this to the mortals to take part in the tournament without raising suspicion. Can I ask why you came to see me rather than your own family's account manager? R.A. Sickle asked. Until I took over the job, I did not even know I had won, or anything besides my vault, Harry said with a shrug. If anyone else had said this, R.A. Sickle or any other goblin would launch an immediate investigation, but with the future mate of his client holding the post of Death, R.A. Sickle was sure the lad could handle everything himself. I see, R.A. Sickle said. Would you like me to get in touch with your account manager so we can work things out? Yes, Harry said, taking a seat before the desk as R.A. Sickle wrote a message to summon Harry's account manager, adding a note that Harry had become Death. Before Harry's account manager arrived, Blaze returned, in the form of a human with wings on their back reminiscent of an angel, carrying his mother into the room. Sorry it took so long. Mom was meeting with a member of the British ministry, Blaze said as he set his mom on her feet before R.A. Sickle's desk. A good day, Lady Zabini, R.A. Sickle said, but Blaze's mom had eyes only for Harry. Oh, Harry, I am so sorry this had to happen to you so soon, Adriana Zabini said, pulling Harry into a hug. Harry was not sure if it was due to her being Blaze's mom, but he got the feeling she could see his new, older form. Well, it could have been worse, Harry said. Right. Blaze told me some of it on our trip here, she said, slightly pulling out of the hug to take a good look at Harry while still holding him by his arms. So what do you need my help with? I would like to wait until my account manager arrives. That way, I only have to tell everyone my plan once, Harry said as pulled Blaze over and pushed him into the seat. Since there were only 2 before R.A. Sickle's desk, before sitting on his lap again. As Adriana took the other seat, she held back a small chuckle since her son told her that he had taken up the position of Harry's steed. But just like she and Harry's parents had noted in their youth, Harry was the submissive in their relationship. So how is this new job? Adriana asked. Well, when I have had a chance to do it, it has given me a lot to think about on the nature of existence, Harry said. Has there been any issues with my son? She asked. Mother, Blaze said in an exasperated voice. What, it is a fair question. You told me just this last summer that the pair of you never hung out outside of class, or even talked to each other, she shot back. He is doing fine, Harry said, snuggling against Blaze's body. It really helps that I am no longer enchanted to prevent new bonds from forming, which according to my dad surpassed the one I had with Blaze until now. That is wonderful, she said. Is that why you came to the bank today, Lord Potter? A voice asked as 2 new goblins entered the room. As Harry, Blaze, and Adriana turned to look at the speaker, R.A. Sickle falls out of his chair, seeing the Potter account manager, who was the Goblin Prince of Europe, was accompanied by his grandfather, the Goblin's High King. Actually, no, Harry said. Well, maybe a little. Anyway, I was informed that to prevent the end of this realm, I would have to keep the 3 students that had been chosen as the champions in the Triwizard alive during the tournament. Blaze suggested the best way to do that is to still take part, just not to win it. The problem is that when I was placed into the role of death, I vanished from the Great Hall, just as my name was announced. I am well aware, the younger Bone Crusher said, having gotten a notice that his client had left the mortal realm, but not of him dying. I was thinking that you could help me with the story of how I left the hall, as well as Blaze's vanishment as well, Harry said. And how would we do that? The elder Bone Crusher asked. I can only assume that Dumbletwat, or someone blocked by parents' wills from being read, since he told me, who was to gain custody of me if anything had happened to them. I was thinking we tell people that due to having to go into hiding when I was a baby and added, protection had been added to Blaze and my marriage contract. So if either of us were put in a mortal peril, we would be instantly transported to the nearest one of either of our parents. Thus, when my name came out of the Goblet of Fire, and with me being underage, it transported me to Blaze's mom. Not knowing her that well, she activated the protection clause herself to bring Blaze in. This protection is so powerful due to our family lines, making it easy to bypass the wards around Hogwarts. Blaze's mom would have sadly informed me that I have to compete, offered to get me some personal trainers so I would be ready for the task. The protection is activated when the task takes place, so as to make sure I do not lose my magic, but whisk me away again when there is no task taking place, Harry said, laying everything out. The 3 goblins looked at each other as they thought about the plan the new Lord Death had come up with. None of them were happy about adding the line to the marriage contract, thinking if others heard about it, they would try to get it added to theirs, only to find no such protections could be added, and all the vanishing and whisking away was just Harry and Blaze resuming their new abilities as Death, and his steed to not be seen or touched if they did not wish for it to happen. As if sensing their thoughts, Harry said, "You could tell anyone that the protection was not goblin created, but had come from the Peveril Grimoire, which if one was familiar with the name would know it is accosted with the so-called Deathly Hallows as the family who created them. It could work," the elder Bone Crusher said, deciding the issue for the younger goblins. "Could I also set up a mailbox here?" Harry asked. "I know that somehow I can get letters for Death, but I would rather not have letters addressed to Harry Potter be delivered to my new place, since I am not sure how often I will be able to check my mail. I will arrange for any letters sent here to go to me, just not." "Dang it, what?" everyone asked. "I need to send a message to myself. Can I borrow some parchment?" Harry said. Sure," R.A. Sickle said, passing over some parchment to him. Harry quickly wrote a message to himself to go to the meeting with Time, before using the spell Time had told him before he left to instantly deliver the letter to his past self. "As I was saying, I will find out a way to get the letters that come from me," Harry said. "If you need access to my funds, use any that you need. I don't think I will need them as much as Death. And from what Dad told me, our family has enough money that if I had remained immortal, my great to the 10th degree grandchild, barring any unforeseen issues, still living comfortably off of the money. It shall be done, Lord Potter," the younger Bone Crusher said. "Good," Harry said, nodding. "Also, can I get some cuffs, one for both Blaze and me? As decoy port keys," Adriana guessed. "Right," Harry said. The goblins all silently agreed with this idea. The way it would take longer for the bank's normal clients to learn of the protections on the Zabini Potter marriage contract. "Good, is everything settled now, Harrison?" Another new voice asked, making everyone jump as a woman wearing a robe that was constantly changing color appeared in their midst. "Oh, hey," Harry said, only to realize he had not learned her name yet. "I am Lady Magic to your former kind. The Muggles call me either Gia or Mother Nature, but my birth name is Orb, so that will do," she said, holding out her hand to him. "Good to officially meet you, Orb," Harry said as he shook her hand while the 2 younger goblins fainted and Adriana Zabini's mouth fell open in shock upon learning the woman's identity. "Did you get everything you wished to accomplish here done, Harrison?" Orb asked again. "I believe so," Harry said. "Then come along, we have some more work to do," Orb said before turning to bow her head in Adriana's direction. "Sorry to cut your meeting with your son and Harrison so short, my dear. I know how important family is, but so is our task." Unlike the other Immortals Harry had dealt with so far, Orb had not directed Blaze to change form as she pulled out a harp and played a small tune on it. After she struck her last note, it was like the world had become a book as pages passed by her, Harry, and Blacy until he was standing in Professor Lupin's old officer back at Hogwarts. "Why are we back here?" Harry asked, thinking that until they told him he was ready to try to collect the last treasure or the task for a tournament, he would not be back at the castle. "First off, a little about my job," Orb said. "Some see me as the third strongest of our number, under Perry and the incarnation of Goodcannel, to control all parts of nature and weather, but also all elements of magic. While I don't do it consciously, my very presence in the world allows magic to be used." "You called him Perry?" Harry said, a little surprised since everyone else apart from himself had called the incarnation of evil Satan. "The next thing you need to know is that apart from your position of death, the rest of us all quite well connected. Let's see, my mother is actually Lachesis born after she had left office as Clotho. Before I became Lady Magic, I wandered the world and ended up having a small tryst with Ares before he took office, and I had a daughter of my own. With the life I was living, I gave her up for adoption where she would grow up and get together with our current time. Their relationship ended when their baby died, leading time to take his office and my daughter to commit suicide. After she died, she tried to get back the soul of her child, which led her on a quest when she eventually became the incarnation of good. And as for Perry, he is my husband," Orb said. "That seems even more complicated than how I came to my post," Harry said. "You might not be wrong," Orb said with a small laugh. "So, what are we doing here? Is there an issue with the magic that we have to correct?" Harry asked. "No, you see, I have another job, and that is to maintain the balance. As you have taken some souls heading down, I think it is time to collect some of Ablus's pawns, which he has enchanted to live longer than normal. Starting with Alastair Moody," Orb said. "So, we're going to make a show of it and take it when he is teaching?" Harry asked, seeing light outside the windows. "Oh no," Orb said, shaking her head. "You see, the person that you had teaching you in class is actually an imposter. We will collect him shortly, since he is one of Tom's group. The real Alastair Moody is in here," she said, leading Harry and Blaze over to a large trunk that had 7 keyholes along the rim. Orb did not bother just walking through, as with a small song the locks unlocked as the top opened to reveal a hole where a man was curled up in. The imposter has been keeping Alastair alive and using him to collect hair for polyjuice and learn about him. But it is not this that Alastair should have died from. You will notice the extensive damage to his body. Many of the damage had been caused by spells and potions which should have killed him years ago, if not for Albus meddling. I think it is time for him to get the rest he deserves," Orb said, running a hand soothingly over Alastair's head. Harry had been wondering how Mad Eye had been able to live through some of the damage he had noticed in the man, especially with the curse that had claimed his eye that he showed to class a few days before the other schools arrived. Feeling sorry for the man, Harry took his soul and put the man out of his misery. Unlike the other souls he had collected from those affected by Dumbletwat and Voldy Shorts, as he collected Alastair's soul, the man died with a smile on his face. Harry and Orb then left the trunk, leaving it open, and headed towards the defense against the dark art classroom. Leaving the office, Harry thought of a way to communicate what the first task was going to be with Cedric, since Time said the Hufflepuff champion would die due to not being prepared to face the dragon. So as they walked to the classroom to collect the imposter Moody's soul, Harry summoned the Fat Friar and directed the Hufflepuff ghost to share about the dragons to Cedric, making it look like he had overheard it from the staff while moving around the castle. As they got near the room, they began to hear shouts of surprise as well as spells being cast, more so than a typical lesson would call for. Walking through the door, Harry found the room to be in a state of pure chaos as a class of third-year Slytherin/Gryffindors were shooting spells up at the front of the room, where a man was standing behind a shield charm, looking in confusion at his hands. What most mortals do not realize is that a polyjuic potion automatically ends when the person it is based on has died. This way, someone cannot kill someone from a powerful family or whatnot and get the goblins or other party to pass over all the person they murdered power onto them, Orb said. Harry was not really paying much attention to what she said, as his senses told him that the man was another Death Eater like he had collected during his visit to Azkaban. The man had finally stopped staring in surprise at his hand and began to aim out at the students. Thankfully, they all dived for cover, but since even combined the class had been unable to get through the man's shield charm, Harry did not see them lasting long without support. And knowing that the others could not interfere with the man, he could end up killing those in the classroom before it was their time messing up the tapestry even more. As the man took aim at the barricades made by some overturned desk that Ginny and Colin Creevey were using as cover, Harry moved forward and through the shield and took the man's soul before he could cast a spell. As he took the man's soul, Harry learned that the imposter Moody was really Barty Crouch Jr. There was more screaming in the classroom as Barty collapsed and his spell came down. None of the students approached him, possibly thinking it was some sort of ruse as a couple near the door sneak out to get some help. Harry approached Ginny and Colin to make sure they were all right, but before he got there, Orb had used her travel song, plucking Blaze and him out of the scene. "Good work, Harrison, you acted just in time," Orb said as they landed in what looked like a room filled with people. "We have 2 souls to collect here before we go somewhere else," she said, leading him to a small portion-off section of the room. Harry instantly recognized the people before him from the memory he had seen in Bellatrix's punishment in hell. Laying on 2 twin-sized beds were Frank and Alice Longbottom. Now these 2, thanks to the enchantments placed on them shortly after Tom attacked your family. They survived and went insane rather than die to the torture Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband, brother-in-law, and Barty Crouch Jr. did to them, Orb explained. Once more, Harry did not hesitate as he took their souls, getting a couple of more smiles as the pair reached out and took each other's hands as they died. "I think 2 more souls should do it for this before I send you back to your dad for your normal duties," Orb said as her travel sound deposited them in a brightly lit sun room inside a dusty manor house. "You see, just like you, your friend Neville should not have ended up being brought up by the people he had been. The thing was, since Alice and Frank had not died, their wishes had not been taken into account. I'm sure you heard some of the stories of his youth. Well, his grandmother and Uncle Algie, just like had been done to the Dursleys, were getting their magic boosted and life extended. The big difference was, rather than having their magic and life granted to them, provided by another, the person to who the spell is tied to for them is Neville himself. So once we get rid of the pair, Neville's magic should grow to the level I had gifted him to use, and since his parents are both now dead, there should be read, and send Neville to live with his godmother, Amelia Bones," she explained. Harry was wondering if they choose reaps that he would find easy to agree with as he headed out to find Neville's grandmother and granduncle to help his friend get out of a bad situation. Harry, Blaze, and Orb found the pair sitting in a room, having tea, as they used a pensive to watch what looked like memories of them trying to get Neville to use his magic as a young kid. Harry thought he recognized the scene Neville had shared with everyone during the opening feast in their first year, where he was pushed off Blackwood Pier. The 2 monsters actually laughed and clinked glasses as they watched the memory of Neville flounder in the water and almost drown. Harry marched over to stand between them and shot out an arm at each of them, collecting both their souls at the same time, guessing that, like the Dursleys, they were going down to hell. He still measured them, as well as Barty Crouch Jr., Frank, Alice, and Mad Eye. After measuring the 6 souls, only Frank, Alice, and Alastor souls were sent up to heaven, and Harry felt a small bit of pleasure, sending the other 3 down to hell for their just desserts. To be prepared for the first task of the tournament, Harry went back to lessons with his father as they performed the normal reaping of souls. This way, James could teach Harry how to change the form the mortals saw when they looked at him. Not only so, Harry would not have to rely on anyone else in case another immortal was replaced, but also, if Harry learned to change his form, Blaze would be able to do it as well. Harry was a little surprised to find that after a while he began to get used to taking souls without judgment of their nature or where they had been taken. Sometimes, Harry even made his presence known as he took a soul, like a time when he arrived early for a job and saw the person he had come to collect just laying in bed all alone. Harry let the man see him and sat with him until it was time. Or another time when he had to collect the soul of a magical who was about to die from poison. In that instant, when he made his presence known to the woman, rather than be comforted, she tried to attack Harry with some spells only for them to be absorbed by his cloak without harming him at all. During Harry's first actual break from the job, as he, Blaze, and his dad watched some show in Death's Manor, Harry finally got his first set of letters as Death. Some cursed him out for taking people the writers cared about, and others begged him to kill off someone. Harry also got a letter from the goblins begging him to come to collect the mail from his new P.O. box, saying it was overflowing. After a quick consultation with Shamrock, Blaze was able to shift into a near-perfect duplicate of the older steed's Hedwig form before he went to collect the letters from the bank. The goblins had not been lying as Blaze arrived back with a garbage bag-sized sack filled with letters for him. With a small bit of magic, Harry sorted the letters into piles by who had sent them. Dumbledore along seemed to have sent at least 25 to 30 letters. Hermione and Ron both together and individually sent around 20. There were also a few piles of just a single letter sent by Neville, Cedric, Blaze's mom, Bagman, and from someone named Rita Skeeter. Deciding to handle Dumbledore and his two friends last, Harry began with Neville's letter. Harry felt a little guilty as he read the letter from his friend, as the writing on it was rather hard to read due to Neville possibly being overcome with grief as he had written it. In the letter, Neville wrote to inform Harry that since he was not at Hogwarts, Neville was leaving the castle to attend the funeral of his parents and to move in with his new godmother, Amelia Bones. Neville explained that he was moving in with her due to the fact his grandmother and great-uncle had also died, and due to the person who found their bodies finding a pensive showing off the abuse Neville had gone through at the hands of his family, those who had not died were being brought in for charges of child abuse. Neville said he would be out for the rest of the school term, as his new godmother was having him go to see a mind healer from the abuse as well as the death of his parents. Harry wanted to get further involved in his friend's life, so Neville did not have to go back to Hogwarts since it was Dumbledore's spells on his parents and guardians which had put Neville in his current position. So he made a note to talk to either Orb or Fade about finding a way to help his friend, or even if he could. The letter from Cedric was shorter than Neville's had been, but in it Cedric told Harry about what was going on during the first task. Cedric explained that he had been working in the library going over some spells that might help him when he had overheard Friar Tuck, aka the Fat Friar, and nearly headless Nick talking about the task, and how it had something to do with dragons. Cedric knew he might be breaking the rules, but he had not wanted Harry to arrive at the task and find himself facing a dragon without knowing about it. Harry let out a chuckle at how Friar Tuck had accomplished the task Harry had sent for him to let Cedric know about the dragons. Finding it was a nice touch to include Sir Nicholas de Mimsy, Porpington in on it since Harry had been a member of Gryffindor House. Adriana's letter informed Harry and Blaze that the British Ministry, after learning Harry had apparently been sent to her due to his and Blaze's contract, was demanding she returns him to British soil. This might have worked if not for the fact that as the only living parent of the pair, she was well within her rights to take Harry in if he was in a bad situation. Also, since she was the Italian Minister of Magic, she could grant Harry asylum or citizenship if she wanted to, which caused the idiots to back off, not wanting her to follow through with either option. In the letter from Bagman, Harry was informed of several things, such as when the first task was to take place. The fact that since it had been found out that Barty Crouch Jr. had somehow escaped from Azkaban, his father had been brought in for questioning, so would be replaced as a Triwizard judge by a man named Weatherby. The final bit of information that Bagman had passed on was Harry had to get his wand checked out by an authority on wand creation/lore to compete in the tournament. As Harry looked over the knot, he also saw that Bagman had randomly capitalized random letters in the letter, which when combined spelled out first task dragon, making Harry wonder why the man was breaking the rules to pass on that bit of information. Recalling Rita Skeeter's name being mentioned in regards to the events of the World Cup that last summer, Harry was not surprised to find that the woman's letter was begging him to give her an interview on his thoughts on the tournament and being removed from Hogwarts. Having heard Mr. Weasley, as well as some of his older kids, say the woman was more of a gossip columnist rather than a real reporter, Harry had no desire to answer the woman's letter. Before he handled the large pile of letters from Dumbledore and his former friends, Harry went to go see Orb in her tree-like home. "Harrison, what do we own the pleasure?" she asked as she and Perry cuddled together on a hammock-like couch. "Orb, Perry," he said in greeting. "As you both know, I was informed by a future, or is it a past form of time, about having to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. We have indeed." Aries seemed rather happy about it, since he would not be seen as running away from a challenge. "Not that it should give you much of one," Perry said, running his fingers through Orb's hair as she laid with her head in his lap. "Well, I was sent a letter from one of the officials stating that I needed to have my wand checked out by someone of authority. I thought who would be higher than Lady Magic herself?" Harry asked with a grin. "No one, that is who," Orb said, sitting up and holding out her hand for Harry's wand. As he passed it over, Harry realized it was going to be strange to go back to using a wand since after he had taken the job of death, he mostly did things by hand, and occasionally with his scythe. Your wand is in perfect shape, though I should inform you that the core of it has a twin brother. This means, she said, seeing his confused expression, that if you use it on the wand who is its brother, they will not fully work against each other, and sometimes a ritual known as priori incanatum, which will cause the spells cast by the wand to reveal themselves in very interesting ways. Not that you will have to worry about it as death, but just in case. Orb snaped her fingers above the wand, severing the bond between Harry's wand and its twin. The snape also produced a page of parchment that gave her approval of Harry's wand condition. Now anyone seeing this will believe it is from a high authority in wands, but will not think you are crazy for using lady magic to test out your wand. Orb said with a smile, handing back Harry's wand and the parchment before returning her head to her husband's lap. Having put it off long enough, Harry headed back to Death's Manor to start going over the letters from his former friends and the headmaster. Sitting down at a desk, before he even opened up any of the letters, he ran a hand over them, feeling a small bit to magic attached on each of them. If he was to guess, the letters would be drenched with compulsions or other types of mind-altering potions. Not that it would do them any good. After learning the origins of the Dementors, Harry's father informed him that there was no spell, potion, enchantment, or ritual that could let anyone assume control of any of the Immortals. And apart from the most ancient and darkest rituals, no one could prevent death from taking someone's soul. The only way that one could postpone death without gaining any darkness to their soul was the use of the Philosopher's Stone, but only if one created it. Thus, the late Nicholas Flamel's soul had not been tainted by preventing death from coming, while his wife had gained only a small bit of taint to her soul, which was forgiven since Nicholas had allowed her to use the stone. Yet when Dumbledore had used the stone himself when he was protecting it, during Harry's first year, since he had not gained Flamel's permission, had gained a large amount of sin onto his soul. More so since the idiot had performed another evil ritual that prevented his death after he had used the elixir of life for a couple of months like it was meant to. Having further proof that Dumbledore, Granger, and Ron were not to be trusted, Harry began to read the letters. Most of Dumbledore's tired-to-use guilt and subtle digs to get Harry to return to Hogwarts, saying something about his parents being disappointed in him for fleeing when they had stood their ground while facing dangers in their past. Harry found that idea rather strange, for his parents had gone into hiding when they had been told Voldemort had been after Harry rather than trying to face him. The bastard had even stated that fleeing from the tournament and not facing the students was more like what a Slytherin would do, not a Gryffindor. Harry could only assume he had made that comment since he had done his best to show Gryffindor was the better Hogwarts house, and knowing Harry had fears of being sorted into Slytherin when he had come to Hogwarts. Harry was almost tempted to go see time to see if there had been a timeline where Harry had been sorted into Slytherin to see if he would still be deaf at such a young age as he was in this reality. In the letters from just Hermione, she told him off for leaving the castle, as well as abandoning his duties in SBW. She had evidently heard the story of him getting special training to be ready to participate in the tournament. Depending on the letter, she would either order him to return and teach her everything he was learning, or she would try to convince him to return, saying he would need her help in understanding any spell he would need to learn, which he could learn from the books in the Hogwarts library. In the first few letters Ron had written, he angrily told Harry off for getting past the age line, without sharing with him how Harry had managed it. Ron then changed tactics, saying Harry needed to come back to Hogwarts and teach him all the spells Harry was learning, because they were such good friends. After a few of these, Ron tried, stating that Ginny really missed Harry, and he needed to get back to her and forget about the fake marriage contract, saying Blaise and his mother were trying to kidnap and corrupt Harry into becoming a Death Eater. Harry only assumed Ron was calling Blaise and his mom were Death Eaters just cause Blaise had been sorted in a Slytherin house, since, during his talks with Blaise, Harry had learned that the Zabinis had been neutral in the last several magical wars. Ron and Hermione had sent a few letters together, alternating messages, sort of like Fred and George did when they talked, but less coherent. In the letters sent by both Ron and Hermione, both would write up various reasons he needed to return to Hogwarts and stay there, ranging from what he was doing being illegal, Hermione, he was missing out on becoming friends with Krum, Ron, or that he was in danger of losing their friendship, both of them. Not that he considered that one to be that big of a loss after what he had learned the pair had planned for him. Besides mentioning Crumb and Ginny missing him as an incentive for Harry to come back to Hogwarts, neither Ron nor Hermione mentioned anyone else in their shared letters. There was no mention of Neville leaving Hogwarts due to the deaths of his family members, or even Ginny being in the room with the imposter Moody when he was revealed. It was all them, and occasionally Harry for what he could do for the pair. Harry wondered if he had just never noticed how selfish they were, or if the enchantments on him had made him miss this part of their personalities. After finishing all the letters, Harry responded only to Cedric's offering the Hufflepuff champion thanks, Neville offering his condolences for his loss, and Adriana thanking her and giving her permission to send letters to him and Blaise at Death's Manor. Harry and Blaise made a trip to Gringotts when they had some time between reaps to place a mail ward on his P.O. box so that it would not get overstuffed again with letters from Dumbledore and his two pawns. Harry had also tested his growing ability to change his look as he went out and got an issue of the Daily Prophet which had articles about the Triwizard. Rita, it seemed, had not liked Harry not responding to her request for an interview, as she wrote an article calling him a spoiled child and an absentee champion. Harry did not really care. It was not like she could do anything to him no matter what she wrote. On the day of the first task, Harry and Blaise arrived back at Hogwarts, leaving James once again to perform the duties of death for a while. As everyone was distracted by Harry's return, Blaise slipped into the crowd and made his way to the front of the stands of an enclosure that surrounded where the champions would be facing their dragons. Blaise had been given the task of getting either the dragons or the champions to safety if there it looked like someone was about to die. Meanwhile, Harry was pulled into the champion's tent and was handed over a uniform to wear during the task. Harry was then directed to an area of the tent to change into the uniform. Not trusting it, Harry just used his ability to make Death's cloak look like the uniform for the mortals. Bagman bounded into the tent beaming at Harry as he talked about the task the three mortals and Harry would have to do. Harry was horrified that the tasks involved taking a fake egg from a nesting dragon. No wonder Cedric would have died if he had not been informed ahead of time. Like any species that had a nesting parent, that parent would be overly protective of their eggs, so it was a possibility that any of his fellow champions could get hurt even if they retrieved the egg. Bagman then had them draw out a model of the dragon they were to face along with a number that showed when they would face it. Harry was glad that he had pulled out the dragon to be faced last, so he could leave as soon as he was done and not have to worry about waiting around for the others to finish up. As he was leaving, Bagman pulled Harry aside, asking if he needed any help in a way to combat his dragon. Harry truthfully told him he did not need any help, for as the other Immortals agreed, the important part of Harry being there was to protect the three mortal champions, not to win. Blaise watched as Cedric was led into the stadium after a group of dragon keepers brought in a Swedish short snout and a clutch of eggs. Blaise ignored his friends asking where he had been, his heart dropping at how dangerous this so-called safer version of the Triwizard Tournament was going to be. Blaise gripped the front of the stands in a white-knuckle grip, his body poised to launch himself over in and change form at a moment's notice to save anything inside the area before they died. Thankfully, he was not needed during Cedric's attempt, as the formerly older male tried to get the dragoness to go after a dog that the Hufflepuff had transfigured from a stone inside the arena. Blaise used his new senses to determine that the dog was more along the lines of a golem with minimum intelligence and instincts as it reacted to the dragon as the short snout shot its long neck in the dog golem's direction before it decided to go after Cedric, who thankfully had used the distraction of the golem to retrieve the egg from the dragon's nest and get to a safe distance. At first, the dragon looked as if it was about to give chase, but it took a closer look at the egg Cedric was holding and saw it was not one of its clutch. As Cedric and the short snout were removed from the arena, Blaise breathed a sigh of relief, since Time's other self had shared it had been Cedric who had died during this task. Not that Fleur or Crumb could not die now, but they had managed to change a bit of the dark future they had been warned about. When it was Fleur's turn, he saw the quarter Vela start to enchant via her Vela nature not only her dragon, a common Welsh green, but most of the males and several females in the audience as well. Blaise did not feel a thing, but if that was due to him being Harry's pale horse or being gay, he could not guess. Everything was going well for Fleur as she placed her dragon into a sleep-like trace before going after her egg, That is until the dragon let out some fire with a snore right at Fleur. Blaze almost leapt into action, but saw the French mortal calmly use her wand to put out the flames that had hit her uniform before hastily grabbing her egg and getting away from her dragon. He did have to get involved when Victor Crumb faced off against his dragon, a Chinese fireball, for the Quidditch star shot a curse right into the dragon's eye, causing it to start a small rampage in its pain. Seeing one of the Chinese fireball's feet heading towards its nest, Blaze shot into motion. Making himself invisible to the mortals, he dove for the nest as fast as he could and collected all the eggs, apart from the golden one the champions were meant to collect, and took off again. Blaze sped away to the case where he had seen the dragon. Keepers pulled the clutch of eggs out earlier and gently put them all back inside. Blaze then turned back to Crumb and the dragon to see what would happen. Crumb had managed to not get too hurt from the fireball's rampage, but was still a fair distance from the nest. As the fireball calms down, it looks into the nest, as if to see if its clutch of eggs were okay, only to look confused. Well, as much as a dragon could, seeing only a golden egg that was not one of its own. Crumb took advantage of this confusion to launch himself at the nest, grab the egg, and run away as fast as he could. Blaze felt like he had helped Crumb cheat a little, but he would rather have that happen than let any deaths that should not have happened take place in this tournament. While Blaze worked to make sure no one died, Harry had got himself ready for the task ahead. He felt like it was such a simple thing to do, since most would assume he was too young to compete in the tournament, and faced with a dragon, Harry would have to act afraid and try to speak to it using Parseltongue, hoping it understood. The best thing was, since Harry could understand all languages of humans and creatures, it did not matter what language he spoke, his message would be clear to the dragon, just as the dragon's roars would be clear to Harry. This ability allowed him to hear what all the dragons were talking about as they roared at the other champions, though none of them gave any indication that anyone had died. Harry did wince a little as Crumb faced his dragon and did something as Harry heard the dragon cry out in pain, "Son of A, who blasts anyone right in the eye, you damn two-legged monster." The dragon's cries turned to ones of alarm and then confusion as it seemed to lose the eggs from its nest. Thankfully, before Harry was called forward, the dragon sounded happy as it seemed to have found its missing eggs. As Harry walked to the arena and his dragon, he rolled his shoulders and clapped his face a couple of times to get himself ready for the performance of a lifetime of being petrified of his dragon. Unfortunately, his plans fell apart as soon as he entered the enclosure, for as soon as the dragon saw him, it cried in fear and curled protectively around its nest and eggs. Thankfully, as only Harry and Blaze would be able to understand the dragon, most assumed the roar had been one of challenge, not fear. "Please, Lord Thanatos, spare me and my children," the dragoness cried out, making Harry want to facepalm. His plan had him being the one to look terrified in this meeting, having forgotten what R.A. Sickle had informed him at Gringotts, that apart from humans, most creatures would be able to recognize him as death. "Relax, my dear. I have not come to collect either you or your children's souls," Harry said as he made his body quake as if in fear. "But then why have you come before me in such a location as this, surrounded by the two-legged monsters, if not for a sacrifice?" she asked. "I was given a task by one of the other Immortals to make sure certain people survive this ordeal. I plan to make sure everyone lives through it that is forced to compete or used in this tournament," Harry explained. "And that includes you, my dear," Harry said, raising his non-wand hand palm out as if to pacify her. "Can I ask you your name?" "It is Wilma, Lord Thanatos," she answered. "Well, Lady Wilma, I will need your help. I want you to cry and scream at me as if you were going to attack me as I move towards you. Can you do that for me?" "Yes, Lord Thanatos," Wilma said, rising a little out of the nest and waving her long neck back and forth as if to work out a kink in it. Harry schooled his face, as if reluctant, as he began to cautiously walk towards her. He struggled to keep a scared look on his face as Wilma began to scream "Boo!" at him as he came forward. Meanwhile, in the stands, Blaze was biting his lips as he listens to the pair's conversation and hears the mighty Hungarian Horntail crying "Boo!" as if it was a kid trying to scare someone at Harry. As Harry got within the range of Wilma's long neck, he had her snap at him, telling her to aim a little to the side of where he would be, so he could dodge her jaws, both of them knowing she would never be able to hurt him anyway. But it worked for the show he was putting on. Harry heard the watching crowd gasp as Wilma snapped at him while he used his Quidditch training to jump to the side each time. The first time startling Wilma, since he made it look like he guessed wrong, and was jumping into her jaws. He used his wand to cast a simple light charm, making it look like he had used a spell to save himself from certain death, and taking a few minutes to collect himself, his body shaking in fear. When Harry resumed moving again, he began to go faster, if a little wobbly, as he dove for the nest. He had warned Wilma of this before he did it, just in case she thought he was going to collect the soul of one of her babies before it had hatched. As she angled her long neck to look into the nest, her body blocking Harry from everyone's sight, she just saw him take the golden egg before gently patting her eggs and using his wand to cast another light spell as a means to distract her. As she turned to look at the spell, Harry dove out of the nest and rushed away from her, hanging onto the golden egg as if in fear of his life. He did not stop running until he was out of the arena and his path was blocked by Madame Pomfrey. Mediwitch gently pulled him towards a medical tent that had been set up where she began to scan him. Harry focused his magic to give her false readings, making it look as if his heart rate was up and he was in a state of shock. Pomfrey gently patted his arm as she summoned some calming drafts for him to drink. Harry acted as if he was still in shock after he drank the potion, refusing to let go of the golden egg. As she moved away to check on the other champions, some people came in, led by Ron and Hermione. The pair made a beeline right to him. "Harry, that was very brave of you," Hermione said, patting his arm as he tried not to grimace at her touch. "I guess the training paid off, though next time work on your courage, not your spellcasting," Ron joked, throwing an arm over Harry's shoulder, which Harry immediately threw off by shrugging his shoulders. "It is good that you have come back to Hogwarts again. Harry, you have missed so much," Hermione said, taking his gesture of throwing Ron's arm off as a sign that Harry was in a state of shock. Since he had not reacted to her patting his arm, she placed a hand on his knee while using her body to block it from the others who had come in to see Harry, pulled out her wand, and cast a compulsion spell on him that Professor Dumbledore had taught her when he had summoned her and Ron up to his office a few days ago. The headmaster somehow knew she and Ron had plans to make Harry return and follow their lead again. Harry felt Hermione's spell hit his cloak, wishing the judges would hurry up with giving his points so he could leave already. "Come on, Harry, you need to stay at the castle," Ron was saying. "The Zabinis are bad news. I've tried to warn you, but they have blocked all your mail from getting delivered. I would use Hedwig, but she has left the castle. I assumed to be with you." Their parents set up a contract between then Ronnikins, Fred said. "That is just the story the Zabinis started. Everyone knows that Zabini's mother is the Black Widow of Europe. Most likely they have Harry under some potion so they can get him to sign everything over to them before either of them kill him." Ron shot back. "Do your research." Blaze's voice cuts in as he moves to Harry's side, all but Hermione and Ron moving out of his way to let him pass. "It is my aunt who is the so-called Black Widow. My mom is the Italian Minister of Magic." Still pretending to be in shock, Harry notices a light of interest come to Hermione's eyes. "Can you have her give me some advice?" she asked. Blaze looked at her as if she was insane before asking. "Advice about what?" "Becoming and being a Minister of Magic." "It is my dream to be one," Hermione said. "First of all, you will have a hard road, for very seldomly do Muggleborns get the votes to be put into that posting no matter where you are in the world. Secondly, she had to work hard at it," Blaze began. "I am not a stranger to hard work," Hermione cut him off. "From what Harrison has told me," Blaze said, using the other Immortals to make for Harry to see everyone's reaction to it around Harry's bedside. "That is true. But you also have to know more about the magical world than you seem to." "I know more about it than the likes of you," Hermione shot back. "Then why are you trying to kill the noble creatures called House Elves by trying to free them?" Blaze asked. "Because slavery is wrong," Hermione said. "House Elves are not slaves. Granted, some families treat them as such. But House Elves need humans and other beings that can use magic to live," Blaze said, recalling one of Harry's first normal reaps, which they had to deal with a free elf, wishing he could share the memory of what happened with the arrogant girl. Chapter in notes. Asterisk, just like nearly headless Nick gives his real name to the Gryffindor students as Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, I believe that the other house ghost tells members of their house their actual names. Well, maybe not the Grey Lady being Helena. Ravenclaw. I named the Hungarian Horntail Wilma after contemplating naming it Betsy, like I do the Basilisk, but thought better of it, so I called her Wilma as a sort of tribute to the Flintstones, with Wilma and Betsy as Betty. Two cutish characters have their names being used for a pair of non-human monsters, Harry faces off against during the series. End-of-year ritual. Chapter summary. Leaving Hogwarts, Harry learns of a special ritual that the Immortals perform at the end of the year, leading him to miss the Yule Ball potion of the tournament. I know you are lying for Harry freed Dobby, and he is still alive, Hermione said, glowering at Blaise. Did someone's call for Dobby? A voice asked as said house elf popped into the medical tent. Harry gulped a little, fearing what would happen when the elf saw him, having a feeling that Dobby would blab that Harry was deaf. I did not mean to you, Dobby, Hermione said, blushing a little. But this idiot, she said, gesturing at Blaise, is spouting off that a house elf that throws off the shackles of slavery ends up dying. He is correct, miss, Dobby said, turning to where Hermione had pointed. Seeing Blaise, Dobby's brow shot up in surprise, seeing the dark-skinned male for what he was. But it has to be a lie, for you are free and you are not dead, Hermione protested. It takes years, miss, for elves to die of magical starvation. And Dobby has found new job. Dobby works for Hogwarts now, Dobby said, proudly puffing out his chest, showing that on the plaid shirt he was wearing there was a Hogwarts crest. Oh, Dobby, don't believe their lies. It is just propaganda to make sure you stay enslaved, Hermione said, kneeling down and placing a hand on Dobby's shoulders to look him in his eyes. Miss is wrong. Elves do die if they are free, Dobby protested. It is a lie, Dobby, Hermione said, starting to shake the elf bodily. It is not a lie, Granger, just like Ronald. You need to do some research, Blaise said. Some research was done by a joint task force comprising several of the world's ministries and the ICW that found that if a house elf is freed, they have at most 5 years before they die. It is the public record. I can tell you exactly where to find it, and I am supposed to believe it. How do I know that you and your friends did not slip a fake report into the library after you heard about SBW as a means to keep your slaves? Granger asked. Okay. First off, Madam Pants would never allow a student to add something to the library without her knowing about it. If you believe that, you really need to talk to Frederick and George, Blaise said, nodding at the twins, who looked a little startled to be brought into the conversation. He is right, Hermione. We tried to put a prank book on a shelf of novels Percy was reading during our second year, and she appeared as if we had performed a summoning charm on her to remove the book and banish us from the library for a week, Fred said as George nodded. Secondly, why should I care about anything you throw up? Blaise asked. Not spew. SBW, the Society of Protection of Elfish Welfare, Hermione said, glaring at him. Potato, potato, Blaise said, making Harry have to bite his lip so he would still appear to be in shock. The twins had no such issue and burst out laughing. Don't laugh at Hermione, Ron said, glaring at his older brothers, especially at what a mini Death Eater says. Once more, you need to do your research. For no one in my family, not even my aunt, has ever been a member of the Death Eaters, Blaise said. So you just resorted in a Slytherin house because you wanted to make friends, Ron said, stepping forward and grabbing Blaise by his collar. Everyone knows that is where truly dark assholes end up, no if and or buts. Shut up, Ron, Ginny cried out, surprising everyone. Gin? Ron asked in shock. I recall hearing Harry tell you and Hermione that the Sorting Hat had considered putting him in Slytherin before it sent him to Gryffindor. Do you think that was a one-time thing? Ginny asked out with a growl as she glared at Ron. You don't mean? Ron asked in shock. Yes, you moron. The Hat considered sending me to Slytherin before having me join the rest of the family after I begged it to, knowing how you would react if your little sister ended up in Slytherin, Ginny explained, shocking almost everyone around Harry's bed. No, that can't be true, Ron said, his face contorting in shock and rage, looking at Ginny as if she was a large pile of dragon dung. She isn't the only one, George said. Yeah, we begged to be sent to Gryffindor as well, just so we could tease and prank Charlie and Percy, Fred said. Get away from me, Ron called out, backing away from his sister and older brothers as if they had the plague. Harry decided now was the time to come out of his shock before his former friends tried to do something stupid. What is going on? He asked. Harry, you are back to normal again, Hermione said. Should I get Madame Pomfrey to see about you getting cleansed of anything that bastard has you on? Blaise has not put me under any spells or dosed me with any potions. So if she finds anything, it cannot have come from him, Harry said, well aware that Hermione had tried to place some enchantments on him when she and Ron had first come in. But if it makes you feel any better, we can have her cast a detection charm on me, he said, wondering what she would do to prevent it from happening now and reveal her actions. Maybe later. She is helping Fleur at the moment. It seems that she got a pretty bad burn when facing off against her dragon, Hermione said quickly. But a burn can wait to be healed. I'm not sure how long I will remain here before my protection send me away again. I should have her see me before I go, just so you know I am safe, Harry said with a smile, catching Blaze's eyes and seeing Dobby with a look of reverence on his face. Thought that was not really new. He is right, Hermione, George said, going to get Madame Pomfrey. Wait, Hermione called. Why? George asked, turning back and giving her a look, giving credence to the idea that he could have been a Slytherin. Well, you see, Hermione said, struggling to think of how to put it that did not put her actions in a bad light. Yes, Harry prompted, giving her a look of pure innocence. I am worried she might find a sort of cleansing spell I cast on you. I don't know if I did it correctly, she said. Did I hear that correctly, Miss Granger? You tried to cast a healing spell on a classmate without proper supervision? Madame Pomfrey asked suddenly behind Hermione, tapping her wand on her arm and giving Hermione the evil eye. Well, you see, I am sure I did it just as the books I have read told me to, Hermione said as her face paled, looking into the matron's unamused face. Let me be the judge of that. Madame Pomfrey moved her aside and approached Harry with her wand out. Harry knew that due to Death's cloak, she would not detect the spell Hermione cast on him. He had his cloak give off the results of any spell that had recently been cast on him. As Madame Pomfrey's spell detected the compulsion charm coming off the cloak in the shape of Harry's Triwizard jersey, her face turned thunderous. We will have to talk to the headmaster and the governors about this, Miss Granger, the matron said as she summoned a cleansing potion for Harry to drink to get rid of the spell she found in his system. As Harry drank it, Madame Pomfrey had everyone but Blaze leave his bedside since she had not detected any spells on Harry when she had scanned earlier, and according to what she had heard after Harry had vanished from Hogwarts, he had been staying with the Zabini family. Madame Pomfrey was not going to let this slide, no matter what Albus did to possibly sweep it under the rug. What Miss Granger did was not only highly illegal to do, but had it been incorrectly performed and could have done serious harm to Harry. Pomfrey was sure no matter how much Albus liked all the students, she knew he had some random plan for Harry, and any harm done to the boy, for some reason apart from it being done by Severus or Slytherin students, was usually met with harsh reprisals. She did not see him showing any mercy to Miss Granger for trying to enchant Harry, unless it was part of Albus's overall plan. Well, I did not see that coming, Harry said, smiling up at Blaze. Yes, quite the turn of events, Blaze said, helping Harry get out of bed so they could go see his scores. According to Bagman back in the Champions' 10th, the points they got would be out of 50 points, 10 at the most from each judge. Harry ground his teeth a little when he was given 45 points out of the 50, having hoped the act of being absolutely terrified would have made his points lower than that. But according to Bagman, his actions of moving forward to complete the task despite being so scared had shown how brave Harry was, as agreed upon by the majority of the judges. Hearing enough, Harry made sure no one was looking at him as he lifted his hood, making the mortals unable to see him again. Harry used some magic to make a small pop sound so it looked like the portkey he and Blaze were wearing removed them from the castle. Harry was half tempted to follow Granger to see what happened, but he had work to do as he climbed on a Blaze, who had shifted into a hippogriff, as they went to find James to resume collecting souls. When Harry next collected his mail from Gringotts, he got a letter from Bagman giving him congratulations for accomplishing the first task, but also told him off a little for leaving before being a second meeting that took place after everyone's scores had been released. The letter went on to say that the next task would happen in February, and that to find out what the second task was, he would need to decipher the egg he had collected from his dragon. After reading the letter, Harry took out the egg and opened it. Harry assumed the task would have been tough, if not for his ability to understand all languages as death. As it was, Harry heard the clue about something he cared about being taken from him, that he would have to get back spoken in Mermish. During his time as Death, he had not used any of his old belongings, and if perchance the item was a person, he doubted that anyone could do anything to keep Blaze away from him, or anyone else for that matter. Harry would just have to think of a way to complete the task without getting so many points next time. Putting the thoughts on the tournament aside, Harry resumed his job of collecting souls. No longer having to be trained on how to change what he looked like to mortals, Harry started working with the other Immortals to collect Voldemort's and Dumbledot's enchanted people. Harry not only paid a few more visits to Azkaban to collect more captured Death Eater souls, but he also visited some magical homes of Dumbledore supporters, such as an old woman named Madame Marchbanks, and someone Harry recognized from his first trip to Diagon. Ali, Daedalus Diggle. Harry felt some reluctance. For the first time, when he collected Daedalus' soul, recalling how friendly the man had been. It was also the first time, besides Bellatrix, that Harry made his presence, known as he apologized for taking Daedalus' soul, saying it was all Dumbledore's fault, and that the man should have died a few years ago, to a potions accident, according to the information that came into his mind as he went to collect the enchanted souls. At the start of December, when Harry found he had an hour long between souls to collect, he took his dad to check in on Regulus to see how he was doing. This also allowed James to reunite with Sirius and Remus, who had moved in to help Regulus recover, as well as a person who could go out and shop for supplies since Sirius was still a wanted man. It was a nice break, just sitting in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place, once more in Blaze's lap, as they watched the three old-school friends catch up. Sirius and Remus had quickly gotten over their shock to find out James was deaf, and once everything had settled down, would finally be allowed to move on and spend eternity with Lily in heaven. Harry liked just sitting back and seeing his father relax a little, that he had not noticed the time until Blaze tapped his arm near the watch. Seeing he had only 10 minutes to reach the next soul, he and Blaze got up, leaving the room. Harry decided to let his father stay and continue to hang out with his old friends as he went to collect the next soul by himself. The Reaps Harry took on his own, whereas just like the others, making him think that if he did not have to take part in the tournament or deal with the issue caused by Dumbledore and Voldemort's dad, would have moved on. This made Harry feel slightly guilty, though he did like getting to spend time with his dad and get to know him as they worked together. Harry did not see his dad until he next returned to Death's Manor. "Thanks for that, Harry," James said, smiling warmly at his son. "I had always wanted to go see them as Death, but feared to do it in case either of them thought they were losing their minds. I also did not want to see how badly it had gotten for them since your mother and my passing." "Don't mention it, Dad," Harry said. "It was nice to see them, and you so happy for once. Plus, some of those stories did not hurt. I personally liked the story of the sleepovers you all had at Potter Manor after your third year," Blaze said, making James blush. "I still can't believe they tricked me like that," James said with a little pout. "I think you were just mad that they took your suggestive prank on Pettigrew, but pulled it on you," Blaze said with a laugh. "No, what was worse was when my mom heard about it and thought something was wrong with me," James said with a scowl, wishing Sirius had not shared the memory of the sleepover when they had played muggle pranks on each other and his friends had stuck his hand into a glass of water when he had made the mistake of falling asleep. To move away from the embarrassing topic, James pulled out the letters he had received from the Gringotts P.O. box. Since Harry had placed the mail ward to prevent Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione from writing to him, he only had a single letter in the box when he checked it during the week. This time, there were two letters, one from the twins and Ginny, and another letter from Bagman. Thinking Bagman would only send a letter dealing with the tournament, Harry read that one first, and found out that one part of the tournament was a Yule Ball. While it was not a task that Harry had to perform for the tournament, he was still encouraged to come to the ball, though Bagman did give him permission to skip if he was worried about his safety. Once more, Harry noticed random letters had been capitalized, giving Harry a hidden message of treasure under the lake. Bubblehead. Harry wondered why Bagman was giving him hints and suggestions for the task in the letters he sent, but he did not trust it. The letter from Ginny, George, and Fred told him what had happened to Hermione. It seems after a hearing with the governors, she had been expelled from school and had her wand snapped. Being a minor, she had been sent to a magical juvenile detention center known as Vogik. When she came of age, she would meet with a mind healer to determine if she should have her memory removed and released out into the Muggle world, or sent to magical prison for the remainder of the 50-year sentence of possible line theft. As only her magic had been detected being used, Ron was not being charged, but the twins and Ginny were keeping a close eye on him after seeing his reaction as Hermione was removed from the castle. They had tried to follow him, but without the map had lost him, but the twins noticed the next time they saw Ron, they detected a hint of potions clinging to his clothing, making them think that he had gone to a room where he and Granger had been brewing potions and had dumped some evidence. As Blaze had read over his shoulder, Harry shared with his father about the Yule Ball, wondering if he and Blaze should go to it. "It is impossible," James said, shaking his head. "I don't know when this ball is to take place, but there is an end-of-year ritual that the Immortals get together to perform for the coming year. Do we need to do anything for it?" Harry asked. "As we get closer to the event, We will need the last soul you collect before the event, so you can only measure souls to find out where they go when you have more than one, leaving your most recent collection alone," James explained. "Okay," Harry said, a little mystified by the item. "Oh, don't worry, everyone has an equally weird thing to bring. Let's set time uses a single grain of sand. Fade a bag of void stuff," James said. "Void stuff?" Blaze asked. "I honestly don't know," James said, shaking his head. The way they explained it is that each tread that is placed into the tapestry is made from the void stuff after some process to make it into a string-like shape. Ares brings a bit of blood for a battle that took place around June or July. Mother Magic brings a cutting from the world tree. Yggdrasil, Satan, brings the soul of the person who was the first sent to hell back at the start of the year. And the incarnation of good does something to work everything together somehow, James explained. And then, afterward, there is dancing and a sort of party. So like a Yule Ball then, well, after this ritual? Blaze asked. In a way, James said. During another break in the mortal realm that was over an hour and a half, James led Harry and Blaze, not back to Grimmauld Place to see his friends, but surprisingly to a small mini-mall in America. You know, there is one great thing about having breaks between collecting souls in the mortal realm, James said as he led them to a store that sold CDs, cassette tapes, records, and other types of physical ways to listen to songs. "And what is that?" Harry asked as his dad pulled out what looked like a Muggle credit card from an inner pocket of the old invisibility cloak. "Well, for instance, you can check up on friends, like we did during our last long break, or you can go to shows and concerts without having to pay," James said, leading over to a bin with the title of One-Hit Wonders on it. "When I was in school with Sirius, he had rather interesting taste in music that he listed to, preferring Muggle bands, a lot of which were from America. During one of his last visits to the safe house, he used our pensive to share a concert. He had gone to buy a garage band and called Mystic Spiral. I liked the music well enough that when I became deaf and had a chance, I went to one of their shows, and even some of their practices. They never really took off, only really producing one hit entitled Fiac and Friends. But it was enough to get them to produce a CD," James said, as with a sound of triumph, pulled a CD out of the bin which was also entitled Freakin' Friends. "I was thinking that since Sirius and Remus knew I was still around, I would give them a Yule gift this year, since I am not sure if I will still be needed by the time their birthdays come around." "So you were getting Black a CD?" Blaze asked. "Well, I was thinking I would stop by their studio and see if I can get them to sign it as well," James said. "What about Remus?" Harry asked. "As you might know, Remus is a bookworm, and as well, let's say, eclectic taste when it comes to what he likes to read. During one of the times I went to Mystic Spiral as they rehearsed, I came across a book containing a collection of stories that I think Remus might like. Truth be told, I don't think any of the band members were that big readers, but the book had a note on the front cover from the author, A.D. Morgan Dorger, saying that the copy of the book was free due to her past with the Mystic Spiral's frontman. As the group had been warming up their instruments and not practicing one of their songs, I decided to read a little of the book, which is how I think Remus would enjoy the stories in it," James said as he allowed the mortals to see him as he went up to the front of the store to pay for the CD. He then headed to another store in the mall to see if they had the collected stories for Remus. Harry and Blaze had left him to it as they thought about getting Yule gifts for their friends, since most people thought that they were just in hiding for Harry's training. Harry thought the easiest gift he could give would be to the twins. Since he did not see himself heading back to Hogwarts, he would give them the map back, for he would no longer need it, though he would leave a message telling them to look after it for him until he returned. Maybe leaving a postscript to pass it on to Ginny after they left school in case he was gone longer than he had planned. For Ginny, Harry contemplated leaving her his firebolt, but that might raise too many red flags of him not coming back. Mrs. and Mr. Weasley might not like him passing on such an expensive gift to her, even if he just bought her a Nimbus 2000, having overheard she wanted to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team next year. Maybe a full set of Quidditch gear with riding gloves, some goggles to prevent rain and the elements from getting into her eyes, and some knee guards would work. Neville would be easy. All Harry had to do was find out if there was a plant that was not native to England but could still thrive there, and give it to his friend. Harry had to pass on his gift to his friends to others, finding out that the end of the year was rather busy for the Office of Death. James sadly shared that due to most parts of the world having a holiday during that time of year, there were some who had no one to spend the time with would sometimes take their lives. Also, there were countless reaps that were brought about through get-together between friends or family, which either on their own or with the help of mind-altering substances lead to fights resulting in injuries or deaths. Harry, and his reapers had to attend to. Harry only had a chance to celebrate the holiday with his dad and Blaise 3 days after the event due to how busy he was, making him glad he had not gone to take part in the Triwizard Tournament's Yule Ball and force his dad to attend to all the soul collection during the time. After all, as his dad had said, this might be the last chance he had to spend with his 2 friends before they died and joined him in the afterlife with Harry's mom. Even with all the souls he collected around this time, none of them turned out to be the last soul Harry collected before the end-of-year ritual with the rest of the Immortals. That soul was a woman who had died in a car crash when she had been checking out her makeup in the mirror, causing her to crash into a brick wall. Harry found that unlike the other souls he collected, he could tell right away that this soul was destined to hell without having to measure it like he normally did. James informed him that since the soul would be used in the ritual was always be the last person to die in the year, it would be Harry's task to collect it, even if the person was clearly destined for Heaver or Hell. Harry, still not having mastered the ability not to get too much information from the souls he collected, knew that this woman, Sandy Griffin, was a narcissist with borderline psychopathic tendencies who took great pleasure in putting others down to make herself look better and had psychologically tortured several people for years, causing one to almost taking her own life. On December 31st, Harry, Blaise, and James went to the otherworldly room in which Harry learned of his taking on the role of death. Harry was once more bidden to take a seat and to get his object ready. His father had helped him prepare the final soul beforehand as Harry pulled out Sandy Griffin's soul in what his dad called a soul gem. The soul gem, due to Sandy's soul, if it had been collected at any other time, being sent right to hell, was pitch black. A neutral soul would have been gray, and a soul heading to heaven being pure white. According to James, as everyone was seated, the woman in the simple white frock had everyone pass her their items. Once she had them all gathered, she began the ritual, starting with a single grain of sand from time's hourglass. As this year ends, we Immortals in charge of the light of the world combined our talents for the upcoming renewal. With this grain of sand, we plant the seeds for the coming year, she said as she placed the cutting from the world tree onto the grain of sand, using souls from the start and end of the year to support the year's growth, and water it with the essence of trials from this last year. The incarnation of good used the damned soul Perry brought, as well as Sandy's soul, and pressed them into the cutting, making it start to blossom a little before pouring the vial of blood, which was Ares' contribution onto it. As the year progresses and more lives are born and pass on, we honor all of them, the great and the small, the wise and the ignorant, the extroverted and the introverted, the doers and the watchers, and all those in between, she said as she gently lifted the cutting, now looking to be a small flower, and places it into the middle of the void stuff fate had brought. May this year be fruitful for us all. As she says this, a change comes to the collection of time, shifting it into what looked like a palm-sized fruit tree, which she placed in the center of the table. Having been told the proper response to the end of the ritual, Harry and Blaise joined the other in bowing their heads for a moment of silence. After about 10 minutes had passed, everyone looked up as the small fruit tree glowed brightly before raising up and going through the skylight to space as it became a star. With its disappearance, music began to play. Perry left his seat and offered his hand to Orb, who took it as the pair started to dance. 2 women were suddenly behind Ares, who looked between them for a moment before choosing one who wore a small crown and started to dance with her as well. Tom left his seat, straightening his robes, as he asked the incarnation of good to dance with him. Harry knew his dad still loved his mom, yet James got involved with the dancing, as well as he went over to Fate and started to dance with the Trops. Harry, of course, danced with Blaise. Soul Reaping Blitzkrieg. Chapter Summary. Harry goes with the incarnation of good to collect souls of both Dumbledore and Voxshort's forces in greater number than previous reapings. Chapter Notes. As the title suggests, this chapter will feature a lot of character deaths, some of which will need to be staged so their deaths do not just look like heart attacks, which might have worked with the prisoners in Azkaban, the Dursleys, and some of Dumbledore's previous people due to their ages and conditions, but will not work here. Also, this is an alternate reality story, hence why Betty White is in it. I wanted to allow her to live to be at least 100 years old. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry woke up on January 1st to the sound of a doorbell. Opening his eyes, he finds himself curled into Blaise's bare chest before he sits up and stretches a little, shifting his outfit to his typical robe of office. Harry made his way to the manor's front door. "Good morning, Harrison," the incarnation of good said, beaming at him. Hello, good," Harry said. "You can just call me Orlean," she said with a light laugh. "All right, Orlean, what can I do for you today?" Harry asked her. "First off, just like you must collect the last death of the year, you also have to collect the first one as well. After that, we will be going to visit more of Albus and Tom's people to give them the deaths they had long been prevented from having," Orlean said. "All right, I will go wake up Blaze," Harry said, turning to head back inside. "He will hardly be needed," Orlean said, touching his arm and transporting them out of purgatory and into a hospital wing in the mortal realm. "I thought I needed Blaze to be my steed as death." Harry asked, confused why they had left him behind. "Normally that is true. But as we are going after those whose deaths have been postponed and messed with the tapestry, they will all be in semi-normal locations. Also, this way is quicker. But before that you will need to claim this poor woman's soul," she said, gesturing to an elderly woman laying struggling to breathe in the bed before them. To Harry's surprise, he actually recognized the woman as a Muggle TV star who was the star in memes at the end of each year begging death not to take her. It seemed that her time was finally up as Harry reached down and took Betty White's soul. Harry did not even need to measure her soul, knowing from the memes and information about her that Betty White was going right to heaven as he let her soul float free to its eternal reward, glad that she had been able to last a full 100 years on this planet. Orlean gave him a moment before she touched his arm again and transported them away. Looking around, Harry saw he was in an animal enclosure where several albino peas were scratching at the ground. "Don't worry, my babies, here comes Daddy with your food," Lucius Malfoy called as he backed into the enclosure, showing more love and happiness on his face than Harry had ever seen. At once, Harry was able to detect the dark mark on the man, along with the normal life/death alternating properties it always held. With a shrug, Harry reached to take Lucius's soul, only for Orlean to stop him. "Not yet, Harrison. We have to wait for just a moment," she said, making him wonder why, after all, he had not waited to collected the previous people with the dark mark, nor with the people Dumbledore had enchanted. "The way you have been taking these souls makes it look like they are dying of a heart attack, which might work for prisoners of Azkaban and the elderly, but it might raise suspicions if a man in the prime of his life like Lucius here suddenly dropped dead of one," Orlean said as said man made cooing noises as he laid out food for his birds. "So what do we do?" Harry asked. "I will be causing accidents that lead to their deaths," Orlean said, going over to Lucius and using her foot to make the man wobble and fall into the dirt. "So he will die due to a foul." Harry began only to stop his question as he seized the group of peas flocked to the man and began to peck at his flesh, causing him to scream in horror and pain. The Malfoy family has specially bred these peas to be omnivores, and he usually has charms on his feet to make sure he does not fall lest this happen. "I just sort of removed them," Orlean said. "That is sort of dark for the incarnation of good," Harry said as he took Lucius's soul, letting the man die, just as one of the peas plucked out one of his eyes. "My job is to not only run heaven, but also settle the distinction of what is good and bad. And knowing what this man has done, I'm just giving him a bit of punishment that he will receive in hell," Orlean explained as she transported them away, just as Narcissa Malfoy, who had heard her husband's screams, came rushing into the room. Harry had a quick glimpse of a small smile appear on her mouth before they were gone. Was she smiling? Harry asked. Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, had been forced into her marriage with Lucius and did not really love him. In fact, he showed more love to the peas than he ever showed to his wife and son, who he saw as a means to an end, as well as a pair of scapegoats if things became too tough for him. He would often cast curses and jinxes on the pair if they disappointed him, even slightly, but due to the nature of the contract, Narcissa could not leave him or take her son to safety, Orlean explained. Looking away from Orlean, Harry found that they were in another room full of animals. The big difference this time was that all the creatures in this room were stuffed or mounted on the walls. It took a moment for Harry to find the only living being in the room, his fist clenching as he laid eyes on Buckbeak's would-be killer McNair. The man was sitting in what looked like a black dragon-hide chair with the head of a lion coming out the top of it, a goat's head to the side, and what looked like a large scorpion stinger coming out the back. Taking in the heads and stinger, Harry realized the chair was not made from a dragon, but a chimera. The decor of the place made it look like the man not only killed creatures for the ministry, but either kept them for himself or was some sort of magical big game hunter. So, how is he going to pass? Harry asked, with a small smirk. Orlean tapped the wall that the chair was in front of, causing a small tremor to go through it, and causing the mounted head of a hippogriff to fall from the wall, shifting in position as it fell and impale the man with its beak. Harry thought the whole thing was the perfect way to die for the man as he took McNair's soul. Harry found himself in another animal local as Orlean took them from McNair's body. Thankfully, this time the animals were all alive as they wandered around in front of a lodge where a lone man sat in a rocking chair, gazing down at his hands. As they walked up to the man, Harry recognized him as the noted mythozoologist Newt Scamander. Sensing no dark mark on the man, Harry assumed the man was being kept alive for some reason by Dumbledore. Newt Scamander, I have come for your soul, Harry said, wondering how the man would react. Asterisk. It is about time too, Newt said in a low, soft voice as if he had not used it recently. I never thought I would outlive my wife, her sister, and blood brother. Especially after the rampaging basilisk looked me in the eye. What took you so long? It seemed that someone put some enchantments on you to prevent you from dying. We have recently begun to correct it, Harry answered. Let me guess it was caused by Albus? Newt asked. He is one of them, Harry admitted. Please tell me he will get his in the end. Newt said, almost sounding as if he was bagging. You have my word he will, Harry said. Good. Newt said, extending his arms as if he wanted to hug Harry, giving him free access to his soul. The next location Orlean took them to was a decaying ruin of a castle that only looked to be still intact due to magic. It did not take the pair long to find the only inhabitant of the castle, a half-crazed man in the tattered remains of a black robe. Harry wondered if only mortals, which were slightly crazy, could see him without removing the blocks to make sure mortals could not see him. The man looked up as soon as Harry and Orlean entered the room. An assassin, is it? The man asked, eyeing his head as they entered. You can see me? Harry asked. I am not that far gone as to not be aware when there is an actual other presence here than the ghost of my own mind, the man said. I will take your word for it, Harry said. So not an assassin, maybe someone who came to see the once great Gellert Grindelwald reduced to this, the man said, ending his statement with a hiss, as if he had trouble knowing when to end the word this. I am neither, Harry said. As if I believe you, Grindelwald said, as to Harry's shock, given the man's state and age, rushing out of the room like an Olympic sprinter. I don't believe this, Harry mutters to himself as he goes rushing after him. Orlean smiles a little, not bothering to follow either male. Grindelwald led Harry on a chase through the ruins of the castle, somehow always just out of Harry's reach. Harry did not feel it was sporting to use his wand on the man, thinking he could get more information on why the man had been enchanted to live longer than his natural lifespan. As Grindelwald rounded a corner, Harry heard a scream and what sounded like a bodily tumbling as he rounds the corner himself to see Orlean sticking her foot out. She had tried the running man who had fallen down a flight of stairs, as Harry had witnessed the man do. Something similar earlier expected Grindelwald to get back to his feet, but the man did not move a muscle. Now is the time, Harrison, to take his soul, Orlean said. Why did you do that? Harry asked as he went down the stairs and collected Grindelwald's soul, seeing the man's flesh seemed to be bubbling all over his body. Albus put more enchantments on Gellert to keep him alive than anyone else he enchanted. I think it is due to their old relationship as lovers, or it could be that Albus would come up here and bounce ideas off of Gellert when it came to his plans, Orlean explained. Thus we had to make it look like Gellert took his own life by leaving his prison and activating the blood-burn curse on him, since Albus would know something was wrong if he had just died of a heart attack or something falling on him, both of which he had spells in place to prevent from happening. Harry found himself in a forest with their next change. This time there was not just a single person in their vicinity, but a whole group of them. Only one of them, however, had a dark mark that Harry could detect. The largest and roughest-looking man in the clearing. You think to challenge me, pup, the man said, lounging before a man looking ready to attack him. You are getting us too involved with straight humans, Greyback. Some of us don't like it, the attacker said. Oh, you seek to challenge me for alpha then, pup, Greyback said, jumping easily to his feet. I seek to bring us back to our greatness, the other said as he raked his hand towards Greyback's stomach. With a look from Orlean, Harry moved forward to take Greyback's soul, preventing him from leaping away, and to the shock of everyone in the clearing, getting his stomach torn open and collapses as he died. Harry recognized a family resemblance during their next couple of stops, seeing what looked like the father of Vincent Crabbe sitting at a table and stuffing food into his face, which caused his death to be ruled as choking from not properly chewing his food. With the father of Goyle, the man died while lifting weights without a spotter. Theodore Knott Sr. ended up dying as his abused wife could not take it anymore and came at him with a knife and stabbed him in his heart. Harry began to wonder if this was the real reason Orlean left Blaise behind, so he would not have to witness or try to prevent the death of his friend's parents. James had said that when time had increased his age before he took the job, Harry did have his maturity grown a little so he could handle neutrally taking souls. And while Blaise's age also increased, Harry was not sure if he had been altered to allow him to remain neutral for the most part. While Harry did his job, Harry was shocked at their next stop as he found himself in a well-appointed office with two people looking down at their arms where the dark mark was clearly visible. "You see, sir, it is getting stronger," a toad-like woman said. "Yes, Dolores, I know," Cornelius Fudge said. "He must have found a way to return, just as he promised us he would." "But what about Albus?" Dolores asked. "We shall have to find some way to discredit him," Fudge said. "And the brat?" Dolores added. "Well, he is still under the care of Minister Zabini. We can only hope our Lord is satisfied with that," Fudge said. "In the meantime, we need to find out how Crouch's son had been at Hogwarts, for while it is plausible that he escaped from his father's control, it is unlikely that he overpowered Moody alone. He must have had some help, and if he was the one who entered Potter into the tournament, as Albus believes it might mean, it is part of the Lord's plan." Hearing enough, Harry reached forward and took the souls of the pair, not caring that Orlean had not prepared a reason for the pair to have died. Though he hoped people would be more concerned with the pair of arms sporting matching dark marks than wonder how and why they had both died of heart attacks. While he recognized Minister Fudge from the last location, Harry did not recognize a single person sitting around a small table when Orlean brought them to their next location. "They are not Death Eaters," Harry said. "Correct, they are part of Albus' group, the Order of the Phoenix," Orlean stated. "Isn't she a little young?" Harry asked, indicating the lone female of the group. "What you expect all of the people Albus enchanted to be all elderly?" she asked. "Well, yes, apart from the Dursleys and Neville's parents, they had all been older," Harry responded. "Albus enchanted the members of the Order, who were both on the front line of fighting during Tom's original war against him, but also those who he used as spies," Orlean said. "The only reason that your parents did not have enchantments to expand their lives was he removed them when he learned Tom was after you. Sirius never had enchantments cast on him due to him coming from a family who have dark cores. He did not care if he died. Albus still found Sirius to be useful, but not enough to keep around, but not enough to extend his life. As for Remus Lupin, while Albus says he trusts him, it is a lie, thinking Remus is only useful to keep Sirius calm and not caring if a werewolf dies." Orlean explained as with a snap of her fingers caused the magical chandelier above the table where the three mortals were having tea together to crash down onto them. Harry quickly collected their souls, finding out their identities. The older of the two males was Elphias Doge, the younger was Sturgis Podmore, and the female was Emmeline Vance, and all three of them acted in what they believed to be right. Elphias and Sturgis were sent to heaven. Unfortunately, due to some of the missions Dumbledore had given to Emmeline, was directed to purgatory to work off the debt of sin she had gained for following orders. "I think that is good enough for now," Orlean said as she brings Harry to where Blaise and his father were. "How many do we have left of their people?" Harry asked her. "Not that many. But the ones that do remain will have to wait until you have better mastered your job as Death. And the tournament is almost over," she said as without another word she vanishes to go back to her normal job. Chapter and notes. Harry's lines are in bold when he speaks as Death. What's going on? Chapter summary. As Harry collects souls, Dumbledore and others react to all the recent deaths. Albus POV. Something very strange was going on, Albus thought as he looked through the most recent issue of the Prophet. Somehow the pawns he had placed spells on to extend their lives were all dying. Sometimes multiple ones on the same day. It had all started a few days after Potter's name had come out of the goblet with the death of the Dursleys. Albus could only assume that after the brat had been whisked away, they had found out about Tom's Horcrux and removed it. While this did put a hamper in his plans, he had worked out a backdoor into the enchantments he had placed on the Dursleys that if the Horcrux was removed from Harry, it would end the spells he had in place on the three Muggles to prevent them from dying from soul corruption. Albus was rather surprised he had not heard from Arabella about Vernon and Petunia dying, but had to read it in one of the Muggle papers he got. Now that he thought about it, he had not heard from Arabella at all since last summer. Maybe he should send someone over to her house, just in case she had died as well, and no one was aware of it yet. With the reports he was receiving from Azkaban, it seemed that almost every convicted Death Eater was dying over there, which would be a big problem when Tom found his way back. If they all died, Tom would have to recruit new people who Albus might not have the right amount of information on yet. Plus, with them dead, Tom would not have to waste time trying to free them, thus cutting down the time Albus had to gather his forces, which was hampered by the fact that his own people were dying as well, which should have been an impossibility. Just to be sure the spells he had put on his people were still in place, over the last few days, he had casually cast a detection charm on the three who he enchanted in the area. His results confirmed the spells were still in place, making him wonder if, due to all he was doing in regards to the tournament, as well as the deaths of the Dursleys, if his spells were breaking down if they were a certain distance from him, or otherwise blocked somehow. Like what had happened to Alastair with the man being found dead inside his own trunk, which of course brought out even more problems as Alastair's death caused the Polyjuice potion, which had been in the system of Barty Crouch Jr., to come to an end, revealing the man in the middle of a class. Albus was still catching flack from that whole fiasco for not only getting duped by the man, but also allowing him onto the grounds, though he got off lightly when compared to what had been in store for the man's father. He had been called in for questioning. Unfortunately, the man had yet to be found, and his house looked like it had not been used since the start of the school year. The Ministry had begun a search for the man, while it still looked for Bertha Jorkins, which only came to an end with the most recent rounds of unexpected deaths. The whole of Magical Britain had been shocked to learn of the death of Fudge and his senior undersecretary. The topic of discussion was more geared toward the reveal that both had the dark mark on their arms, signaling that they had been Death Eaters. As Albus had not even been aware of it himself was rather shocking, though it did sort of explain his numerous campaign contributions from known Death Eaters, such as the recently deceased Lucius Malfoy. And while everyone focused on Fudge and Umbridge, the news that Grindelwald and Newt had died barely made more than a small article in all the papers. If only Albus had found some time to visit his old lover this year, the man might not have lost it and killed himself. That was the only explanation Albus could reach as he reviewed the magic spells he had in place to keep an eye on Gellert, and had seen the man talking to himself. Nothing really new there, but then Gellert started to race through his castle prison before he lost control and ended up falling out the front doorway and down the stairs. It did not matter that Albus had enchanted Gellert to stay alive as long as he was, so he could have someone to talk to about his plans or a possible booty call, for the bloodburn curse that had been placed on the man when he was impressed overrode even Albus's spells. It was also a blow for Albus to lose Newt as well. Not that the man had been of any particular use these last few years, but due to his fame, it was easy for Albus to use him as a means to get himself to some parties to which he had not been invited, as he came as Newt's +1. Though the biggest blow when it came from all the recent deaths had been the Longbottom boy's family. Sure, he had no use for the boy after Tom had chosen to go after the Potters rather than his family, but Augustus did have some deep pockets and a lot of influence in the Wisingamot, which was now lost to Albus with her death. He could not even use the boy as a backup in case Potter failed, since he had been sent to live with his godmother, Amelia Bones. It seemed that the brat had talked about what he had gone through at Hogwarts, for Amelia was already having her people looking into Hogwarts for allowing such blatant bullying to be done, giving examples that had been done not only to Neville, but to other students as well. Albus also heard that Amelia was also pressing charges against Hermione, despite the girl already being in Vogik for the girls' attack on Neville in their first year. The only upside of Amelia, while going all gung-ho in protecting her godson, was still following normal protocol, so had removed herself from the case. This did at least allow Albus to get away with placing some memory charms on the law officers who did come to make it look like what was going wrong at the castle was happening without him being aware of it. Taking on his kindly grandfather persona, who was too focused on making sure the Triwizard ran smoothly that some of his well-meaning but still naughty students were causing issues. His memory charms made them focus on the issues of that year and not look at the issues of the previous years, like how Sirius had escaped last year, the monster of Slytherin getting unleashed the year before that. And the less research anyone did on Flammelstone, the better. If Albus was not wondering about the deaths of his and Tom's people, he was trying to think of how to get Potter back under his control and to stay at the castle. Suddenly an idea came to him, which not only could accomplish his goals for Potter, but also work with the upcoming second task. Pulling a bit of parchment over, Albus writes a message to have Ronald Weasley to come up to see him at his earliest chance. Albus knew it would not raise any suspicions. Ever since Amelia's people had been looking into the accounts of bullying, Albus had to call several students up to his office so they could give their accounts of the events. The only difference was that the Weasley boy would be meeting with Albus alone, rather than there being a law officer present. Not sure what the boy's schedule was, Albus got everything ready before he sent the letter. Taking out his wand, Albus created a simple silver ring with the Potter family coat of arms on it, which would pass most examinations. Not that Potter, as far as Albus knew, had any idea what the Potter family coat of arms looked like. He only put it on the ring just in case Zabini, besides helping the brat train for the tournament, also was sharing what they knew of the Potter family with the boy. Satisfied with his work, Albus began to cast some enchantments and spells on the ring, which would help with his plans, as he sent the letter to Ronald via a house elf. Voldemort's POV. The being once known as Tom Marvolo Riddle was feeling frustrated by the lack of news from the outside world. Ever since Barty had sent a letter to them about Potter's disappearance from Hogwarts after his name had come out of the Goblet of Fire, Voldemort had told Barty to only send a report if the brat returned to Hogwarts. The only report Barty had sent was to inform Voldemort that Potter had come back to take part in the first task before vanishing again. At least it looked like the boy was still attending the tournament, which would allow his plan to get the boy and resurrect his body was still in place. Not knowing what Potter was doing outside the castle, Voldemort decided to move them out of the Crouch family home and to another safe house. For a while, this did give them some added protection by having the enchanted Elder Crouch with them, so they did not have to worry about some work colleagues stopping by and finding Voldemort and Pettigrew in the Crouch family home. It was all going smoothly until Pettigrew had gotten lax in his duties, and Crouch had broken free of the imperious spell they had placed on him. If he did not need the fool to get his body back and get in contact with some competent Death Eaters, he would have killed the man long before now. As it was, Voldemort only blasted the idiot with the Cruciatus Curse for 5 minutes. Only ended it so the man did not lose his mind, making him utterly useless to him. Voldemort had sent a message to Barty, though having not gotten a response back from his loyal servant, about Crouch's escape, feeling that the man would try to reach Albus to reveal that Voldemort had returned and was after the Potter brat. It would have been so much easier if Crouch had tried to turn himself in at the Ministry, due to some of his Death Eaters being in some lofty positions at the place. Voldemort had considered sending Pettigrew to get one of the Ministry supporters to let them know that he was back, but he did not trust meeting any of his servants until he got his body back. His fear was, what if they decided to lock him up or try to kill him in his current weakened state? Nagini might be able to defend him somewhat, Pettigrew possibly aiding her. But if Fudge, to save his own skin, sent a team of Aurors, Voldemort's plans would be ruined. After Crouch had escaped, Voldemort had Pettigrew return them to the Riddle family manor, which they had only left after the old Muggle had stumbled upon them, as well as going to rescue Barty from his father. But now that the Muggle authorities had dealt with the body of the old man and had left the place alone, Voldemort, with Pettigrew's help, put Muggle repelling charms around the old manor house that had once belonged to his father and paternal grandparents. This move, besides going to a place where the Elder Crouch had not been to, also put them closer to an ingredient that would be needed for him to get his body back. Draco's POV. The Slytherin table had been rather subdued as of late, since many of Draco and his friends had lost a parent in the last couple of days. Draco was not sure how he really felt about the death of his dad, for Lucius had loved Draco, but he would often curse both Draco and his mother if they did not live up to his expectations. Either that or have them go feed his pea who would attack them. Hearing Lucius had died to the nasty beast seemed like poetic justice to him. Draco's mom had written to him after finding Lucius's body being fed on by the peas. Rather there be much sympathy in the letter, Draco knew his parents were only together due to a marriage contract, and not even one that was based on magical compatibility. The contract had been made to form an alliance between the Black and Malfoy families, and it had not even been made for his mom and Lucius, but rather for his estranged Aunt Andromeda. Draco wondered if Aunt Andromeda had eloped more due to her love of her husband, or having seen what type of man Lucius was and had done what she could to get away from him. In the letter, his mom did state that since Lucius had died, she was going to start going by her family name again, but left him with a choice if he wanted to remain Draco Malfoy or be known as Draco Black. Either way, he was the current heir and future lord of the Malfoy family, since Lucius had no other siblings or close relatives to take over the line. She was still working on getting him named heir of the Black Line as well, since it should have come to them ever since Sirius had been sent to Azkaban. His brother Regulus had been declared dead, Bellatrix also sent to prison, and Andromeda getting banished from the family. Yet for some reason, the goblins were refusing to let her take over the seats and power of the Black Line, nor get him recognized as the heir. Of his friends, Draco thought that only Theo was feeling the same ambiguity about his father's death, knowing that, like Draco, Theo's dad had been abusive to his son and wife. Draco felt the reason for Theo's reaction to his dad's death was due to it being caused by his mother, which sent her to prison. Theo had confided in Draco that he had received a letter from his dad's father, who he liked and would often visit to escape his dad, inviting him to move in with him. Theo, a normally quiet boy, was glad he had a place to go, but was upset with his mother's imprisonment more than his dad's death. Albus's POV. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Ronald asked as he entered the headmaster's office. "I did indeed, my boy. Come in and sit down," Albus said, gesturing to one of the chairs before his desk. "Is this about Malfoy and how he bullies me and my friends?" Ron asked, having heard why people were getting called to the headmaster's office recently. "It is not," Albus said, giving the boy his kind, grandfatherly smile. "Then why did you want to see me, sir?" Ron asked. "I want to discuss what you and Miss Granger had planned for Harry," Albus said, keeping the smile on his face as Ron tugged at the collar of his robes, looking a little embarrassed or scared. Albus could neither tell or care. "Don't worry, my boy. I am not mad at you and Miss Granger, nor do I plan to punish you for your actions. I think we can both agree that Harry is, well, too trusting, I suppose we can call it," Albus said, making Ron breathe out a sigh of relief. "He is that, sir," Ron said in agreement. "Also, for as far as we know, the whole talk of a marriage contract between him and that Zabini boy could be thought up by the Zabini boy. He is in Slytherin after all. He must have some nefarious plan in mind for Harry," Albus said. "Too right, sir. You can't trust any of them," Ron said, adding under his breath. "Especially those who somehow manage to get sorted into other houses. It is this reason that I have asked you to come and see me," Albus said, leaning forward as if to share a secret even though they were the only living beings in the office. "I want to share a secret with you, my lad. In the upcoming second task, the champions are going to have to rescue someone from the bottom of the lake. Now, the people are supposed to be someone the champion really cares about. As we both know, the Zabini boy is somehow enchanting or forcing Harry to be with him, so he will not be Harry's person," Albus said, not getting into the fact that he would have no chance to place the sleeping/stasis spells on the Slytherin boy, since he was not at the castle. "Now, as everyone knows, you are Harry's friend." "Best friend," Ron interjected. "Yes, his best friends. So it would make sense that you will be the person he has to rescue from the lake. Don't worry, you will not be in any danger," Albus said, seeing a look of fear on the redhead boy's face. "There is a time limit to the task of an hour. If Harry or any of the other champions fail to reach their chosen person within an hour and a half, the mere people who are holding you will bring you up to the surface. But we both know Harry will have no problem reaching you. If anything, he will try to save all the hostages due to his caring nature," Albus said, having been told by one of the castle portraits that he had tasked to spy on Harry and his friends that, according to Granger, when Harry was not around, that Potter had a saving person thing. Which made sense since one of the spells Albus had placed on the boy after Voldemort's attack was a martyr jinx to make Potter want to save everyone. The more dangerous something was to anyone else, the more Potter would want to get involved to help someone. "What will that prove, besides that Harry cares more about me than that snake?" Ron asked. "It does not prove anything," Albus said, making Ron look confused. "What it will do is allow you to get close to Harry. May I ask you what gifts you exchanged during the Christmas holiday?" "Nothing. I tried to send him some chocolate frogs, but the owl returned them to me unopened, and Harry did not send me anything." most likely prevented from doing so by the Zabinis, probably due to them not wanting him to spend any of his money. So there is more for them when they have Harry sign everything over to them and then kill him, Ron said. I see, Albus said with a smile at how the boy's mind worked. Well, after Harry rescues you from the lake, the pair of you will be seen in the medical tent. After what happened during the first task, only champions and their chosen people will be allowed inside. So, Ron asked, knowing he did not want to try to place any enchantments on Harry as Hermione had done. For one, he did not know any, and two, he did not want to end up on Vagik. So when you are alone with Harry in the tent, you will give him this, Albus said, pulling out the ring he had created and enchanted to use on Harry. Ron asked, looking at the ring in confusion. You will tell Harry it is a late Christmas gift and a way to show your approval of his engagement with the Zabini heir, Albus explained. But I thought we did not approve of it, Ron asked, his confusion increasing. We don't, for we know it is all a ploy to gain access to Harry's money and power. But he will not know that. You see, one of the spells I placed on this ring is to destroy the fake bond that the Zabini boy has put on Harry, thus letting Harry free to get with a good light witch, like your sister, Albus said. Maybe it would be better if we chose someone else, for I found out that she was destined for Slytherin, Ron pointed out. But if we have Harry fall for someone else, he may get corrupted by them. Your sister would be best. After all, we can slip her potions to suppress her Slytherin nature. Those such potions could lead to her basically following any order that the potion brewer gave her. But, as all we want is to make sure she ends up with Harry, I think we can order her to act like normal, but to convince Harry to become her husband, Albus said, seeing a sparkle in Ron's eyes as he thought of being the one to brew the option, thus gaining power over his sister. And if he worked it right over Harry as well. After all, he could make Ginny force Harry to sign over all his money to the Weasley family, or better, yet choose Ron to be the executor of his finances. So all I have to do is make Harry put on this ring? Ron asked. He just has to touch it, actually. We can't have him put it on in front of Madame Pomfrey, who might see that the coat of arms on it is a forgery. Since she was the one who helped Harry's grandmother during the birth of James, so has seen the coat of arms in person. Once that fake bond is broken, I am sure Harry will be grateful that you saved him and tell everyone how much a hero you are. Albus finished, knowing that the boy wanted not only Potter's money, but a bit of the fame that came his way from being Harry's friend. Not that Albus would allow the brat too much of either when he got Potter back under his control. Sounds like you have thought of everything, sir. The spells will not work on me when I touch it right, Ron asked. Have no fear, my lad. I made sure the spells only activated when it came in contact with Harry's flesh and detected his magic. Albus said, his smile growing as Ron teaches forward and put the ring in his pocket. Now you just have to make sure you have that on you when Professor McGonagall summons you to her office the night before the second task. I will, sir, and thank you, Ron said, seeing the meeting was at its end and leaving the office after being dismissed. No thank you, lad, Albus said to himself as Ron leaves the office. Your actions will put everything back on track for my plan. The second task. Chapter summary. Harry and Blaise return to Hogwarts yet again, so Harry can take part in the second task. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Once again, on the day of the Triwizard task, Harry passed over the responsibilities of death to his father, so he could take part in the tournament. During the task, he was going to have to make sure both Fleur and Cedric stayed alive. He had already been told about Fleur could die from drowning, but as Cedric had died in the timeline, time had shown him already. Harry had no idea what the Hufflepuff had planned to do. Arriving 10 minutes before the task was to start, Harry and Blaise rolled their eyes at the stands, which were just a set of bleacher seats overlooking the water at the lake's edge. Neither of them could detect any magic in use that would allow the watching students to see what was going on. Blaise was glad for his enhanced senses due to his role as Harry's pale horse feeling. He would have been utterly bored without it, just watching the surface of the lake. Blaise gave Harry a quick kiss before heading to the stands while Harry joins Bagman and the other champions by the shore. Bagman then reminded the four champions that they would all have an hour to find and bring back their special items from the lake. He also used the lie that if they took longer than an hour, their item would be lost to them. No offense, Mr. Bagman, but that sounds like a lie to me, Harry said. And why do you say that, Harry? Bagman asked with a good-natured chuckle. Well, we were told this tournament would be safer than the ones from the olden days. So it seems strange that you would purposely steal something from a student and not give it back. Which, if it really is valuable to them, Harry said, pointing and Fleur and Crumb, could lead to an international incident, which seems rather unlikely. Now, if say the item we are meant to collect is one of our friends, Harry said, seeing a flash of surprise on Bagman's face for an instant. You would not let the person die. I at least hope not. Fine, Bagman said, deflating a little. The hour-long time you were given is just a time limit for you to complete the task in. If you fail to retrieve your items, they will be brought up to the shore after an hour and a half had passed. Though this will net you 0 points for the task, which is why we don't want you all to give up and wait if you have problems within the lake. Harry noticed a look of relief come to the faces of the other champions as a sort of defeated Bagman began to space them out on the shore for the task. Harry ignored Bagman, who was asking him if he was ready for the task, and had learned the spell Bagman had suggested, as he did some stretches to get ready for his swim in the lake. Seeing Harry was not paying any attention, Bagman clapped a hand on his shoulder before leaving to the judge's table to start the event. Harry rolled his eyes as soon as the man left him, wondering again why the man seemed too interested in helping Harry in the tournament. As the cannon was fired to start the second task, Harry pulled out his wand to cast the bubblehead charm on himself, not that he needed it, and walked slowly and cautiously into the water. As several people at the castle knew of his living conditions with the Dursleys and how they treated him, Harry began the task by struggling to swim a little, making it look as if he had only just learned how to after he had deciphered the egg's clue. He heard some laughter from the crowd, as well as Blaze's voice, saying that they had only begun swimming lessons 2 weeks ago. In truth, Harry was struggling in the water to give the other champions a head start so he could follow them to make sure they stayed safe. After a few minutes had passed after they all left Harry Dove under the water, thankful for his transfigured death's cloak which kept the chill of the lake at bay. This was something Harry had not mentioned during his little speech to Bagman, about how safe it was for the champions to be swimming in the lake in early February. As Harry had not detected any spells that would allow those above the water to see what was going on, and now that he was under the surface, he stopped struggling and took off after the other champions. The murky nature of the water did not hinder his sight at all, as he was easily able to locate Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb. He noticed that Crumb was further from the shore, his body partially transfigured into that of a shark, giving him some protection from the cold water. Yet Harry noticed that both Cedric and Fleur, who had used bubblehead charms, were using their physical exertions to keep the chill at bay. Harry stopped swimming and just floated for a bit before saying, "Hey Orb, can we talk for a moment? You called Harrison?" Orb asked as she appeared at his call. "Yeah, I need some help here," he said. "Doing what?" she asked with a put-upon voice. "To make sure neither Fleur nor Cedric die to hyperthermia. Could I ask you to place a heating charm or something on them for the duration of the task?" he asked. Having been told of another time informing Harrison and the current time what would happen if the champions died in the tournament, Orb nodded as she took out her harp and sang a small song, so that there was a small layer of heat surrounding the two champions which would vanish when they returned to shore. "Good luck with the task, Harrison," she said as she finished her song and left to return to spend some time with her husband. With the pair now protected from the chilly water, Harry resumed swimming after them, watching out for any more dangers that might arise. Such a danger happened when Cedric swam over a patch of seaweed only to get attacked by a group of Grindylow. The sea monsters did rip Cedric's Triwizard jersey a little, but he managed to fight them off, causing them to retreat back into the seaweed. The group of Grindylow evidently learned of their mistake, for they waited for Fleur to get further over their hiding spot before they made a move on her, coming at her from each side. Unlike Cedric, who had only to deal with them coming directly at him, Fleur was soon overwhelmed by the tentacled water demons who snatched at her clothes and kept her from aiming her wand at them. Seeing a pair of Grindylows trying to burst her bubblehead charm by raining blows on it from their tentacles, Harry quickly swam forward. Not wanting Fleur to know of his help, Harry made himself invisible to her as he called out, "Leave her alone." The Grindylows stopped attacking, still holding Fleur securely in their tentacles as they turned to look at him. "Why?" One of the Grindylow, who had been trying to break the bubble, asked in a voice that sounded like someone stepping into a puddle after a rainstorm. "She is under my protection," Harry said, putting the full authority of death into his voice. The group of Grindylows took a collective gulp as they quickly released Fleur and swam as fast as they could away, making the French Quartervilla girl look around in confusion at why they had broken off their attack on her. Harry thought about swimming towards her so she could see him in the murky water with his wand out, as if coming to save her. But at that instant, he felt a call of a death about to occur close by. Fearing Cedric being in danger, Harry stayed invisible as he took off towards the call he was receiving. It turned out not to be Cedric in danger of dying, but one of the people the champions were tasked to rescue. It seems Crumb, having found the hostages, had decided to free a young girl Harry, recognized from Hogwarts with a mane of bleached blonde hair. Asterisk, however, the way Crumb was going about this was to use his transfigured shark teeth to bite at the girl's bonds and was close to taking a bite out of her, which would kill her. Time. Fate, can we talk? Harry called out. What's up? Time asked, appearing and making the passage of time come to a stop. I wanted to check something with Fate, but as I did so, I did not want something bad to happen. And since Dad has my death clock, I could not activate the bit of magic that allows me to stop time for a bit on my own. Hence why I called you here, Harry said apologetically to Time, coming to see the man as a good friend. It's all good, Time said with a shrug, looking in wonder around the scene they were in. What did you want to see me about, Harrison? Fate asked as usual in her Lachesis form. Is that girl meant to die here? Harry asked, pointing at Crumb's hostage. Lachesis brought out her mini tapestry and took a moment to look around. She bloody hell is not. The woman said, cursing Tom and Albus for messing with her tapestry so much that it could lead this girl to die when she had so much to accomplish in her life. Being destined to reveal the so-called legendary, or in some opinions fake, classification of magical creatures known as Fey Beast. I thought so, Harry said, glad he had trusted his gut, though he had gotten a hint since he could detect her coming death from the small bit of aura. He could read off the living the girl was meant to go right to heaven, so he should not have been called to deal with her death at all. So how do we prevent her death without revealing ourselves? Harry asked. Easy, we cut her bonds, Time said simply, so that before Crumb's next bite they fall away, so he thinks he did it himself. Leave it to me, Atropos said, taking over Fate's body and producing a pair of scissors which she used to snip the last few magically treated seaweed ropes, holding the blonde Hogwarts student to the statue. Nodding to herself, the older woman walked away as she and Time vanished and made Time start to move forward again. Harry, still invisible to everyone, watched as Crumb went in for another bite, the one that would reach the girl's flesh, only to stop as the seaweed fell away. Crumb then gathered the girl into his arms and headed straight up to the surface. Harry remained in the Merperson town square undetected as he saw Cedric swimming into the town in the distance. Knowing that the mere people were there to watch the hostages but not attack, Harry guessed the other male was safe. Spotting Fleur a short distance behind Cedric, Harry decided to turn his attention to the hostages. After the blonde Hogwarts student that Crumb had rescued there, remained another blonde girl who looked to be too young to be in school and had the same angular face of Fleur, making Harry guess she was somehow related to the Buaxbaden's champion. The other two hostages were both Hogwarts students, with Cedric's being Cho Chang, and Harry's evidently chosen by Dumbledore was Ron Weasley. Harry was tempted to just let Ron remain at the bottom of the lake after Cedric and Fleur rescued their hostages, but did not want to get 0 points from this task. Tom had told him that Voldemort's plan had been to have the imposter Moody turn the Triwizard Cup into a portkey to bring Harry to him. Harry was not sure if the plan had changed since he had removed Barty Crouch Jr.'s soul or not, but he was working under the assumption that it had not. This means to keep the others safe and to collect Voldemort, Wormtail, and the last Horcrux. He had to make it look like he activated the portkey. So he needed to get into the maze where the final task was to be held, according to what Time 2 had shared with him, with enough time to get to it first. He was not sure, but he could guess that the stands for the final task would be in a position so the spectators could watch the events in the maze, which means he would not be able to use his deathly abilities until he grabbed the cup. Thankfully, neither Fleur nor Cedric had any trouble collecting their hostages in a way that could have killed the young girl or Cho, leaving Harry with the bound Ron. After the two were far enough away, Harry dropped his invisibility, making the group of Merperson guards jump back in alarm. The leader of the guards, a 7-foot merperson with its greenish-yellow hair pulled into a tight top knot, approached him. Lord Thanatos, why are you here? She asked him. I am taking part in this mortal tournament for reasons, Harry told them. Something I should not have to inform you of that I wish to keep secret. As such, I am the 4th champion, so I came to rescue him, Harry said, nodding at Ron. I would appreciate you saying I struggled to free him as well as reach the surface. Harry then easily ripped the enchanted seaweed bonds as if they were wet tissue paper, not bothering to catch Ron as he sunk to the lake bed and raised a cloud of silt. Harry waited for the silt to settle on his former friend as he grabbed Ron by his left ankle and began to awkwardly swim up on purpose. Harry pulled Ron a little distance, dragging his face a little on the sea floor, giving more proof that he was not a good swimmer and that it took him a little bit to learn how to swim while encumbered by Ron's weight. Harry replied his bubblehead charm a meter under the surface, so it looked like he had always been using it during the task. As he broke the surface of the lake, he struggled to lift Ron's leg out of the water, making some of the crowd laugh at him. Harry doggy paddled toward the shore, still dragging Ron, until they reached a point when he was able to shift his hold and bring Ron's head above the water. As Ron's head broke the surface, he let out a cough, expelling a small bit of water from his mouth. "What is going on? OW?" he shouted out as his body registered the pain of his face being scraped along the bottom of the lake. Making it sound as if he was out of breath, Harry said, "Sorry about pant, that I barely started learning how to swim. And never with anything larger or heavier than a broomstick. I thought that was what they took from me." Ron winced as he felt his face covered in silt and mud before he gave Harry an insincere smile. "It could be worse, I guess," Ron said, making Harry assume he had been told what was going on since he was not asking why they were in the lake. "Let's get out of here. You must be freezing," Harry said, not sure if Dumbledore would place any protections on the hostages against the cold or not. He was not sure if his mentioning it brought the chill to Ron's attention or if his former friend used it as an excuse to start shivering. "Good idea," Ron said as he began to do some sort of breaststroke towards the shore. Meanwhile, Harry kept with his doggy paddle to keep up the lack of swimming experience story. Reaching the shore, Harry was helped to his feet by Blaise, only for Madame Pomfrey to hustle, overthrowing large blankets over Ron and him, and escorting them to the medical tent. "I am sorry, Herr Zabini," she said as Blaise made to follow after them. But after what happened in the last task, it was decided only the champions and those they rescued would be allowed into the medical tent. "All right," Blaise said, not worried about Ron trying anything for what could a mere mortal do against death. "All right, boys, you keep those blankets on you and drink these. They should warm you right up. I will be dealing with the others, but I will call you when your points are up," she said, passing over some pepper-up potions before leaving them alone to check in on Fleur and Gabriella Delacour, once more cursing Albus for exposing the young girl to the task. If it was not bad enough due to her young age. As soon as she woke back up, Gabriella had a mental breakdown, for she suffered from thalassophobia, or fear of large bodies of water. In her opinion, Albus was becoming less connected to reality as this tournament went on. She could put it down to the fact that he was not dealing with the grief of some of his old friends that had recently died. Maybe she should contact the governors to have them order him to see a mind healer before the third task. "So did you have a good Christmas, Harry?" Ron asked once they were alone and he had drunk his potion. "I had a fine Yule," Harry answered. "For some reason, the gift I sent you came back to me, and yours never arrived," Ron said, pulling his blanket in higher around him. Harry responded with a non-committal grunt. "Well, I wanted to let you know I am happy for you and Blaise, so I thought I would get you something," Ron said, pulling out the ring Professor Dumbledore had given him from his soaking pants pocket. Feeling rather glad, he had thought to look up a spell to make sure it stayed there when he was underwater. "What is it?" Harry said, making no move to grab the ring. "I did some research. I have had to do a lot of that lately since Hermione was arrested," Ron said, sending a dark look at Harry. "I contacted my brother Bill to see if he knew if any of your family's courtship rings were in your vaults." "But how could you access my vault?" Harry asked, knowing everything Ron was telling him was a lie. For one, he could not sense any Potter family magic on the ring, and second, the magic he could detect was a curse which, if he touched it, would have destroyed any bond he had. That is, if he had been still mortal, as it was the ring could do nothing to him, except if he used it correctly to help him punish Ron. "I had to sign nearly 100 forms and make a blood oath that I was only trying to get the ring, so I could pass it on to you," Ron said, puffing out his chest as if proud of what he lied about doing to get the ring. "So what happens if I don't take the ring?" Harry asked. "What?" Ron asked, confused. "Well, since you had to make a blood oath to get the ring and pass it on to me, so I could use it as a courtship ring with Blaise. What happens if I already gave him a ring, so I don't take yours?" Harry asked, arching an eyebrow and trying not to smirk at his former friend. Then I have 2 days to get the ring back to the bank, otherwise I will suffer from a blood-borne curse," Ron said after a few moments, obviously coming up with a lie on the spot. "Sounds painful," Harry said with fake sympathetically. "It will be," Ron said, still holding out the cursed ring to him. "Are you not going to take it?" I will need to have Blaze see it to see if he likes it, then to make sure we can use magic to adjust it to the size of his finger. Right now, it does not look like I could wear it on my pinky finger, let alone have Blaze wear it on any of his. Let me go see if Madame Pomfrey will allow Blaze inside under supervision so we can check this out, Harry said, getting to his feet and leaving their area to go look for the matron. A couple of days after the second task, Harry collected the letters from his Gringotts P.O. box. As usual, there was a letter from Bagman telling him off for leaving before receiving his points. But unlike the man's previous letters, this one did not include a hidden message. Bagman told that due to his time in the lake, he had gained enough points to tie for third place with Fleur Delacour. Harry saw the lack of message was down to the fact that Bagman flat out wrote down what the final task would be, so there was no reason for the code. Getting a letter from Madame Pomfrey, which was rather strange, Harry read it aloud to Blaze and his dad. Harry, I am sorry for what Ronald Weasley tried to do to your bond. Harry, I know this will be doubly tough for you due to what Mississippi Granger tried to do after you faced the dragons. I'm not sure if you have been informed of what happened to her, so just in case I shall let you know. She had been sent to a facility known as Fogg, which is like a Muggle juvenile hall, as well as an orphanage for her actions, which were seen as the possible crime of line theft. Ronald was not sent to Vodgick for one of the curses on the ring he tried to give you was meant to break your bond. Since your bond is in place thanks to Lady Magic, this is seen as a crime worse than line theft, leading to Ron being tried as an adult and sent to the magical minimum security prison, Scrotto. On a more personal note, I can now see why the protection from your marriage contract came into play this year. With you having to deal with the tournament, as well as finding out your friends were trying to control your life and destroy your bond. While I would miss your too frequent visits to the hospital wing, I feel it might be safer for you both to find some other school to go to finish your education. Stay healthy and safe, Madame Poppy Pomfrey. That old so-and-so, James said with a laugh. You knew her? Blaze asked. Knew her? Not only was she the Medi-Witch during my time at school, she is a friend of our family, and was even called to deliver both of us, James informed his son. Harry's mouth fell open in shock, having never been aware of this fact. Among the pile of letters, Harry also received one from Fred, George, and Ginny, as well as one sent by both Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. All of the letters were the same, expressing utter shock at what Ron had tried to do, not to mention their deepest apologies for it. Harry wrote them all back, as each of the letters from the Weasleys had ended with them saying they would understand if he did not trust what they were telling him and wanted nothing more to do with their family. Harry's response back informed them all that was not the case, but he might be changing schools just to get a fresh start. He would still write to them when he had the chance, and would always welcome their letters and a Weasley sweater for Christmas. He did add to the letter for Fred and George that the map was theirs again, and to use it well. A week and a half after Harry had gotten the letters, James sat him and blazed down inside Death's Manor. All right, listen up, you two, James said, slipping into a military mode of speech due to the movie they had just watched on the place's Magic TV set. All right, I have a mission for the two of you. You have seen that the times between reaps are rather random, usually running from maybe 10 minutes to a couple of hours. Now, every once in a while, we get lucky and get at most a half day between reapings. But that is still not enough. I thought we would use the fact that I can cover for you to give you a full day to yourselves. Why now? Harry asked. You have started to master your roles as Death and Steed, and have been doing great in clearing up the mess in Fate's tapestry. I have a feeling that after this tournament ends, and you collect Voldy's final Horcrux, and Soul, my job to assist you may be over. So while I am still here, I want to give you a day, at the very least, just as you gave me one with Padfoot and Mooney. I guess it could not hurt, Harry said as Blaze agreed. But during this day, you must agree to leave everything behind you. So no talking about the tournament or your roles, just act like any normal young people on a day out going on some dates, James said before he seemed to recall something. Also, I got a message from Bone Crusher. He wants to see you when you got some time. I would suggest you stop there first, that way he can also give you a goblin charge card, so you can access funds on the date. A few days later, Harry and Blaze arrived at Gringotts to start their day off. Ah, Lord Potter, thank you for coming to see me, the younger Bone Crusher Harry had met when setting up his P.O. box said. You are welcome. Why did you want to see me? Harry asked. While this is little concern with you, a member of the British Ministry bet the Goblin Nation that you would win the Triwizard Tournament. As the bet was finalized before you came to the bank and revealed that you had assumed the position of Lord Thanatos, but also we're going to compete. It places us in a quandary. The Goblin Nation cannot be seen as ending a bet before the outcome, lest we be called cowards, which is a species we cannot take. But since you are death, your abilities give you an advantage over your competition. So, if you choose to, it would be easy for you to win the tournament, making the bet go in the human's favor. You said you have to take part in the tournament, so you see our problem. Bonecrusher said, if I have to win the tournament, just take the money to cover the bet from my vaults. I hardly need all the money inside of it. Even if I am Blaze of dates all over the world every day, have our own, or adopt a child, from what Dad told me, I have more than enough to live off of it for ages, Harry said. Are you sure? Bonecrusher asked. I am, Harry answered. Very well, the goblin said, pulling out some documents. While I don't see you changing your mind, this is standard procedure for allowing us to use funds from your account to pay for the bet. I just need you to use the blood quill to sign on the dotted line. Harry took the quill and signed Harrison, Harry, James Potter on the document. I would also like to pick up some goblin charge cards for Blaze and IR. Going on a day-long date, Harry said, passing back the signed parchment and black quill. Getting the charge cards, the pair left Gringotts as Blaze shifted form to travel to the first part of their date. Each of them had picked some activities which were unfamiliar to the other as a way to bond. The good thing about being Death and his steed was that they could find places all over the world to go to, so they would not have to wait for shows or anything to take place. Harry had chosen the first stop on their date as a movie in an actual theater. And since they could get any movie or show involving death in the manner they chose to go see a comedy, getting to a random theater in the US, they found the theater was paying a special tribute to the recently deceased Betty White by playing some of her movies. This led them to go see the movie The Proposal, as well as purchase a large container of popcorn and some drinks to have while they watched the movie. For while they did not need to eat if they did not want to due to their positions, the popcorn and drinks made it seem like more of a date. Sitting the popcorn between their seats, Harry and Blaze watched the movie. They both rather enjoyed it, as for the first time Harry heard Blaze making a snorting laugh during a scene where Betty was doing some weird ritual thing in the woods. They even had the awkward grabbing for popcorn at the same time, and instead grabbing each other's hands as they watched an eagle snatch the dog of the main male's folks right from the ground. Maybe we should see if we can talk to someone about getting more channels or a way to play movies on our set, Blaze said as they left the theater, wanting to see more types of shows rather than ones dealing with death. I shall talk with the others or someone in the hub to see what they can do, Harry said, leaning into Blaze, who had an arm wrapped around Harry's shorter form. This led Blaze to change into a winged human as they became invisible to the mortals and carried Harry to his first stop. Like Harry, Blaze had decided his first stop would be a show, but his was a live-action performance rather than a movie. Harry was rather excited for the show, for he had never been to a magical production before. He had never even gone to a Muggle play or live musical before. Taking some seats in a private balcony box, Harry and Blaze settled in to watch a show entitled The Eries of Vikenlo. Due to the magical world being behind in technology of the Muggle world, the costumes of the actors would not have looked out of place in a Shakespearean play. There was also food involved for the audience to eat, but it was mostly small finger foods. There were no drinks besides water that were allowed in the theater. Harry thought Blaze must have seen the show before, for he had sometimes caught his date mouthing the words when he would look over to him. The show did have an interesting storyline about the death of the head of a family who had twin children that were next in line for the Lord/Ladyship. The twins ended up having a contest to show which of them was more worthy of leading the family. The contest was being overseen by their father's younger brother. The uncle was the villain of the show as he sabotaged the contest between the twins. Neither twins noticed as their younger sibling, who was not named until the end of the show, managed to prevent his uncle from ruining each event. When it was time to declare the winner of the contest, the widow of the late ward came forward and gave the results, saying that due to their actions during the contest, it was the younger sibling, Vikenlo, who would be the next lord of the house. The magic used during the show for all special effects and sets made it feel like Harry was watching a movie while it was being filmed. At the end of the show, Harry learned that one did not give applause for the show, but held their wand up and lit the tip. In the darkened theater, all the wand tips lit up looked to be a sky full of stars as the cast gave their bows, and the lead was handed a bouquet of tulips, Another difference from a Muggle show, where Harry had during his cleaning events on sitcoms, which gave the actors roses. For the next part of the date, Harry wanted to take in a sporting event, knowing that some couples did that sort of thing, and got up on the kiss cam that some places used. However, Harry did not know much about Muggle sports, only that sports were played all year round. This led the pair to go to a basketball game, which might have been more exciting if either of them knew the rules of the game. Blaze's next stop was a dance hall, where they pair once again danced. As Harry had danced at one time of the Immortals' end-of-year ritual, he still stepped on Blaze's feet occasionally. Not that Blaze seemed to mind, as he held Harry's hands tightly in his as he led the dance. During a slow song, Blaze shifted his grip as he let go of one of Harry's hands and took hold of Harry's waist while directing Harry to place his now free hand wherever he felt comfortable doing so. Harry ended up placing the hand on Blaze's shoulder as the pair slowly spun in place to the music and ignored everyone around them. After the song ended, the pair kept their hands where they were as they began a more upbeat dance, sort of like the Muggle tango. At one point in the dance, Blaze dipped Harry, making a small mew of surprise escape Harry's mouth. After the dip, there was a twirl which Blaze performed first before giving Harry time to twirl him. Harry tried, but due to their height difference and his inexperience with dancing managed to smack Blaze's face into the arm he had tried to twirl the other with. Blaze had just laughed it off as he twirled Harry again, first under his arm and then away from his body before bringing Harry back right to his chest and holding him close. For the remainder of the song, Harry was held tightly by Blaze as Harry laid his head on the Italian's shoulder, just letting the music wash over him. Wanting to give sports another chance, Harry's next part of their date had the pair playing a round of mini-golf inside a building. Once more, neither had any experience with the game, but unlike the basketball game earlier, they had immense fun, even if they had to chase their balls when they accidentally hit them off their hole. Both had been surprised at how challenging, while fun, mini-golfing was due to the sometimes childish nature of the obstacles that were on the holes, like a gorilla waving his arms down which blocked the path, or a giant mountain of ice cream they had to shot their balls through. Being more interested in fun than keeping score, the pair just played each hole before blocking their scorecard at the end and using magic to find out who had won. It turned out to be a dead tie, with Harry getting a better score on the first 9 holes and Blaze doing better in the second half. The game had also not taken that long, making the pair decide that if they got more than an hour between reaps, they might try out other mini-golf courses. After the dancing and round of mini-golf, the pair took things a little slower as they relaxed on a beach and just sat together watching the water lap at the shore. Having used their abilities to change into beach wear, Harry felt the only thing missing was a beach umbrella as they curled up on a large beach towel together, with Harry half on top of Blaze's muscular form. As this was a public beach in a Muggle world, they did get some looks and harsh comments directed their way due to being both males and that Harry was white and Blaze was black, but the pair just ignored them. At least until a woman who had brought her kids began to loudly complain about them. Not caring, but finding her voice annoying, Harry just leaned in closer to Blaze and began to trace random shapes in his muscular black chest. The woman got so annoyed she called a lifeguard and tried to get them thrown off the beach. But as they were doing nothing but cuddling together, the lifeguard had no reason to act on the woman's wishes as he told her to mind her own business, calling her Karen. Harry was not sure if that was the woman's actual name or the now common nickname for females who complain about shit that was not their concern. Not wanting to look like Karen had driven them away from the beach, Harry and Blaze stayed a little longer than they had planned before moving on to another activity. Having liked the tranquility of the beach before Karen had arrived, the pair traveled to a part of the world where it was dusk and found a nice wooded park to just walk around and holding each other's hands. It was rather nice just walking around in the growing twilight, talking about everything and nothing in particular, and just enjoying each other's company. Their last stop for their date was at a concert, but rather than pay for tickets, since it could be sold out, the pair went invisible and watched from an empty spot in the theater. While the Dursleys had put a stop to Harry having any fun when he lived with them or getting involved with anything too strange, Harry had heard the songs of the American parody legend of Weird Al and had fallen in love with his music. And while they had not gone to a concert for the man, the group performing was a cover band for him, playing some of his biggest hits. Knowing some of the songs, Harry mouthed along with them, making Blaze chuckle at him, earning the taller male an elbow to the ribs and a dark look. After all, Blaze had mouthed the words to the play he had taken Harry to at the start of their date. Harry should be allowed to do it as well to Weird Al songs. It's amazing. Chapter summary. Time for the third task and family day. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. A few days after their day-long date, Harry found he and Blaze had received a letter from Blaze's mom in their mail, asking the pair to meet her at their earliest conveyance. So the next time they found themselves with an hour between reaps, they stopped by and made sure she was alone in her office at the Italian ministry appeared before her. I wish you could offer some sort of warning before doing that, Adriana said after she jumped a little when they suddenly appeared before her. Sorry, Mom, Blaze said as he and Harry took seats before her desk. Yes, sorry, Harry added before asking, what did you want to see us about? I got a letter in the post inviting me to come to Hogwarts on the day of the third task. Not just the task, mind you, but the whole day starting right after breakfast. The letter states that as the closest thing to family that you have, Harry, being the mother of your betrothed, I am allowed to be there. The thing is, I know you both are just showing up at Hogwarts for the task themselves, so just wanted to go over it with you, Adriana said, passing over the letter she had received, which she had kept on her person, not knowing when they would get a chance to see her. After quickly reading the letter and seeing it had been sent by the British ministry and not Dumbledore, Harry nodded his head, a little satisfied it was not some sort of plan by the asshole. I guess we call all go if you have the time, that is, Harry said, looking at her desk piled high with work for her job as Minister of Magic. I will make time, she said. After all, I think I have earned a vacation. Not to mention that if this notice was sent to the other families of the champions, it would be a good way to chat with the French Minister of Magic, since his daughter is competing. And I have always wanted to meet Victor Crumb. Blaze rolled his eyes at his mother, but glad she would be willing to come, though it might raise some issues when the task ended if everything worked out for Harry and the other Immortals plan. When Harry and Blaze next hooked up with James after their meeting with Adriana Zabini, they asked him if he would be willing to work his death during the day of the third task, not just the event itself. What prompted this? James asked. Blaze's mom was sent an invitation to come to the event for the entire day, and it would seem strange if she showed up without us, since as far as everyone knows, she is my guardian at the moment, Harry said. Okay, but why the full day? James asked. My mom never went to Hogwarts. My dad did, so she wants to see the castle for herself, Blaze explained. I see, I guess I could take over then, so you can give her a tour. Sirius and Remus also got a letter from Dumps to see if they wanted to come and watch as well. Hiding their identities, of course. We had discussed telling you about it, but we feared that Dumbles would use their presence to enchant them so that they could get close to you in hopes of enchanting you as well, James explained. Can't they just get some protections for the enchantments? I know the goblins rent them out to magicals for the right price. Blaze asked, knowing that from what he had learned of Sirius, the man was still Lord Black, so should have access to the Black family vaults to pay for it. Normally, yes, but as Dumbles holds Ares' wand, goblin-made protections might not block his spells, James said. What if you or Harry use some of Death's magic to power up the protections to combat the effects of Ares' wand? Blaze asked. It could work. Well, I say that, but I have no idea. I would have to check with Ares and possibly Lady Magic to see if it is true, James said. The day before the third task, getting the confirmation that their magic combined added to a goblin protection item would prevent Sirius and Remus from getting enchanted, James and Harry met the pair at the bank. It was done at the bank, so the goblins would be aware of the additions to their work, as well as get confirmation that James and Harry would remove the additions when Sirius and Remus returned them to the bank. Not knowing if he would still be around after the tasks, James, knowing his son was nearing his goal, set his additions to be undone after a certain amount of time had happened, in this case 3 days. On the morning of the third task, James gave both Harry and Blaze a tight hug as he left to do the duties of death for the day, while the pair went to Zabini Manor. To make sure that Ariana arrived at the same time they did, it had been decided that they would take her to the castle. Blaze changed into his black Impala form so they could give her a lift. Arriving at the castle, Harry helped his future mother-in-law out of the car and held her hand as Blaze changed back, thus allowing her the same invisibility from the other mortals to apply to her as well. Once Blaze was in his human form again, he and Harry used their abilities to look like their younger selves that everyone expected them to look like, as Adriana places a hand on both their shoulders, creating a small pop. as if they arrived by a portkey. Harry made them visible to the mortals. As it was still the time that breakfast happened for the students at the castle, the only ones in the room with them were the other family of the champions. Harry saw Adriana bow her head in greeting to a man in a white robe/overcoat that was beside a woman who could only be Fleur Delacour's mother. In one corner of the room, a brooding-looking man and a woman who seemed to have a resting bitch face arched an eyebrow at their sudden appearance. "Ah, there you are," a familiar voice said, making Harry turn to look as Cedric's dad, whom he had met at the World Cup, came over to him. "Hello, Lord Diggory," Harry said in greeting. "Not feeling so high now that you have had to take part in the tournament and face down some challenges, are you?" The man said pompously. "Are you implying Harrison wanted to take part in this thing?" Adriana said, giving Harry's shoulder a comforting squeeze. "Yes," the man said, only to chicken out and try to get out of it by fleeing the country. Harry felt Blaze's mom tense up at the man's statement, but before she could respond, another voice broke in. "You have been reading too much Rita Skeeter, Amos. If you paid any attention to the actual facts, you would know Harry did not flee the country on his own, but due to some protections that had been put in place on a marriage contract between himself and heir Zabini. I take that as who this is, and you must be his mother," Molly Weasley said, nearly shoving Amos Diggory out of the way as she extends her hand to Adriana. "I am. And you are?" Adriana asked. "I am Molly Weasley, and this is my eldest, Bill. We were contacted to stand in for Harry's family just in case you could not make it." "It is wonderful to see you again, Harry," Molly said after shaking Adriana's hand and pulling him into a hug. Harry let his senses take in her magic, trying to see if she had any enchantments in place, but detecting nothing, he returned her hug. As Molly ended the hug, Harry shook Bill's hand while hiding a small smirk. Seeing Molly pull Blaze into a tight hug of his own, the other champion soon entered the room along with Professor McGonagall. His old head of house's eyes lights up a little as she sees him. "Ah, good. You're all here. You are free to take your families on a tour of the castle, but please do not disturb the other students while they are taking their tests," McGonagall said before heading out of the room to proctor her exams. Harry and Blaze stuck together as they lead Adriana, Bill, and Molly from the room. Harry took a note of the look Fleur sent Bill as they passed the girl and her family. "He is rather hot, isn't he?" Harry heard Fleur's mother tell the now blushing Beauxbaton champion is French. "You should talk to him at lunch or something." "Mother," Fleur said, and Harry guessed the only reason she did not have her head in her hands was the belief that Bill could not understand her. Harry was not so sure of that, for he noticed a small smirk on the eldest Weasley child's face as they left the room. Since they were giving a tour to show Adriana around the castle, Molly and Bill already knew the layout. Their group headed down to the dungeon first since it was closer. Avoiding the potions classroom and Snape, the group made its way to a blank stretch of wall, making Molly and her son confused about why they were stopping before it. "Behind this wall is the Slytherin dorms," Blaze said, making the two Weasleys' mouths fall open in shock, for it was not that common to find out the location of a house dorm unless one was a member of the house or had a child that was sorted into them. "Unfortunately, we cannot go inside, for the password most likely has changed several times since I was last inside," Blaze said, knocking on the wall with his knuckle. He had not done this as a way to see if anyone would let them in, but to give a clearer point of where the door was located. If anyone was still inside the dorms, they either did not hear the knock or were too busy studying/relaxing to come to see what the knock was about. Going back upstairs, the group took the other staircase that headed downward so Harry could show the group where the kitchens were located, having been told what to look for on the map by the twins near the start of the year. The twins had given the location to him, so that if at the start of the next school year Harry had not spent time away from his family, he would know where to go to get food to help his stomach return to normal after possible starvation. Harry, however, had not been told exactly how to get into the kitchens, so he just said the entrance was somewhere in the corridor. While they were down there, the group crossed paths with Cedric showing his parents around, since it seemed the entrance to the Hufflepuff dorms was also the same corridor. As they headed up to the first floor, Molly started remaining, saying she recalled that in her time, it had been Transfiguration, whose class was located on the floor, rather than the D.A.D.A. class. Peeking in the window as a group of second years had their end-of-year test, Molly smiled, saying she had guessed as much. "Guess what?" Bill asked, peeking in the window himself to see what his mother had seen. "That is the D.A.D.A. classroom." So they did not just change where a class was held, but the rooms themselves changed places, Molly explained. *1. During the tour, Molly and Bill would share some of their times at Hogwarts as they showed Blaze's mom the castle. Harry also shared some of the stories of his adventures at the castle. Wait, he never actually showed up? Blaze asked as Harry told him about the duel. Draco challenged him to during their first year as they were in the trophy room to show Ariana, Bill, and Mrs. Weasley Harry and Ron's special service to the school reward. Nope. We just assumed he was trying to get us in trouble since Filch arrived, Harry said, making Molly shake her head a little in disapproval of Harry and Ron's actions. That doesn't make sense. Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle did leave for the duel. You said it was the day before you had your broomstick delivered, correct? Blaze asked. Yeah, Harry answered. So, I wonder what those three were doing if they had not gone to the duel. Blaze said, leaving Harry just to shrug his shoulders. Just as Harry had done when Blaze showed them where the Slytherin dorms were located, Blaze acted surprised when Harry led the group to the fat lady's portrait to show Adriana where the Gryffindor house dorms were. Molly surprised Bill as she told them about the fat lady telling her off for arriving back at the dorms at 4 in the morning one time after a date with Mr. Weasley. So how did you meet Blaze's dad? Harry asked since Mrs. Weasley had brought up dating Mr. Weasley while they were both at Hogwarts. Well, we officially meet after he graduated from Hogwarts, but our families had set up a marriage contract between us when we were kids, Adriana explained. Is that why you came to Hogwarts rather than Buaxbatons? Harry asked Blaze, since the French school was closer to Zabini Manor than Hogwarts was. Yes, since Dad died when I was just a baby, I wanted to come here to form some connection to him, Blaze said. How did he die? Harry asked. Harry. Molly said, a little mortified at the question, thinking it could be considered quite a bit rude and personal. Harry and Blaze were so used to death at this point not really care about it anymore. He died at his job as an ICW enforcer. Blaze said, a little surprised he had never told Harry about it before. I wonder what they're serving for lunch. Molly said, trying to get away from what she saw as a possibly touching subject. You know, it will be great not having to cook for once. During lunch, sitting at the Gryffindor table since Harry was one of the champions, Fred, George, and Ginny came over to join them. Almost as soon as the twins show up, Bill pulled them in, so that he has their heads in his arms. Get off, the twins said in unison. No, I have a job to do for Charlie. Evidently, he came to talk to Harry about facing down the dragon when he heard you yahoos only asked the Sorting Hat to place you in Gryffindor, so you could prank him, Bill explained. He wanted to do this himself, but since he was at the first task, his bosses did not permit him to come to this one. So he left it up to me to deal with you. The twins visibly gulped a little, looking to their mother for some help. Molly did not even seem to be paying attention as she started to fill her plate. So, as the one to deal with it, all I have to say is, Bill said, pausing for a moment to let Fred and George squirm a little. Good job. You had a plan and kept with it, which shows you could have gone to either Slytherin or Gryffindor and done well in both, no matter what Ron said. Bill said, letting go of their heads with a laugh. So you decided to prank us a little back for our comments? George asked. Yeah, well, you two never seemed to target me with your pranks growing up, so I thought I would have some fun, Bill said. Oh, are you feeling left out, brother dear? George asked. It sounded like he does, Fred said as both twins scoop up some mashed potatoes and smear them all over the front and back of Bill's top. Why, you little, Bill said in mock anger as he places a hand on the back of both younger brothers' heads and began to push them down towards the food on the table. Enough, you three, Molly said with a small laugh as she uses her wand to remove the potatoes from Bill's leather jacket. Yeah, leave it for home, Ginny added, sending Harry a wink. That way Charlie can get in on it after he finds out how Bill dealt with you guys. Fred, George, and Bill just stuck their tongues out at her as Harry let out a chuckle, having fun at Hogwarts again, thanks to his favorite family. Blaze just shook his head, glad to see Harry smile while they were at the castle and not be worried about what dumbass or what they had planned for the end of the third task. Adriana just shook her head, having never seen such behavior as her previous misconceptions about the Weasley family due to their blood traitor status, and Ron's behavior was shattered, seeing that they all cared for one another and Harry. After lunch, the tour headed out onto the grounds as they showed Blaze's mom the Hogwarts greenhouses and Hagrid's hut. The group even had some afternoon tea with Hagrid since he did not have a test to administer when they were shown the man's hut. As Hagrid led them inside, Harry quietly whispered to everyone else that for their teeth and stomach's sake not to accept anything other than tea during their visit. The only place Harry did not show them was the Quidditch pitch, since it was cordoned off as the place where the third task was taking place later. Before supper, Harry had Blaze take over showing the others around as he went to go and thank Madame Pomfrey for her help exposing Ron and Hermione's betrayal to the public. It felt a little strange to go to the hospital wing and not have to be treated as Harry went over to knock on her office door, not seeing her in the main wing. "Ire Potter, what a surprise," she said, opening the door to her office. "Hello, Madame Pomfrey," he said with a slight bow of his head. "What do I owe this visit?" "Don't tell me you are feeling ill due to nerves about the final task," she said, giving him a once-over. "Actually, I came to thank you for what you did after the other two tasks," Harry said. "Well, that is a different story. Why don't you join me for a bit?" she said, stepping aside and inviting him into her office. Taking a look around, Harry saw that she had pictures of graduating classes on all the walls of the room and a desk with some paperwork on it that she had been working on before he had arrived. "You know, I knew your grandparents," she said, as with a flick of her wand sent her work away to a filing cabinet. "You did?" Harry asked. "Oh yes, your grandmother was the healer who trained me. I worked for her until she retired, and I took the post here," Madame Pomfrey said, as with another flick of her wand brought out some cups and a teapot. "My grandmother was a healer. I never knew that," Harry said, now regretting that he spent time getting to know his dad during their work together, but never asking anything else about their family. "Oh yes, a very well-respected one. And your grandfather was a potions master who helped develop Sleekeasy's hair potion," she said. "Wow," Harry said, thanking her for the tea. "She really helped me when I first started, and I was the only one she trusted when she went into labor with your dad," Madame Pomfrey shared. "How could I say no to help her, especially when they had asked me to be your dad's godmother?" "You were my dad's godmother?" Harry asked in shock. "Yep. Also, not to get too strange, I also helped deliver you," she said. "I guess thanks," Harry said, making her let out a small laugh. "So are you ready for the final task?" she asked, shifting topics. "I am ready for the tournament to end," Harry said. "I don't doubt it after all that has happened to you in it so far. But at least it reunited you with Heir Zabini," she said, reaching over and patting his hand. "It did to that," he said, raising his cup as if in a toast and smiling as she clicked their mugs together. "While I am not to play favorites, I do hope you win tonight, Harry. And if you leave the castle after it, I hope you have a good life," she said, setting down her tea. "Do you mind if I hug you as a possible farewell?" "Not at all," Harry said as he accepted the hug from the Mediwitch. When it was time for the final task, Blaise and his mother sat in some of the highest seats and away from the Weasleys, who were sitting closer to the maze. This was not done due to any bad blood that had developed between them when Harry was with Madame Pomfrey, but for Harry's plan to work. Just in case a follower of the Dark Lord had not put a portkey charm on the cup, as time had seen in a timeline where Harry had not become death and had to compete in the tournament, Blaise would have to transport Harry to the Dark Lord's location. As he was tied for third place, Harry and Fleur were led into the maze a full 10 minutes after first place Cedric was allowed in. For a while, Harry and Fleur stayed together before choosing different paths. At the first fork they came to, with Harry taking the left path and Fleur the right. It felt a little strange having to follow the path rather than walk right through the hedges. But as the spectators were up in the stands, they would be able to track his progress in the maze, which meant, as he had guessed, he had to stay visible. The first obstacle Harry came across was a yellow mist that hung around the ground, but nothing happened. When he walked right through it, unaware that if he had been mortal, it would have shifted his perspective, making him think the sky was above him and he was stuck to the ground. As he rounded a corner, a small-sized drake came zooming towards him, opening its mouth to shoot out some flames. As Harry raised his wand to fight it off, the thing closed its mouth with a snap, recognizing him as Death. As its breath had already been stoked up and had been about to come out, this caused the drake to crash and burn. So it happened with any creature Harry came across. As he made his way through the maze, they would start to attack him before taking themselves out once they recognized him. It was lucky that Harry still pulled out his wand when he met them, so that the crowd would just think that he had used some spell on them. There were only 3 creatures who had not reacted this way. The first was a boggart, which had recognized Harry right away from what he was, and had curled up into a small blob of darkish gray liquid that looked too much like some unappetizing jello mold. The second creature to react differently than the rest had been one of Hagrid's blast-ended screwets, which either did not recognize him or care that he was Death as it launched itself at him. While Harry was still protected by his transfigured Death's cloak, he dove out of the way of the charging beast, knowing it would look really strange if he was able to function after such a blow. Raising his wand, Harry cast his first spell since the second task, as he sent a stunner at the screw-it, only for it to bounce off the thing's shell right at him. While the spell had been reflected, all it did to the screw-it was to make it angrier. The monster brought out a giant stinger to try to spear Harry with. Harry was sure that if he was still immortal, even a glancing blow from the stinger would paralyze or possibly poison him, making him easier prey for the thing. Well, if a stunner did not work, what about a levitation charm? Taking aim, Harry shot a Wingardium Leviosa at the Screw-It, lifting it off the ground. Suddenly, the thing's legs straightened out and lodged into the ground, as if to make sure it could not be tossed away. This gave Harry an idea. As he used a spell he was sure not taught at Hogwarts, as he magically increased the gravity on the Screw-It, burying it into the ground, so that only the top of its shell was visible. Yet as soon as he let up on the spell, the Screw-It began to dig its way out. Not wanting to deal with it anymore, Harry ran forward as he used the shell as a path, and ran as fast as he could away from the thing, casting a spell to transfigure a small stone on the path into a dog, just as Cedric had done when he faced off against his dragon in the first task. The last creature who had not started to attack him before seeing he was death was a Sphinx. Harry ran into deep within the maze. "Hello, Lord Thanatos, if you wish to get past me a riddle you must answer," the Sphinx said in a silky, smooth voice. "And why should I answer your riddle?" Harry asked it. "For the fastest way to the cup is past me, and since you are visible, I can only assume you, for whatever reason, are going incognito to hide your identity," she said sagely. "Very well. What is your riddle?" he asked. "I have been told a riddle to share, but as you are an immortal, I am changing it," she said. "In dark halls long ago, there lived an ancient, immortal foe. He stuck without warning while she watched everything that happened around her. They are one together, yet she controls all. Mightier than 7, but less than 1. She holds the secrets that can cause the world to come undone." Who are they? Harry was utterly stumped, unable to think of a person or being that this riddle could be about. A being with multiple people using the body made him think of fate, but they were all female, not a male and a female, plus there were 3 of them, not 2. He thought he might be on the right track, at least a little bit, since there were 7 immortals, including himself. But who could be mightier than death, time, fate, Ares, evil, nature/magic, and good? Suddenly a memory came to him as he had first returned to Hogwarts after becoming death to convince Blaise to become his steed. "Is it Nox?" Harry asked. "Very good, Lord Thanatos," the Sphinx said, getting up and moving out of his way to let him pass. "Cool, I guess," Harry said, giving her a small nod as he went by, and wondering what would have happened if he had given the wrong answer. As he reached the end of the path, Harry saw both the Triwizard Cup and another champion, since he had left Fleur at the start of the maze. Krum was running towards the cup, about to grab it, and while Harry detected a portkey charm on it, the cup would just transfer the person who grabbed the cup right out of the maze rather than to Voldemort's. *2. Harry contemplated letting the Bulgarian Quidditch star take the cup and just go after Voldemort later, but he did not know if people would accept him leaving with the tournament being over. Suddenly, there was a scream, causing Harry to return his attention to his surroundings as he found Krum down on the ground as one of Aragog's children bearing down on him, its fawn-like pincers getting closer to Krum's face. Krum had let go of his wand and was now trying to hold it back with his strength alone. While Harry could go and claim the cup, he could not just leave Krum there. And not just due to time 2 warning of what would happen if any of the mortal champions died during the tournament. Raising his wand again, Harry cast Wingardium Leviosa on it, hoping it would not try to dig its legs into the ground, or worse, Krum's flesh. Thankfully, the spider did not, though it did turn its face towards Harry, mashing its jaws together until the color seemed to drain from its face. Well, as much as it could for a spider as it saw Harry. Unfortunately, the spider began to flail its limbs, some of them catching Krum, opening up some cuts on him, making Krum cry out in pain. Harry tossed the spider aside, and when it touched the ground again, it fled the area in terror. Harry crouched down next to Krum, seeing shallow but numerous cuts along the other's forearms and robes. "Hold on, Krum," Harry said. "During my research, I found that during previous tournaments the cup acted like a portkey, which brought not only the one to collect it, but the other champions to the judges' table to end the tournament. If they change this as soon as I win, I will send up sparks to get us out of here," Harry said, walking to the cup and stretching his body slightly in a signal for Blaise to come to collect him. Due to their seats, no one but Blaise's mother noticed as the dark-skinned Italian male vanished from the stands and moved to collect Harry. Harry smiled, seeing Blaise appearing beside the cup, already in the form of a pale horse invisible to Crumb and the watching crowd. Harry timed it perfectly as he activated his invisibility as he grabbed the cup, suppressing the portkey function geared to whoever grabbed it while leaving the enchantment to remove the other champions from the maze. Harry got on Blaze's back, but the pair remained until Crumb had been safely transported out. Harry then zeroed in on the last bits of Voldemort's soul and directed Blaze to take them there. In just a few moments, Harry and Blaze arrived at a graveyard inhabited by three beings and underpowerful by mortal standards wards. Harry slid off Blaze's back and dropped the cup, which once it was away from his body, could be seen by mortals. "Kill the boy," a voice cried out as the cup landed on the ground. But, Master, there is no one here," the voice of Harry's parents' betrayer squeaked out. "He must be here," the first voice called again. "If the cup is here, Potter has to be here. Cast a detection charm, you idiot." "Yes, my master," Wormtail said, lifting his wand from the ground where he had been casting a fog-making spell to do as he ordered. Harry knew no matter what spell the bastard used, they would be unable to detect him or Blaze. So as Wormtail waved his wand around like an insane music conductor leading a band that surrounded him, Harry moved forward, not towards the sound of the voice that he assumed belonged to Voldemort, but to the giant serpent coiled up nearby around a large headstone with the name Thomas Riddle on it, listing the day he died in 1943. Harry guessed it was the marker for Voldemort's father, and thanks to being deaf, he now knew a ritual that was said to bring someone back from the dead by using bits of the person's dead parent, which was most likely why Voldemort and Wormtail were at this location. Harry could not let this ritual take effect, for it would create more havoc for Fate's tapestry, not that there was a chance of Voldemort pulling it off in the first place. As he reached the large serpent which housed a piece of Voldemort's soul, Harry saw that the poor creature was under a blood curse to be stuck in its current form. He could heal it, but due to the Horcrux being placed in her body, in a way not dissimilar to how the Horcrux he had once contained, however, the differences also failed to give her the protection that Harry had. Thus, like the Dursleys, this creature was suffering from soul corruption and should have died before now, if not for Voldemort's interference. Harry knelt beside the cursed person, letting them see him. "It will be all right now. Be at peace," Harry said in a kind voice as he gently reached into her body and collected both her soul and Voldemort's Horcrux. Placing both souls into his pouch, Harry turned to Wormtail, who was still widely searching around for him. Harry detected that, like the other Death Eaters whose souls he had collected, the man had been enchanted to extend the bastard's life. Harry had never felt so much joy as he approached Wormtail unseen from behind and ripped out the man's soul, letting him crumple like so much useless trash into the ground of the cemetery. At the bastard's death, Harry felt the wards around the cemetery lose a bit of their power as Harry turned to the last bit of Voldemort's soul, which inhabited the twisted and deformed flesh that was now all that was left of Tom Riddle. Seeing the form, Harry no longer found it in his heart to call the man anything less than the being's birth name, and feeling sympathy that he would never have thought possible before this very moment, claimed Riddle's soul, putting an end to the man's existence. "Well done, Harrison," a voice called, making Harry turn around to find both Perry and Orb standing behind him, arm in arm with each other. "What's up?" Harry asked them. "By taking Riddle's soul, you canceled all the enchantments he had placed on anyone to keep them alive, meaning you are halfway done. All you need to do is collect Ares' wand, and Albus' spell shall come undone as well, for he tied them to the wand rather than his own life. They still would have ended when he died, but his thread still has a few more years left to live on the tapestry," Orb explained. "However, while the enchantments he put in place will have ended, there are still a few people whose souls you will need to collect, since they have lived longer than they should have. They just don't have to be collected right away, and if you wish, you can leave them to your reapers. And since you have finished off this part of your mission and you no longer have to appear to the mortals again, we are here to offer you a choice. We can create a sort of golem, which the mortals, even under the most vigorous testing, would believe to be you, making them all believe you died along with Riddle, Wormtail, and Nagini," Perry said. "And the second option?" Harry asked. "We don't leave the golem, making people wonder where you had gone. You could still reveal yourself to them, but they would never know what happened here, where you have gone to, or how you survived," Perry said, thinking back to his promise to the Weasleys to stay in touch, as well as those like Neville, or even what Blaze's friends would think if Harry died but Blaze did not return. He only saw one choice. We shall leave them wondering where I went and what happened, Harry told the pair. Very good, Orb said with a smile. Now, with having accomplished this, all of the Immortals think you are ready to reclaim Ares' wand that your ancestor gave to his eldest child. Understanding what she meant, Harry rejoined Blaise, who had stood to the side letting Harry work, so the pair could return to Hogwarts hopefully for the final time. Chapter and notes. *1. While reading the unofficial Harry Potter Hogwarts handbook, it mentions that due to Jo sometimes forgets where she puts certain classes to explain how they shift, as an in-universe explanation is the magic of the castle. *2. Since Harry was not affected by any magic that was in the maze, and most of the wild creatures reacted in fear of him, he was quickly able to reach the cup even after being led into the maze last. Trip down a soul's memory. Chapter summary. As Harry goes after Ares' wand, he discovers some of Dumbledore's dark past, as he witnesses the past from a couple of souls he collects. Chapter notes. A few things. 1. No, I will not be having Harry collect Dumbledore's soul, as it is not his time yet. He is just after the wand. Don't worry, in the last chapter, during a time-skipping epilogue, the bastard will meet his end. 2. As usual, there will be some soul collecting, aka deaths, in this chapter. 2 of these will be put under a magnifying glass for their actions during the series as a whole. The normal canon series, not just this story. 3. This chapter is not going to be very Snape-friendly at all. See the end of the chapter for more notes. As Harry rode on Blaise's winged steed form back to Hogwarts, he felt a small pull of a corrupted soul that had been messed with by Dumbledore. As Orb and Perry had told him that after he took back Ares' wand, the enchantments on these poor souls, keeping them alive, would not lead to their deaths. Harry decided if he came across any souls on his way to get the wand, he would help them pass on, so they would not live in torment after the enchantments have been broken. Let's go check that out. Harry told Blaise, not speaking up or changing his voice, for he had found that no matter what form Blaise was in, as they traveled, they would have no problem communicating with each other. One of Blaise's transfigured horse ears wiggled in confirmation as he angled towards the ground landing before a dingy bar in Hogsmeade named the Hog's Head. Getting off Blaise's back, Harry walked through the door into the bar, to find it mostly deserted and looking just like Hagrid had said it was, with all the patrons wearing cloaks with their hoods up as they went about their business, which seemed to be either drinking themselves under the table or arranging some shadowy deal. The only person without a hood was an old barman, which was where Harry was sensing the corrupted soul. Making his way over to the man, as he used a dirty dish towel to clean a glass, Harry could not figure out why this man had been enchanted by Dumbledore. Though looking at the patrons in the place, compared to the 3 broomsticks, maybe it had been done so Dumbledore could be informed of items of criminal nature. For despite how Dumbledore's real nature was, the man acted all high and mighty, so any criminal types would most likely try to avoid him. As Harry collected the barman's soul, he found another reason for why the man had been enchanted. Ignoring the man's body collapsing as if overtired and banging his head into the bar which killed him, Harry got a read on the soul, which showed the barman was in fact Dumbledore's younger brother. And while Harry had mastered the ability to ignore the memory and thoughts that were attached to a soul, he had let it go as he had collected the barman, Aberforth Dumbledore's, soul just to find out about why he had been enchanted. It seemed that Aberforth might have been the first one Dumbledore had enchanted, for there was a memory attached to the soul which showed a duel between a young Aberforth, maybe 15 years old, as he faced off against Dumbledore and another boy, who Harry recognized as a young Grindelwald. During the duel, a spell from Grindelwald's wand had shot under Aberforth's arm, hitting a little girl and killing her. Aberforth, in his anger, accessed wild magic, sending both older boys crashing into the wall behind them before going to attend to the girl. While Grindelwald fled the room, when he was able to move again, Dumbledore, with a look of anger on his face, pulled out his wand and blasted his younger brother with a cruciatus curse. When Dumbledore ended the spell, his face took on a look of horror as he looked down at his brother's body. Due to never having cast the spell before, or so Harry hoped, rather than just cause magically inflicted pain, the crucio had broken both of Aberforth's arms and twisted his left leg 180 degrees in the wrong direction. Gazing in horror at the dead girl and his brother's mangled body, Dumbledore dropped his wand and ran to a nearby sink and began to throw up. When Dumbledore returned, he was as pale as any ghost as he pulled out a book and began to perform some ritual. due to Harry seeing the events through Aberforth's soul. He could not see into the book, but as the ritual began, the knowledge he gained from being death allowed Harry to see that it was a dark spell that would heal Aberforth, but also extend his life, thus making him the first person Dumbledore used to mess with the tapestry. Seeing the ritual, Harry saw, thanks to his new knowledge of such things, that Dumbledore had cut corners or made some mistakes he was not aware of, for the ritual was to halt a person's death for just long enough to get them to see a medical person in hopes they could be healed normally. But what Dumbledore had done was to heal Aberforth while placing a curse on him, so that if ever Aberforth would get mortally wounded, he would survive it while the damage would be transferred to another person, which was more damage to the tapestry. Asterisk, after Aberforth had been healed, Dumbledore placed a memory charm on him to make his younger brother forget about what had been done to him, as well as forget who had killed the girl, who turned out to be Aberforth and Dumbledore's little sister. Another memory attached to Aberforth's soul showed Dumbledore returning to his brother once he took possession of Ares's wand to not only top off the memory charms, but to tie the ritual he had performed on Aberforth from the first memory to the wand itself. This created a nasty side effect, for it caused Aberforth to end his current relationship with someone and start to bang goats, leading the man to become an outcast. Harry sadly shook his head as he placed Aberforth's soul into his bag, next to Riddle's now complete soul, Nagini, and Wormtails. Leaving the pub as the patrons gathered around Aberforth wondering if they should call someone, Harry returned to Blaze. The pair soon returned to the transformed Quidditch pitch turned maze to find utter chaos. While they had not been gone that long, maybe 15 minutes, it seemed that many were freaking out since Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb had reappeared at the start of the maze, yet he was nowhere to be found. Heading up to Ariana, who, thanks to being seated alone in a Slytherin top box, they asked her what had happened. Seriously, you could become visible in the stairway and climb up, rather than just popping in, she grouses. Sorry, Harry said before asking, what did we miss? Well, Crumb has been moved to the medical tent to be looked at, but the other two are fine. Everyone is mainly worried about where you went, she said, arching an eyebrow at Harry in an unspoken question. It is over, I have the man's soul, Harry said, patting his pack as he looked around in hopes of spotting Dumbledore in the crowd below. I believe Albus took a few members of staff to start looking for you in the maze, evidently thinking the portkey malfunctioned, and just sent you to a different part of the maze, Adriana said, taking in his gaze. Thanks, Harry said, hopping into Blaze's arms as the other grew some wings and took off towards the maze, both becoming unseeable to mortals once more. Landing at the start of the maze, Harry sensed not only Dumbledore, but a couple of souls that the man had corrupted. Looks like I am going hunting, Harry said as he walks back into the maze and headed towards the nearest corrupted soul, going through the hedges of the maze during this trip. As he found the corrupted soul, Harry feels his heart plummet as he lays eyes on Professor McGonagall. While she was a stern woman, she was one of the best teachers in the school. And while she did not have that much time to help Gryffindors in their studies, like Blaze told Harry that Professor Snape did, she usually was reliable. Granted, she was a true supporter of Dumbledore, and sometimes put the headmaster's needs above the students. She did the best she could at her job. This made him a little reluctant to take her soul, but he did not want her to experience too much pain if he waited until later after he had collected Ares' wand. Slowly walking over to her, Harry gently removes her soul, catching her as her body collapsed, and lays it gently on the ground and places her hands neatly at her side. His curiosity getting the better of him, Harry checks out her soul. In it, he sees a young McGonagall, who was a half-blood, get her letter to Hogwarts, exciting her and her folks. A small memory informs Harry that at the time of her youth that a half-blood had a higher chance of being born without access to magic than it was today, which was thanks to a potion created by someone that McGonagall knew later in life. McGonagall experienced some prejudice at Hogwarts from both the Muggleborns and purebloods for her blood status, but she paid it no mind, throwing herself into her studies in later Quidditch. Harry was amazed, sure he had seen her name on old Gryffindor Quidditch trophies, but it had not listed the position she played. Just like him, she was a seeker and had some skill that could possibly rival even Crumb as she flew circles around her opponents. In her 7th year, she was even approached by Quidditch scouts to play for a national team, but McGonagall turned them down, wanting to gain her master's in transfiguration. What surprised Harry was rather than work on her masters while being a member of staff, since in those days teachers could hire assistants who were working on their masters for their field study, McGonagall got a job at the Ministry of Magic. She ended up working in the same department that Harry's mother had before her death, the Department of Mysteries. Harry had never seen McGonagall smile, so much as she worked at the Ministry doing research into new spells alongside lost lore and magics long forgotten. McGonagall befriended a young Auror by the name of Amelia Bones who would often call upon McGonagall if she needed help with a case she was working on. Even after McGonagall earned her master's first in Transfiguration, then Charms, and finally in Defense, she continued to work at the Ministry and did not head to Hogwarts to start teaching. Harry watched a memory of Amelia and her bosses coming to see McGonagall and recruiting her to look into some corruption claims at Hogwarts. From their accounts, ever since Dumbledore took over, he had begun an anti-Slytherin propaganda as well as treatment of the students at the castle. There had even been some reports of low-key negative stereotypes being spread regarding both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Harry was shocked to see the reason McGonagall joined the staff was to work as a Ministry spy against Dumbledore. Thanks to a soul being immune to memory charms cast on a person's body, Harry witnessed that when Dumbledore found out about her work as a spy, he began to cast spells on McGonagall to make her more willing to follow his orders and greater good. At least there seemed to be some small spark of McGonagall under the enchantments the bastard had placed on her ass. She used the new authority Dumbledore had given her after he placed her under compulsions to scale back the negative attitudes to all the houses apart from Gryffindor. Dumbledore took notice of this, however, and increased her workload, as well as got rid of the teaching assistant and secondary professor for every subject. With McGonagall and the other members of staff now being too overworked, the bastard resumed his bigotry towards the other houses. Another effect of the overwork was the students finding they could get away with a lot more, leading to more pranks and bullying of their classmates, which began to lower Hogwarts' ranking compared to other magical schools. A fact that Dumbledore kept hidden from the British Ministry and the students who chose to attend the school rather than go to Buaxbatons, Durmstrange, or be homeschooled. It was not until the last magical war against Riddle took place that Dumbledore placed McGonagall under the enchantments to extend her life. While she was still technically working as a spy for the Ministry, since she was under the bastard's control via compulsions, McGonagall joined something called the Order of the Phoenix and fought against Riddle's Death Eaters. During one battle, McGonagall had been blasted with a curse while trying to protect some muggles. Unfortunately, getting between the Death Eater and a group of Ministry officers who accidentally hit her with 5 stunners. This would have killed a normal person, and it almost did, only for Dumbledore to perform the same ritual on her as he had done to Aberforth in their youth. Like Aberforth, if McGonagall was hit by magic or her body physically close to dying or pain, and fate would be shifted onto someone else. Harry saw an example of this as later in the war McGonagall got hit by 6 stunners, which only knocked her out for a couple of days rather than almost killing her. Harry recalled his dad talking about the event for McGonagall was always the one telling James and Lily to use one of their own properties as a safe house if things got too bad, but after she got attacked, Dumbledore used it as a reason to send Harry's parents into hiding and convince them to use a property owned by the Dumbledore family in Godric's Hollow. Harry could only guess that Dumbledore used the fact that McGonagall was out of commission to get his parents to go use one of his properties, possibly using some spiked tea to get them to agree with the plan, for James had said he had been in the process getting the goblins to enchant the wards and protection around Gryffindor Manor to use as a safe house. Harry saw that after Dumbledore performed the ritual on McGonagall to extend her life, he worked in some magic, making her utterly loyal to him, so he did not have to reapply the compulsion spells every year, leading her to become the person Harry knew so well. Also explaining her scowl as her true self was locked behind the enchantments he had placed on her was all she could do. He was about to see if the soul contained any memory of orders the bastard had given her in regards to him, before he looked up to a sudden noise. The idiots had not cleared out the maze before they came in to look for him. That could be the only explanation, as he saw the blast-ended Screwit skitter around the corner and head their way. Harry put McGonagall's soul in his pouch and cracked his knuckles for the last time. He had to face the beast while pretending to be immortal. This time he did not care if he had to give the thing a near-death experience it was not scheduled for, but he would not allow it to reach McGonagall's corpse. Leave now or face my real power. Harry said, speaking his death as he pulled out his scythe. The Screw-It did not even stop as it charged at him, grunting as Harry easily stopped its progress with the staff of his scythe. Even letting its back explode did not shift its position from where Harry held it. "I did warn you," Harry said as he removed one hand from the scythe, still keeping it right where it was, as he reached into the Screw-It's body and began to pull out its soul. This finally got the beast's attention as it stopped trying to reach McGonagall and tried to force Harry to move by using its stinger. With only a subtle movement, Harry sliced the stinger off with the blade of his scythe. Whatever the Screw-It had for eyes or sensory organs took in the cut-off stinger and decided its best course of action was to run for it. Harry let go of its soul and let the thing go, turning his attention back to McGonagall. He did not feel right just leaving her here when other creatures could still be in the maze. So he collapsed and put away his scythe and pulled out his wand to cast red sparks, as he had been told to do during the task to signal he had given up. Gently patting McGonagall's cheek, he left his old head of house and moved on to the next corrupted soul he could detect in the maze, only to find it was heading towards him since he had sent up the sparks. It was almost comical to see Snape slide into the passage opposite from where the Circuit had fled down and see him notice McGonagall's body. "What the?" the man asked his wand out, trying to find what had caused McGonagall to be down with her wand laying beside her. As Harry reached for his least favorite professor's soul, detecting the corruption just pouring off of it, he stopped. Snape had traces of both Riddle and Dumbledore's magic attached to him. As Riddle was dead, there were only faint traces of magic from the man attached to Snape. Confused by both men's magic on Snape, Harry fully surpassed his blocks so he could get the memory from the greasy-haired Git's soul. Harry catches sight of Snape's childhood as he developed a crush on a girl who lived in his neighborhood. He only learned the girl's identity as the pair, while taking one day, were interrupted by a girl young Snape called Tuna Fish. Knowing that was his mother's nickname for his aunt shocked Harry to look at the young form of his mother. Harry saw that his mother hung out with Snape so she could learn about the magical world, yet he could tell that Snape was doing it for other reasons. Harry experiences various memories of the pair growing up together as they tried to avoid Tuna Fish, and Snape's father, who was, if anything, even worse than Tuna Fish had been to Harry growing up. When the pair went to Hogwarts, Harry caught sight of his young father, Sirius, and Remus. Harry watched as a young Lucius Malfoy, the fifth-year prefect when Snape joined Slytherin House, take the young boy under his wing. Using Snape's hatred of his Muggle father, Lucius started to see all Muggles and Muggleborns as trash. For the most part, Snape seemed to agree with the methods Lucius and the other Slytherins used on the Muggleborns in the school. The only exception was Lily, so that whenever she was around, Snape acted like her friend due to the crush he had on her, which Harry felt throughout the man's soul growing. Yet when Lily was not around, Snape showed no hesitation in cursing, bullying, and in one case slipping potions into a Muggleborn's drink. Thankfully, a young James had caught sight of Snape putting the potion in the Hufflepuff boy's drink and had stopped the student from drinking it by accidentally knocking the drink out of the other's hand. Harry could only assume that James had not wanted to tell anyone about what he had seen for whatever reason. This incident did lead James, Sirius, and Remus to keep a close eye on Snape as they began to prank him anytime they noticed his cursing or doing something to a Muggleborn. Harry could only guess that they were worried that at some point Snape would start to target Lily, who Harry knew his father had fallen in love with the first time he had felt her cast a spell. James had said it felt like what most people describe when they found the person they were destined for and marriage contracts were created. Snape's feelings towards Lily shifted from a crush to idolizing her, and Harry was rather grossed out to see several dreams that Snape had of his young mom. For one so young, one would expect dreams to be of just going on dates with someone or hanging out, but the 12-year-old Snape dreamed of something straight out of the Muggle book turned movie 50 Shades of Grey, as he bound Lily to a bed and then ran his tongue over her entire body. As he watched another dream of Snape holding a collar and leading his mother dressed in fetish gear around the castle, Harry really wished he had not fully opened himself up to the man's memories. Adjusting his ability to block a soul's memories, Harry found he could basically fast forward them, skipping over any dream that Snape had of his mother, or the few dreams he had of wiping and torturing the Marauders, to focus on the man's real life. Not that it was that much better than his dreams, as he continued to follow the rest of his housemates in making the Muggleborns who were at the castle lives living hells. Harry was able to watch the Shrieking Shack incident from Sirius telling Snape that if he wanted to learn about Remus, to follow him as he leaves the castle with Madame Pomfrey on Friday night. Harry had always wondered how Sirius had pulled it off, but his young godfather had acted like he and Remus had had a fight and was just venting to Snape as he had him pinned to the wall with a sticking charm. But he also witnessed the after effects when Snape made a deal to keep his silence about Remus being a werewolf and got himself chosen as Slytherin prefect to spend more time with Lily. Harry had never been so glad for Remus as he'd chosen to be the other Gryffindor prefect. He teamed up with Lily to patrol the castle, preventing Snape from always going with her. When the letter arrived shortly before Snape took his OWLs about his mother's death at the hands of his drunk father, Harry felt Snape's anger at being made to go back to the man during the summer. Dumbledore would not allow him to stay anywhere else, meaning he had to go live with his mom's killer. And with no leverage to use, like he had to gain his position of Slytherin prefect, there was nothing Snape could do as his anger built up until it exploded. When James and Sirius paid Snape back for almost pushing a second-year Muggleborn down the grand staircase. Snape's emotions running hot lead him to refer to Lily as a mudblood for the first time, thankfully ending their friendship. Harry found it hard to feel sympathy for Snape, even when he was returned to live with his abusive father. For after Lily refused to see him, the man started to take out his anger on the other Muggleborns, and the Marauders seeming to no longer care about any punishment he might get as he sent curses their way. Snape soon lost his position of prefect and threw himself into studying for his potions masters while still at Hogwarts. This led him to create more and more potions that the Slytherin students at the time who supported Riddle's cause to start using the potions to douse numerous Muggleborns at the school. Though this did eventually lead to James being made into a head boy as he and the other Marauders did their best to protect the Muggleborns, and James finally told his godmother that he had seen Slytherin spike the drinks and food of Muggleborns. The school governor's hearing of this being done approved of James becoming head boy when he had never served as a prefect, but also put protections in place to screen the food for non-approved potions. Something that Dumbledore found a workaround a few years later, according to his dad, who had once had to collect a soul of a Hogwarts student who had been doused by some compulsions potions when at the castle that they had an allergic reaction to killing them. Throughout all this, Snape still had his nasty dreams involving Lily, some of them of which Harry was too slow to skip, had Lily being a dominatrix to Snape, making Harry wonder if there were any souls in purgatory that could offer him counseling or mind healing after this. Harry watched Snape graduate Hogwarts and join up with the Death Eaters as Riddle's top potion maker, yet still keep tabs on Lily as she went to work at the Ministry and became partners with Frank Longbottom in the Department of Mysteries. His crush on Lily moves from infatuation to just stalking her. It seemed that even Riddle noticed Snape's focus on Lily as he ordered the man to follow Dumbledore. It was during his trailing of Dumbledore that Snape overheard a prophecy about the end of the Dark Lord born from people who had thrice defined him, having power Riddle did not. Harry could only shrug, since technically it was true, as he did take Riddle's soul using the powers of death. When Snape reported the prophecy to Riddle, the man decided to go after Harry's family, maybe as another way to get Snape to stop focusing on Lily. Snape, getting wind of Riddle targeting the Potters, went to Dumbledore to get the man to help Harry's parents by turning spy for the bastard. Dumbledore allowed it, and even added Snape, without anyone else's knowledge, to the Fidelius charm which the man used to continue to stalk Harry's mom. When Riddle came to attack Dumbledore's family home where Harry's parents had been hiding, Snape had actually witnessed it and made no effort to get involved, though he did let out a curse as he saw Lily being killed by Riddle. Snape only moved from his position when Riddle had been beaten back by whatever Harry had done to survive, rushing into the ruined home and up the stairs to Lily. Harry was wondering what his dad was going through as he took on the role of death at that moment, only to see Snape rush into the safe house and purposely stamp on James' face as he ran. He really hoped his dad did not follow Snape up the stairs and watch the bastard hug and cry over Lily's corpse, ignoring Harry as he cried at his crib. Snape only left the ruins of the safe house when he heard Sirius's flying motorcycle arrive, but not before seeming to French kiss and feel up Lily's corpse. Snape then convinced, or possibly it was Dumbledore doing the convincing for Snape, to start teaching at Hogwarts, so he would be in place when Harry arrived. Yet Dumbledore did nothing to change Snape's behavior, as he was once again targeting Muggleborns that were at the castle now with the authority of a member of staff. The only upside is that rather than curses, physically attack, or dose with potions, he took points, mental and emotional abuse, and assigned detentions for no reason. Harry was actually a little shocked to see that Snape had mellowed since he had started teaching and was nicer than he had been before Harry arrived. Though that could be that Snape had focused on making Harry and Neville's lives miserable rather than the Muggleborn students. Harry did see a memory of Draco coming to see Snape and discuss the duel he had. Challenged Harry only to see the man protect Harry by stunning Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle when they were meant to go, before informing Filch that Harry would be in the trophy room. It seemed that while Snape wanted to protect Harry for Lily, but at the same time to get him expelled for James. Harry had seen enough as he fully blocked the memories from the soul. Seeing that the protections the asshole had done to keep Harry safe could not erase the evil in his soul. So not needing to get a full measure of Snape's soul, he sent it down to hell, where it belonged. Harry left the pair of professors, one he respected, and the one who deserved to rot in the deepest pit of Harry's domain, hoping that someone else would come along to collect the bodies as he headed out to collect Ares' wand from Dumbledore. Harry found it hard to track the man, at first, since he was really after the wand and not the man's soul. But Harry was in luck, for he had two souls on him that had been enchanted by Ares' wand. Reaching into his pack, Harry pulled out a soul, and feeling the traces of enchantments on it, used the soul, like a divining rod, to find Dumbledore. As he followed where the soul was leading him, Harry smiled down at it, only to stop in his tracks, to find the soul he was using was not fully whole. There was a good portion of the soul missing, which meant it was Riddle's soul, yet somehow had traces of enchantments from Ares' wand cast on it. With just a moment of hesitation, Harry dove into the memories contained in the soul to find out how Dumbledore had enchanted Riddle. What he was Dumbledore meeting with a young Tom Riddle to tell him he was a wizard and offering to take him to get his school supplies at Diagon Alley. Riddle had been about to thank him before Dumbledore pulled out his wand, casting a spell to make the darker impulses of Riddle's nature to increase in power. A memory charm was also cast on Riddle, so that in his own mind he turned down Dumbledore to show his independence. At school, Dumbledore, working as the Transfiguration teacher, continued to cast spells to increase Riddle's dark side, and even helped him, though making him forget about it later, in discovering the Chamber of Secrets and the creation of Riddle's first Horcrux. Harry was shocked to see Riddle's first visit to the chamber and meeting Slytherin's monster, who introduced herself as Betsy and began to explain her job as a protector of the castle. The enchantments Riddle had been under had forced Betsy to go against her nature and try to attack Muggleborns. When his orders lead to the death of Moaning Myrtle, Betsy barred him from entering the chamber ever again, somehow affecting the castle's wards to prevent him from returning. When the enchanted Riddle went to report this to Dumbledore, the old bastard convinced Riddle to create the diary Horcrux. Dumbledore even goes as far as buying the diary for Riddle, telling the enchanted student that the Horcrux would allow someone to enter the chamber in the future to continue their ancestors' noble worth. Hearing this nearly broke Riddle free of the spells on him, as he asked Dumbledore about it, who showed a family tree to show that the Dumbledore line was also an offshoot of the Slytherin line, but originated from Salazar's younger half-brother, so Dumbledore could never claim lordship of the Slytherin family. If the Dumbledore line really was connected to the Slytherin family, it might mean that Dumbledore knew about the 3 treasures of the Peverell siblings and was trying to claim them as his own. This made Harry recall that the bastard had been the one to send Harry the invisibility cloak back in his first year. Harry was glad the man had never found the location, or if he did, had not wanted to deal with the protections on the stone created by the Office of Time and Death, for it would have given the man access to all 3 treasures. Feeling more determined than ever, Harry pulled himself once more out of a soul's memories and went hunting for the old bastard. Harry found the man in the very center of the maze near the pedestal, when the Triwizard Cup had been placed on casting spells on everything to find out what had become of Harry. Or at least that would be what it looked like from someone. Still watching from the stands, as Harry saw the man was just shooting spells of random colors of light around him with a smirk on his face. Evidently, believing Riddle had changed the cup into a portkey and whisked Harry away. Harry did not care that if he took the wand it might leave the man stranded in the maze still filled with dangerous creatures with no way to call for help, as he marched right over and plucked the wand right out of the startled grip of the bastard. Harry prepared to call Blaze to come to get him when he suddenly found himself surrounded by a cloud of darkness, and he was removed from the mortal realm. Chapter and notes. Asterisk, I had this concept of being part of the enchantments that both Dumbledore and Voldy Shorts had done to their people, but this is the first chance I saw as giving an explanation of it. Sorry, it is so late in the story. Taking up the mantle. Chapter summary. Harry meets the final immortal and learns some interesting truths that have long been kept secret. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. As the cloud of darkness dissipates, Harry finds himself in utter darkness. After a few moments, his eyes seemed to adjust, or something was going in wherever he was, for Harry began to notice small sparks of light appearing out of the gloom, looking almost like stars in the night sky as they twinkled around him, and evidently under him, as Harry looked down to see that he was standing in the darkness. It could all be just some powerful illusions, for he did feel something under his feet, even if he could not see it, but he did not think so. Suddenly, Harry became aware that he was not alone, as what appeared to be a shadow made up of lighter darkness than the space field he found himself in. "Blaze?" Harry asked. "I'm not he," a voice said, sounding female. Who are you?" Harry asked. "Who am I?" "I, the mistress of night, the goddess of darkness, the queen and keeper of the world's secrets. I who repair the multiverse," the woman's voice said, as her shadowy body seemed to grow with each of her statements until she is towering over Harry like the mountains around Hogwarts. "But you can call me Nox," she said, as she suddenly returns to her previous size and seems to glow. With her features no longer covered in shadows, Harry saw that Nox was a stunningly beautiful woman with long dark hair that reached down to her waist. Just like the star field, there appeared to be stars in her hair. Nox's eyes were a dark purple, reminding Harry of Blaze's eyes, with the same amount of warmth and love in them. Her skin, in contrast, appeared to be unnaturally pale, but not sickly at all. She either had naturally red lips or wore lipstick to give some color to her face. Nox wore a red cape gown dress under a deep blue cape that had yellow star patterns on it. "Actually, we have met before," Nox said as she sat down on nothing that Harry could see, but her body made it look like she was in a chair of some sort. "We have?" Harry asked. "Oh yes, quite recently, in fact. I sort of gave you a teaser for this meeting, if you will," Nox said right before her body changed into the Sphinx Harry had come across in the maze less. "Then what was it an hour ago? So, what would have happened if I guessed wrong?" Harry asked. "I would have still let you pass. It had to happen just like it happened in the other timelines. I must say, this is the youngest I have ever seen you," Nox said, returning to her human form. "I don't get it," Harry said. "Those titles I gave you earlier, did you think I said it all for fun?" she asked with a coy smile. "One of the jobs I have is to repair the multiverse. From the records I have from other universes, there used to be two main ones. A universe of magic and one of science. A while back, to repair this damage, an alternate Perry sent his first love, who had been living as a ghost, back in time to help me take this post. You see, unlike you and the other Immortals of Light," Nox said, holding up a hand. "Yes, even Perry, who is the Immortal of Evil, is considered part of the Light. I have been the only one in every universe to hold the post of the Immortal of Darkness and Night. That is how we separated. By the way, there used to be two powers, light and dark, but light separated into your 7 roles while dark remained whole. But I'm getting off track. Perry found that I was the best Nox, so my various forms would repair the multiverse, keeping mostly to the same path but making a small difference each time. After I think for loops of this, I found a way to connect with my other selves, and just like every secret, we started to keep records of all the universe." "You, my dear Harry, or do you prefer Harrison?" she asked. "Harry is fine," he answered. "Very well. Harry, you have an interesting connection with Death and the other Immortals. Sometimes holding the office yourself," Nox said, as with a wave of her hand showed Harry as Death, but no sign of Blaze as his steed. "See, in this universe, you took the role of Death after a long life, and you found that the husband you married in life held the office of Time, and another of your friends was Fate." Nox said. To Harry's surprise, he saw himself curled up with Theo and Not as he chatted with the victor's hostage from the second task. In another universe, The Immortals held a contest to see who would be Death, leading you to become the steed, and Blaze to take over the role of Death, Nox said, showing such a scene. In one, Lady Magic became bored as an immortal and took you as her vessel. Not that you were aware of it. After you died, living longer than most due to her influence, you still became Death. I could go on, but you get the point. However, as I was saying, this version of you is the youngest one Nox has ever met. But why? Why do I have a connection to Death? Is it because of the Peveril brothers? Actually, it is my fault, Nox said, giving him a sad smile. You see, the Peveril brothers were the sons of Death. In some universes, this is true, but it is their mother who messed things up for them. Their mother? Harry asked. Me, Nox said. As I said, unlike the other immortals, am truly immortal, and thus I do have needs that have to be taken care of. In several universes, this leads me to have with Death and give birth to my triplet sons, the Peverils. And it was I who talked Death into giving them the treasures. I can be very persuasive when I want to be. Okay, Harry said, not sure how to respond to that. Taking his word as a challenge, Nox snapped her fingers, and Harry suddenly found himself filled with a powerful desire to lay with her. Even though he preferred men, and the fact that she was his grandmother to the nth degree did not stop him. Another snap of her fingers, and the desire vanished, and she said, see. Yeah, please don't do that again, Harry said. Don't worry, that was just an example. I have no desire to ruin what you and Blaze have, she said with a small smirk. So as I was saying, I convinced Death to give the treasures to our boys, Nox continued. This idea came from Perry's first love, Jolie. Numerous versions of Death, and I had our boys. But this was the first time that you reached up and touched Ares' wand when, what do you call him? Oh yes, Dumbletwat. Used it to place enchantments on you, thus making you the master of Death so young. If you had not touched the wand, you would have taken part in the tournament like normal. I have yet to see a universe where you die in the tournament, by the way. No, your Death, if it occurs, always comes later. This is also the only universe where you start to fix Fate's tapestry. For usually, you would become Death after either Dumbledore or Riddle has passed on fully, which causes the enchantments on people to end on their own, which fixed the tapestry just later and slower than you did, Nox said. So my work is done with them? Harry asked. Yes, it is. Since Dumbledore tied his enchantments to Ares' wand, and you have collected it, it will be as if he had died, setting right his ripples in the tapestry, and since you collected Riddle's soul, his enchantments are done as well. I do have some good news for you in regards to people in the mortal realm. One of the spells Dumbledore had cast with Ares' wand that is now broken was a memory charm on the witness of the Fidelius charm, who will now recall that it was Pettigrew that was your parents' secret keeper. Not serious. This will lead them to look into the matter and find Pettigrew's death notice in the Ministry's Department of Life and Death and see that Pettigrew just died, which will give serious statement at the end of your last school year credence and help to get the charges dropped. That is great news, Harry said with a smile. And now the bad news, Nox said, causing Harry's smile to slide off his face. Since you have collected Riddle's soul and gathered up all 3 treasures, it is time for your dad to move on. And unfortunately, only Perry, Orlean, and I have access to heaven. So until you pass on your role of Death, you will not see James again, Nox said, standing up as the star field falls away, leaving them standing before the hub in purgatory. They were not alone, as the rest of the Immortals were there, as was James. Sounds like you finished the job, James said as he pulled Harry into a hug with tears running down his face. I guess I did, Harry said, hugging him back. Never doubt that I am proud of you and the person you became, James said, pulling away and pulling Harry's head down a little to plant a kiss on his forehead. We both are, a voice said, making Harry and James jump. Lily, James said, starting to cry even harder than before as he turned to the source of the voice. Mom, Harry asked, his tears starting to fall now. My boys, Lily Potter said, moving away from Orlean and hugging them both. I have missed you both. Harry, Blaze, you have both grown into fine young men. I watched you both grow up along with him, Lily said, pointing back at Orleana, where another person came into being. The man looked like an older version of Blaze, but rather than a shaven head, the man had dark shoulder-length locks tied up in a ponytail. Dad, Blaze asked. Hello, son, Blaze's father said, pulling his son into a tight hug before using a long, muscular arm to pull Harry and his parents in as well. You both have done a wonderful job. And I hope you both do that job for a good long time, no matter how much I would love to spend time with you, my son. Think of this as a reward for collecting the treasures. Nox said, holding out one of her hands where the three treasures floated above in a bubble of darkness. Their job is done in this universe. With a flash, the invisibility cloak, the stone, and Ares' wand vanish, and the bubble pops. And with them being gone, a new rule to become death is made. Nox shared with everybody. For your successor, there will be two ways for them to become death. The first way is if you and Blaze have or adopt a child, and you pass the job down to them when you're ready to pass on. Or the old way of when you get careless and let a mortal kill you. They shall become the next death. If the second way happens, your family will no longer be in line for the post. With that, Nox left, and to both Blaze and Harry's dismay, their parents vanish, being sent back to heaven. Nox was as good as her word, for a couple of days later, in the mortal realm, Sirius Black was pardoned and became a free man. He used his new freedom and the protections that Harry and the goblins had given him to apply for the now vacant defense against the dark arts post at Hogwarts after Aurora Shakable left at the end of the year. Remus got special permission from the Ministry after Ariana leaned on them and threatened an embargo for their discrimination against creatures in general. And werewolves, in particular, took over Professor McGonagall's old job as Transfiguration Professor and head of Gryffindor House. But it was Snape's replacement that really caused a stir, as the long-thought dead Regulus Black reappeared and took the job. All three of them held special protection from Harry, just in case Dumbledore used his magic to enchant them, since he had lost Ares' wand. The papers in Great Britain also ran stories on the bodies of Peter Pettigrew and a misshapen creature who had been magically identified as Tom Marvolo Voldemort Riddle had been found dead in a graveyard by Muggles. As the Triwizard Cup had also been found, it led to everyone wondering what had happened to Harry. They did not get their answer until Harry and Blaze were spotted at the wedding of Remus Lupin and Regulus Black, offering their congratulations to the pair before moving on to collect the next soul. When Harry had over an hour free between reaps, he and Blaze headed to Gringotts to submit the memories he had gained from Professor McGonagall, Aberforth, portions of Snape's, and even some of Riddle's, so that they could use it against Dumbledore. For while Harry could not collect the man's soul until the appointed time, did not mean he was going to let the man get off scot-free for what he had done. The goblins were able to submit the memories with a plausible explanation of how they had them for the Ministry, leading to Dumbledore's arrest and Professor Burbage being named the news headmistress for Hogwarts after Flitwick and Spout turned the post down. When not keeping up with Sirius, Remus and his new husband, the Weasleys, and Neville, the work went on for Harry as he collected souls with Blaze. Every once in a while go on short dates to play mini-golf or head to a show. The pair did not always spend all their time together, as Harry could apparate if he wished, so he could spend time with his godfather, while Blaze did his own thing with his friends. During the summers when they had time, Harry even joined Blaze in going to see Draco and some of the other Slytherins. Harry found out that the way Draco had acted at Hogwarts had been down to his father, and now that the man was gone, he could be himself. Harry and Draco would never really be friends, but they were able to get along well enough for Blaze's sake. Harry found it a little awkward to be around Theo, recalling the glimpse he had been shown of the other universe where he had become a green kitsune and curled up in Theo's lap and acted like a pet or something. While Dumbledore was to head directly to hell, when he died it still fell to Harry to collect the man's soul, which he did nearly 2 years after he had collected Ares' wand from the bastard. Usually, when Harry had to collect souls in Azkaban, he did not make his presence known, but for Dumbledore he made an exception. Arriving at the cramped cell, where the bastard was kept after collecting the souls from the Demented King, he became visible to Dumbledore alone. "Hello, Albus, this has been a long time coming," Harry said, also for once not speaking his death, but in his normal voice with his hood down to show his face. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, his voice harsh from misuse. "Where have you been? Thanks to you and Riddle, I have been busy since I vanished from the hall those years ago doing a job. That job has brought me back to you. I do hope you are tired of wet and cold places, for where you are going it is hot, humid, and incredibly painful. But hey, you earned it a special one-way ticket to hell," Harry said, and before he would have to listen to any more of the man's voice, removed Dumbledore's soul. "Not really a handbasket, but it will do," Harry said, placing the soul in his pouch and going to hand-deliver it to Asmodeus to be judged for his sins. Harry, who had actually become somewhat friends with Perry and had visited Hell every once in a while to see how the Dursleys, Bellatrix, and Snape were doing, staying only long enough to watch Dumbledore's sentencing, 6,660 years of torture for his actions before could possibly get into heaven. Harry had to chuckle a little, seeing Asmodeus used the old sign of the beast but added a 0 at the end for Dumbledore's punishment, since the man had been the real source of the tangle in Fate's tapestry, since the enchantments he placed on Riddle had led to Voldemort and the tangles he made. At nearly 7 years to the moment Harry had given Dudley's soul over to the Department of Soul Maintenance, his cousin's soul was returned to him. Sorry, it took so long that soul had been in really bad shape. I just had to scrape a lot of it, so it will have to grow up again, the maintenance man said. So rather than having a new member of staff to work at Death's Manor, Harry and Blaise now basically had a kid to raise in Dudley. Since the work done on Dudley's soul had reset him, Harry contemplated changing Dudley's name, finding that unlike the other souls in purgatory, Dudley aged. Which was a good thing for Harry and Blaise. Due at the time, they had to collect souls in the mortal realm and could not fully take care of a baby, and both felt a little guilty to pass it on to their staff. They did have fun when they did have time to take care of Dudley, feeling like a family as they settled in to watch shows together. Harry was glad they had found a way to get programming that did not always deal with death or killing on their magic set. When Dudley's soul turned 10 years old, or 17 years into Harry's job as Death, Harry decided it was time to talk to the other Immortals about gaining permission to have his own child. That way they could take him to the mortal realm, since Dudley as a soul could not go back there even as a ghost. And if he did, he would be unable to join Harry and Blaise in some of their activities like mini-golf, bowling, or hanging out with the mortals. You no longer need our permission, Orlean stated when Harry brought it up to her and the others during the end-of-year ritual. As Knox said, having collected the treasures, you could leave your post by passing it on or dying, which means it does not have to be your child who takes over for you. So as long as you don't pass on any immortal treasures to them, you will be fine. Harry was overjoyed at the news as he and Blaise stopped using protection and tried to get pregnant. It was a little awkward collecting souls when he was pregnant, but Harry got by, and with his cloak none of the mortals even noticed. Near the end of his pregnancy, at the point Harry just wanted his kid to be born, he found the soul he had been sent to collect was Granger, who after getting out of Vodka had tried to apply to the ministry or see if she could return to Hogwarts to make up her time, but had been denied in both cases. So she had turned her attention to SBEW and trying to fee house elves if they wanted to or not. By the time Harry collected her soul, she was seen as little more than a cracked cauldron who lived in a muggle car. Harry had no strong feeling about the Reap as he collected her soul, not even when he found she belonged in purgatory. Or that is what he told himself as he delivered her soul to the hub. Harry went into labor. With the help of Lancheese, an orb, he was able to get through the birth as he brought his son, Wesley Jake Zabini Potter, to life right inside Death's Manor. Harry had a long run as Death, as he watched Dudley's soul grow to the age of 30 and stop before being allowed to work in the hub, despite the previous restrictions Dudley had been given. Dudley ended up working as Granger's supervisor in the Department of Soul Redemption. When Wesley was 11 years old, he was given a choice and decided to attend Hogwarts, which had regained its former prestige since Dumbledore had been removed from it. And during one of his normal visits to Hell to check in on the people there, he came across a new portrait, causing Harry to stop and smile, seeing that Ron Weasley had died and was now in Hell. Checking on the portrait, Harry saw that Ron only had a sentence of 200 years before he could move upward. Chapter and notes. I would like to thank you all for reading this story. This was the first time I had the majority of the plot in my mind while writing it. Usually, I come up with chapters on the fly, maybe one or two ahead of where I am at in the story. Having the whole thing planned out when I first posted the chapter in my half-brewed story ideas, which I only did to see if anyone would be interested in reading more of it. They were, and this is the full results. As for if Harry is replaced by his son, Wesley, or someone ends up killing him to become the next Death, I shall leave that you everyone's imagination. Winky face, please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.